What's up, everybody? Kwame from Beard and Bowler. We make story-driven films for healthcare companies. Everything that you're about to see was shot from yesterday, so if you see yourself or somebody that you know, please make some noise. For the first 20 people to come up and find me personally, I got something super cool to give to you. So be on the lookout, and without any further ado, roll it!
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to MedTech World North America 2026. My name is Miguel. I'm part of the core team at MedTech World. I have been working with the team, with Dylan, for the past 2 years, and it's truly an honor to be your host for the next 2 days. We are incredibly grateful to have all of you joining us here today. I know that many of you traveled from quite far, and so some of you closer to home. I hope many of you have had the opportunity to enjoy yesterday's activities, from the catamaran tour, the forums, the reception, and the awards. It was a fantastic way to begin the week, and I want to take this opportunity to once again congratulate all the winners of the awards gala. At MedTech World, we are much more than a conference organizer. Our mission is to create an environment where meaningful connections are made, ideas are exchanged, and innovation is inspired. We want every person in this room to leave the conference with new perspectives and valuable relationships. This year's program has been carefully designed to bring together leaders, innovators, investors, clinicians, and entrepreneurs from across the industry to discuss the opportunities and challenges lying ahead for the future of MedTech. Over the next 2 days, we have an excellent lineup of insightful conversations from some of the brightest minds in the sector. I would also like to take a moment to thank our incredible sponsors and partners for their continued support. Events like this would not be possible without your commitment to advancing innovation and collaboration within the healthcare ecosystem. We have an exciting and packed day ahead of us, and you will soon hear from some of our first speakers. To officially kick things off, it is my pleasure to welcome someone who does not need an introduction, who has worked tirelessly with our team to make all of this possible, and above all, someone I am proud to work with. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to the CEO and co-founder of MedTech World, Dr. Dylan Attard.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to MedTech World North America. A very warm welcome to His Excellency, the Ambassador, Dr. Godfrey Schwirep, Malta's Ambassador to the United States, family, friends, colleagues joining us here in this room, as well as tuning in online. I trained as a surgeon and spent years working in a hospital before I ever organized a conference before. I'm telling you this because it matters to why this platform and MedTech World exists. When you work in clinical medicine, you see the gaps in healthcare up close. You feel the friction of tools that almost work, of systems that were not designed with the clinician in mind, of innovation that exists somewhere in a lab, but never quite made it to the patient. That experience shaped the question I kept coming back to. Why does that gap need to exist? And what would it take to close it? The answer, more often than not, came down to a connection. The right founder had never met the right investor. The right clinical team had never sat down with the right company. The conversations that needed to happen simply were not happening, at least not fast enough. And this is what MedTech World was built to solve. It started as a single annual event on a small island in the Mediterranean, Malta, which we call home. 500,000 people, not the obvious home for a global MedTech platform. But what we found year after year was that when you put the right people in the same room, things move, deals get done, partnerships form, companies find the clinical relationships they have been searching for. That energy told us that this model worked, and the world needed more of it. So we took it across the world, from the Middle East to Asia, and eventually here to North America. Now we're here, West Palm Beach, Florida, one of the most dynamic ecosystems anywhere in the world. The health systems, the investor community, the density of innovation happening in the region. This is exactly where this conversation belongs. Our job is very simple. We connect the people building the future of healthcare with the capital, the right partners, and the clinical relationships that we actually need to get there. We are not here to just talk about healthcare. We are here to shape it together. Over the next days, you're going to be hearing from founders solving problems that a decade ago we barely had the language to even describe. You will sit across from the investors and the executives making the decisions that will define what care will look like for the next couple of years. And before we get into the next 2 very busy days, I want to take a moment to say thank you to a few people who deserve it. My family, who have put up with the hours, the travel, my stress, and everything else that comes to the job. You know what it takes, and I do not take that for granted. To everyone within my team, from Yulia, Miguel, Shara, Emma, Anastasia, everyone who over the past couple of years has been quite devoted to with the same passion that I started this 5 years ago. And this is why MedTech World has become truly something special. Finally, to our sponsors, who have truly become part of the MedTech World family, from the first year to the last year. We appreciate every ounce of support you've helped us with to make this happen. Use this time well. Have the conversations you came here for. And if there's anything my team can do to help, we're here to do that. Thank you, everyone.
And to welcome our very first speaker to the stage, I'd like to give a very warm welcome to His Excellency, Dr. Godfrey Carmel Schwirep, Ambassador of the Republic of Malta to the United States.
Opening keynote by His Honorable Dr. Godfrey Carmel Schwirep, Ambassador of the Republic of Malta to the United States at the Embassy of the Republic of Malta.
Thank you, Thomas, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's truly an honor for me to be here today, not only because I'm the Ambassador of Malta to the United States, but also because, like Dylan, I forged my first years of my career in the medical field. So this is really joining health and diplomacy together. Today I'm honored to speak to you about the crucial outreach played by a young Maltese company called MedTech World in North America. This topic emphasizes not just the importance of international collaboration, but also Malta's unwavering commitment to advancing healthcare for communities across the globe. Firstly, MedTech World acts as a vital champion for Maltese innovation, showcasing the island's national medical technology sector on a global stage. Through active engagement in North American markets, MedTech World will not only promote Maltese expertise, but also facilitate knowledge exchange with research institutions, hospitals, and industry leaders across the United States and the whole of North America. One of its most notable achievements has been the establishment of strategic alliances. By partnering with North American organizations, MedTech World has created pathways for potential joint research projects, clinical trials, and technology transfer. These collaborations will enable Maltese companies to access advanced infrastructure and resources, while North American partners will benefit from Maltese ingenuity and highly skilled workforce. MedTech World's diplomatic outreach is further evident in its commitment to regulatory harmonization. Navigating the complex regulatory environment of North America requires both expertise and tact. MedTech World has been advocating for streamlined procedures and mutual recognition agreements. This not only eases the process for Maltese products entering the North American market, but also sets a standard for international cooperation. In addition, MedTech World has been playing a pivotal role in attracting investment. Through networking events and the organization of major conferences, such as this MedTech conference in Palm Beach, MedTech World showcases Maltese innovations and fosters dialogue with investors, venture capitalists, and policymakers. These efforts should result in increased foreign direct investment and hopefully the strengthening of Maltese relations with North America. Beyond business, MedTech World's outreach importance extends to cultural exchange and education. Initiatives such as student exchange programs and joint academic seminars with North American universities will not only build bridges between young professionals, but will also strengthen mutual understanding between Malta and its international partners. This approach nurtures the next generation of innovators and ensures continued collaboration. MedTech World stands as a proactive advocate for addressing global health challenges. By engaging in North America, forums on topics like digital health, telemedicine, and pandemic preparedness, MedTech World contributes Maltese perspectives and solutions to worldwide issues. Its presence ensures that Malta is recognized as a thought leader in shaping the future of healthcare. In summary, MedTech World's role in North America is multifaceted, encompassing partnership building, regulatory cooperation, investment attraction, educational exchange, and advocacy for global health. Through these endeavors, MedTech World not only elevates the Maltese medical technology sector, but also fosters a spirit of collaboration that benefits patients and communities on both sides of the Atlantic. As we look ahead, the continued enhanced international outreach of MedTech World will be essential in addressing evolving healthcare needs, embracing technological innovation, and strengthening international relations. Thank you for your attention. Let us celebrate the remarkable achievements of MedTech World as a beacon of soft diplomacy and innovation, not just in North America, but across the world. Thank you again.
Thank you to His Excellency Godfrey Schwirep for an insightful insight into the relationships between Malta and the United States and the collaboration on the innovation of the future of MedTech on a global stage. To now welcome the very first panel discussion of day one, that will look into what it takes to break into the health system and scaling in 2026. And it is my honor to introduce our first set of speakers to the stage. Firstly, we have Wael Barsoum, President and Chief Transformation Officer at the Healthcare Outcomes Performance Company, George Stephen Lemieux, Chairman of the Board at Gunster, Dr. Dipen J. Parekh, CEO and Executive Vice President at the University of Miami Health System, Mary C. Mayhew, President and CEO at the Florida Hospital Association, and Cody Simmons, co-founder and CEO of DermaSensor. I think we might need a minute to have the stage set up, and then very excited to begin the discussion.
Cracking the enterprise health system. How to sell and scale in 2026.
Well, first, let me welcome everybody. Thank you very much for having us. Your Excellency, a real honor to hear from you this morning, so thank you very much for that introductory keynote. I'm very honored to be able to be here and moderate this discussion with some incredible colleagues. I'm going to kind of go down the list here and let everybody introduce themselves. We're going to keep our introductions very brief so we can spend as much time as possible talking about what you really want to hear about, which is how to break into the healthcare system when it comes to sales, when it comes to investment, when it comes to collegiality and working together. So would you like to get us started off with an introduction?
Of course, happy to. My name is Cody Simmons. I'm the co-founder and CEO of DermaSensor. We've commercialized the first automated skin cancer diagnostic tool, and this is my party trick. It's a very low-cost handheld device. From picking it up to getting a result takes under 30 seconds. Our focus is primary care. Basically, any healthcare professional and patient would ask, hey, what do you think about this mole? Should I go see a dermatologist? That's our focus.
I have a mole I'll show you later. Mary?
As long as it's in an appropriate place. Happy to test it.
I have no party tricks. Good morning, I'm Mary Mayhew, President and CEO of the Florida Hospital Association. Our association represents over 260 hospitals and health systems here in Florida. I've been in this role now for over 5.5 years. We're responsible for really helping to chart a course on policy and payment, both at the state and federal levels, as well as serving as a convener of all of our hospitals around directionally. How do we lead? What are some of the opportunities to transform healthcare and hopefully to set an agenda for policymakers about the future of healthcare?
Hi, good morning everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Dipen Parekh. I am the CEO of the University of Miami Health System, founding director of the Desai Sethi Urology Institute, and I'm an actively practicing surgeon. I do robotic surgery for prostate, kidney, and bladder cancer, so I have a unique perspective of being on both the sides, on the provider side as a practicing physician and running the entire health system.
Good morning. My name is George Lemieux. I'm the chairman of the Gunster Law Firm here in Florida, based here in Palm Beach County. I got some of my Gunster colleagues here who are with me in our healthcare practice. We're a full-service law firm throughout the state of Florida with 13 offices. I'm also the chair of a group called the Council of 100, which is a leading group of 200 CEOs in the state of Florida, where we're trying to tackle issues that are important to the state. Prior to that, I spent some time in state government and the federal government as well.
So I'm just going to take a moment just to brag about each one of these folks a little bit more than they did, just so you have a sense of the quality of this panel. So Cody is a serial entrepreneur, has raised tens of millions of dollars, has had several very successful outcomes over his career, and really I think is probably a great reference for folks here to talk to and kind of pick his brain in terms of his success. Mary Mayhew was running ACA, which was essentially our Department of Health here in the state of Florida during COVID. And I remember very vividly, at that time I was the CEO of the Cleveland Clinic here in Florida, and having daily calls with Mary and pulling our teams together as we were thinking about our challenges technologically, making sure that we had enough ventilators, that we had enough beds just in case it was a worst case scenario, and Mary just did an absolutely amazing job with that. Dr. Parekh, an extraordinarily close friend of mine, very, very humble person, but just to share a few things, he has over 200 peer-reviewed publications, is the founding director of the Sethi Urological Institute at University of Miami, and now is the CEO of the healthcare system there, has really taken that healthcare system and made it an absolute top-tier program. It is an incredible program. So a great surgeon, a great administrative leader, just fantastic. And another great friend of mine, George Lemieux there. George didn't mention this. He has been a U.S. Senator. He was Charlie Crist's chief of staff when Charlie Crist was the governor of the state of Florida, and also was extraordinarily involved on the legal side here in Florida in the Attorney General's office. So really an incredible panel that we'll be able to pick their brains on. So as we're getting started, I just want to ask everybody here, as you start thinking about your healthcare experience, how many of the folks in the audience here feel like you have a good relationship with your providers, whether it's your primary care doctor, your surgeon, your nurse, the PA that you go and see. Do you trust them? Do you feel good about them? If you do, just raise your hand about that. So the majority of people, I think, feel pretty good about it. How many people in the room feel like you have a good experience when you try to access the healthcare system here in the United States? Literally no. Oh, one person raised their hand. That's great. We should find out where you get your care. That's a challenge for us. And, many people are very excited today about the technology in healthcare. And one of the comments that I frequently make is if you're really sick, the United States is a great place to be sick, right? I mean, God forbid if you have cancer, if you need a transplant, if you need open heart surgery. This is a great place to access highly complex care and get great team-based approaches to your care. The challenge, though, is accessing the more routine care, right? I was doing joint replacements at the end of last week, and had a patient that ended up canceling the day before his hip replacement because it turned out that during his pre-op workup, his hemoglobin was a little bit low. He needed to get a scope to make sure that he didn't have a lesion in his colon, and he couldn't get the scope done quickly enough, and it was going to cost him a lot of money out of pocket. So in the end, the poor guy decided, I'm just not going to get my hip replaced, and I'm not going to get my scope, right? That's probably not okay. So as we start thinking about things like AI and new technologies, a big area where I think we're going to see more and more focus is in this world of enablement, enabling care, enabling access. And I think, Cody, you're the technology that you just showed, I think it probably leads right into that type of enablement to put care more in the hands of patients with telemedicine and technology. The big word that right now that everybody talks about is AI, right? Where are we going with artificial intelligence? And Dip and I know at University of Miami, you guys are looking at AI not only from a clinical perspective, how to apply it clinically when it comes to clinical decision making, but also operationally. How can we make our access better? How can we make it easier for patients to get into our system? Can you share a little bit about that and also maybe just touch on what you're hearing from your caregivers at University of Miami? Are they afraid that this is going to displace them from their jobs? Do they think this is technology that we should be adopting and welcoming?
Yeah. So first of all, Will, the only thing I'll just add to what you mentioned about the access, it's not just the primary care which is struggling in terms of access. You're right. Anything where someone can go to an emergency room, that's fine. So if someone has trauma or someone has a stroke or a heart attack or something, then access is not an issue because you can go to the nearest emergency room and get your care. But for a lot of other really threatening diseases like Parkinson's disease, rheumatoid arthritis, macular degeneration, there's so many, I can go on and on and on, where whether you are in rural Arkansas or Mississippi or you're in urban Miami, access to healthcare is really broken. It's really challenging. I mean, my health system, patient with movement disorders like Parkinson's disease, the next available appointment for a new patient is 6 to 9 months. And so every single day, I receive many text messages to see how I can help. And usually we are able to help. The point is that we have a huge asymmetry in terms of supply and demand for access. And the only way you can fix it is, in the short term, either expand your immigration and number two, in the long term, really expand our residency training and slots and stuff like that. But that was not your question, but I thought it was just important to mention about the access piece. Coming to artificial intelligence, Albert Einstein said that insanity is doing the same things and expecting a different outcome. So if we just keep on doing the same things, we're not going to fix a lot of our parts of our healthcare that is broken. So I think in that regard, artificial intelligence is a big hope, which can actually democratize and do a lot of great things. So the way we think about artificial intelligence in our healthcare system is we break it into 3 buckets: access, efficiency, and outcomes. When you talk about access, it's getting the right patient to the right doctor at the right time. Whether it is you calling with a headache to a call center or a healthcare system phone line, so that you could have just a stress headache or you could have a brain tumor. So it's very different how that phone call is handled. So whether it's an access to a patient, for a patient at a clinic level, or a patient who leaves the hospital after a great joint replacement done by Will, and then has some problems and doesn't know what to do after that. So anything access related, AI can help. And to that regard, we are actually working with a company called Scope Health, which is able to release an AI access agent to do outbound calls to screen patients for mammography in 4 weeks. And after 4 weeks of launching that AI access agent, that agent is now doing much better than a human agent in terms of scheduling appointments. And they don't tire. They'll make phone calls in the nights, weekends, what have you. So actually, and this is not about replacing jobs. It's about doing more with the existing number of people that we have. So that's the example of an access. In terms of efficiency, anything that helps the system be more efficient. So for doctors, as you all know, 2 to 3 hours every day in a doctor's day is spent in administrative work. So ambient dictation, where if you are talking to the patient, you don't look at the computer anymore. That encounter is recorded by your phone, which is converted into a clinic note that automatically does the coding and the billing and all those things. Just as one example of efficiency. So almost more than 1,000 of our doctors in our health system is using ambient dictation today. That's just one example, but you can go on and on to the efficiency. The most important and exciting thing for doctors and all of humanity is actually the outcomes. Like, will it really improve patient outcomes? So if you look at radiology, if you look at pathology, you look at drug discovery, you look at rare diseases, you look at so many things, that is where the real promise is. And while the society disagrees on many things in terms of what AI is going to do, the one thing it agrees upon is AI is going to really radically transform for the better life sciences. But the outcomes part is more difficult because all the easy parts, by the way, talking about job replacement, after the software coding industry, healthcare is the only industry that has really adopted AI faster than any other industry. The difference is, if you are doing anything in software, it's a verifiable outcome, which means you know very quickly whether AI works or does not work. In healthcare, for the outcomes piece, there's a long latent period for many diseases. It can take years, if not decades, to know whether it works or it does not work. So it's going to take time, but that's the way we are approaching AI at a system level. And every week I meet 2 or 3 healthcare tech, AI, CEO founders, and I couldn't be more excited in terms of the talent that's trying to solve for healthcare.
Great answer. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dipan. So George, I mean, as a past U.S. senator, as a member of our state government here in the state of Florida for many years, and now as the chairman of one of the, I would say, the premier business law firm across the state, maybe across the entire country.
Can I get that recorded?
Done. You're meeting with healthcare systems, with doctors, with inventors, right? And they all have ideas on how to make healthcare better today. But there are barriers, right? There are legal barriers, there are compliance barriers. As you think through some of those barriers today, what are the things, number one, what are the big barriers that come to mind? And how can we mitigate those barriers to make it smoother so that a new company with a great idea, maybe transformational technology, can get into a healthcare system more quickly, more effectively, and lead to the outcomes that Dipan's talking about?
Thank you. So I think everybody knows that the most bureaucratic thing in America is healthcare. This is a battleship that was launched like 60 years ago, where you have a system where you have the federal government is involved as a payor and regulator, where you have insurance companies that are payors and in a way regulators. You have a federal regulatory scheme, you have state regulatory schemes. So you come up with an invention, there could be 50 different rules in 50 different states. And states are not quick to adopt. The federal government is slower to adopt. And that's a legal problem. Then you also have the structural problems of different providers working on different platforms. So electronic records, medical records would be a great example of, does my system talk to your system? You're the CEO, you are the CEO of Cleveland Clinic. If Cody comes and brings a great invention and you want to implement it, will your system allow for that invention to be used at the clinic? Will the insurance company reimburse for it? Will it fit with your ERM platform? There's just so many challenges in bureaucracy. And I think what we all need to do, because I agree with the doctor, this is probably the most exciting time in healthcare, and probably just the most exciting time that you could live through. What's going to, in 10 years, can you imagine, I'm not sure we can, what the world's going to look like with technology and artificial intelligence? I mean, we're just in the first inning of what's going to happen in terms of the ability to cure diseases, solve problems, make life more efficient. For sure, lots of negative potential outcomes too, but what a tremendously exciting time. And the great crime would be if we did not implement these inventions and integrate them into our healthcare system because our bureaucracy wouldn't let us do so. One thing the Council of 100 is doing is we are not waiting for government to solve problems. We're going to try to do it ourselves. So we are setting up incubators in different spaces. We've set one up here in West Palm Beach with Related Ross on financial tech. We have one on defense industry technology. We're working with eMERGE in Miami. We're going to set up a healthcare incubator. And we're going to ask our members, we have most of the major healthcare systems, their CEOs are in the Council of 100, and we're going to ask them, like tomorrow, what are the 3 biggest problems you have from a technology challenge that you would like solved? Then we're going to stand up. We're going to be announcing this in June, so you'll see a press release. We are standing up an incubator with Tampa General and Embark Collective in Tampa. That's Jeff Vinnick's incubator. And we are going to bring in companies who have potential solutions for those 3 technology problems. And then we're going to try to fund them, build them, and scale them so Florida can be a leader in that and solve a real problem. And just bypass sort of all of the structure of government because, you know that expression, I'm from the government and I'm here to help? It's not true, except when Mary was there. So I think there are all of these legal structures. There are system-wide barriers. And I think for everyone in this room, we have to find ways around those barriers legally in order to make sure innovation's brought to healthcare and to patients.
And maybe just to take that a step further, George, it sounds even, as you're thinking about where you are as a company today, right? And maybe you're not even a company. Maybe you're just a great idea or a provisional patent application written on a napkin that you're getting ready to submit. There are a lot of things that you ought to be thinking about early, right? Should you be a C Corp, an S Corp, an LLC? Where do you want to incorporate your company? Do you want to file a patent, or is this going to be a trade secret, right? So probably getting good legal advice early on is extraordinarily important so that you set things up the right way, because if you're 5-10 years down the line as a C Corp or an S Corp, to change that takes some real calisthenics.
Absolutely, and we advise clients on those kind of questions every day to make sure that they're going to make the most of their invention, and make the most of their opportunity, make the most of their business, and not be stuck in a structure where it doesn't work for them.
So Mary, you mentioned today as the president of the Florida Hospitals, or president and CEO of Florida Hospital Association, you represent over 240 hospitals and healthcare systems across the state. As I think about the state of Florida, it's honestly like a country, right? I mean, Northeast Florida is very different than Northwest Florida, very different than Southeast Florida, than the Keys, than Central Florida, really different geographies, different cultures, different people. And in your scenario, very different healthcare systems, right? You can go from a large academic medical center like the University of Miami all the way to small rural hospitals in Belglade, right? Very, very different needs. As you think through these different hospitals, these different hospital types, there must be certain themes that you're hearing, right? Needs, desires that they're looking for to help them to kind of get to the next level. Whether it's a University of Miami that might be looking, to cure, a certain type of colon cancer or urological cancer, all the way to the rural hospital that's just making sure that we're getting all of our children appropriately vaccinated or making sure that they're getting the right care to begin with. So what are those themes that you hear about?
No, it's a great question, and really to build off of what's been discussed already, we have this vision of continuing to sustain world-class care in the United States. But it's still built on this antiquated operational structure, largely dictated by government payers. So regardless of whether or not you are a hospital in Miami or in rural Florida, Mariana, Florida, you are still affected by the fact that 45 to 50% of your patients are paid for by Medicare and Medicaid, two government payers that often drive what you are able to support in advance. So to put this in perspective, again, as you're thinking about your audience, 47% of all the hospitals in Florida have a margin of 5% or less. So it's the difference between pioneering or bailing out the boat. And the concern that I have about where we need to be versus what is happening here and around the country is we're still being driven by a crisis-oriented policy environment. Government rarely looks out 6 months to a year. Legislators, policymakers are often looking to their next election. Hospitals, I'll use a great example. I toured recently a brand new emergency department. Unbelievable, the new structure of this emergency department. They're trying to get rid of the waiting area, to bring patients directly in to see a physician, to triage efficiently. That took years to develop, to raise the capital, to execute, to implement, to deal with all of the regulatory. And yet we're up against a policy arena where the shifting sands are actually counterproductive to that. You know, the other example is hospital at home. Hospital at home emerged out of a crisis during the pandemic. We called it hospitals without walls. We're going to respond to decompress hospitals. We're going to help support and ensure the capacity in the hospital system. And then it took off. Right? And regulators began to see the potential. Of course, we had to change a bunch of laws and regulations in order to allow that to flourish. But more recently, it was still operating under a temporary waiver, a 5-year waiver that expired on September 30th at the exact same time that the federal government shut down. So all of a sudden, all of these programs across the country operating hospitals at home were told all of your patients either need to be transferred back to the hospital or discharged. So you have this disconnect between this need to constantly innovate against this misalignment with payers and government policy. My fear is this has got to move away from simply sustainability to the opportunity to modernize, to continue to drive that sophisticated approach to healthcare. But you are running up against the barriers that George mentioned, the inefficiency that Dipen mentioned. And so how do we constantly overcome that ingrained resistance?
You know, it's interesting as you mentioned some of the changes that happened, you know, in 2020 during COVID. It was probably the single most transformational time in healthcare when it came to new technologies. I remember the rules around virtual care being essentially changed overnight, right? The FDA changing, vaccine policies with Moderna and with Pfizer to get mRNA vaccines through as quickly as possible. From a technological advancement perspective, and very candidly, I'm kind of embarrassed to say this, but even from a common sense perspective, it became a lot easier in many ways to practice medicine for that period of time because the goal was just save lives. Don't worry about all these other things. Just if your hospital's overrun, do what you need to do, save lives. It was a pretty fascinating time, really. Cody, let's touch on some of the work that you've done because obviously you've been on the other side of this, right? Starting from scratch, building a company, going through the FDA, and there are a lot of steps that I think people don't really understand, right? A lot of folks think, well, if I have a product that's FDA cleared, great. Everyone's going to want it. I'm going to be able to sell it. I'm going to get paid.
That was the hope.
That's the hope, right? But many times, right, CMS still has to assign a code. You have to get paid. The commercial payers have to agree to it, or else you're going to go direct to consumer and hope that people are going to pay hundreds or thousands of dollars for a technology. So walk us through kind of that process of thinking through your regulatory process, how that plays a role in your innovation, and then once you've kind of checked those boxes, going to the healthcare system or going to the practice, going to the payers and saying, okay, I've got a great product, transformational product, help me get this into the hands of providers so that our patients can benefit from this.
A key thing that we did early on, and it was pretty significant investment, but I think very worthwhile, was was there a study design or a potential combination of studies that could satisfy both FDA and payers? Because ideally, when you get FDA authorization, you'd also have the evidence needed to have CMS and commercial payers on board. Unfortunately, that wasn't really the case, because the conundrum for us was, how do you do real world, demonstrate in real world setting level 1 evidence, as AMA defines it, that the device is improving skin cancer detection, helping avoid unnecessary referrals and biopsies, if the device hasn't yet been validated and authorized, and doctors aren't really using it to actually change patient management for potential cancer patients, right? So we did a lot of work on that early on, literally like 8 years ago, with some top reimbursement folks saying, is there a way to talk to lawyers? Almost met with CMS about it, but decided not to kind of formally engage them. So decided, okay, kind of 2-step approach, do the validation studies showing the device is as accurate as dermatologists, 2 published studies on that, more accurate than PCPs, 2 published studies on that, and that PCPs using the device perform better than not using the device, but those were essentially reader studies, right? So physicians add a computer, they assess a lesion case, how would I manage this, and they get the device output, and they say how they'd manage it. Payers, almost meaningless, that evidence, right? Because in their mind, well, they're not using it on real patients, how does this lead to downstream improvements, et cetera? There's a lot of holes they poke in that. So that's what we planned for right after clearance, kicking off a couple large real-world evidence studies to get those payers on board. So those studies are ongoing. In the meantime, we've been pursuing exactly what you said. So some customers are doing cash pay. There's been great use of the benefit in primary care. A lot of PCPs aren't documenting that they do skin exams, right? About 1/3 of primary care visits involve skin conditions in some way, 1/4 to 1/3, but they're often secondary, right? Someone comes in for an annual physical, or steroid injection, or a bad cold. They're like, oh, by the way, while I'm here, my wife noticed a mole on my back. What do you think, right? And so them actually more formally doing and documenting that they're doing skin exams, documenting device use as part of E&M, and also miscellaneous codes, has been somewhat effective, but certainly a Cat 1 CPT code with coverage and payment is the goal. And I will admit I was overly, you can pick your word, optimistic, naive, at the importance of the revenue model and ROI aspect needing to be in place. But I think for the early years leading up to that, there's a lot of value-based organizations, self-insured employers, concierge practices, big groups like Optum that are very receptive and excited about our product, even prior to having the Cat 1 code with coverage in place.
You touched on something interesting there, and I'm not sure, I don't think that most people really recognize this, right? The sense, in the United States at least, is the insurer is the bad guy, right? But the reality of it is the insurer really isn't the bad guy. In most cases, the insurer isn't really on the hook for your cost, right? I mean, it's your employer. In most cases, right, if you work for a large organization, in most cases, the risk of your medical care is actually borne by your employer. That's how it works in the United States. The insurer is really kind of the third-party administrator that's just putting together the benefit package that your employer buys into and thinks is the appropriate benefit package. So I think that's number one. I think it's important to recognize that. Number two, and I think Cody said it very well, recognizing, if you follow the trail of money, in many cases, going direct to employer makes a lot of sense, right? The employers are, in many cases, the ones taking the risk. So they may see the value. Mary, it looks like you want to say something.
But I think, again, you've got to look at the misalignment between how far out is that employer looking in terms of the impact on navigating their premiums versus advancing new technology, new pharmaceuticals that may take time to prove their ROI. And again, that is what we are generally up against in healthcare, whether it's the, insurance companies, United, Humana, administering Medicare, Medicaid, or even employer-based. It's a very short window that they're evaluating directly related to actuarial analysis and their premiums versus hospitals, healthcare trying to look more long-term at population health and innovative opportunities to advance population health. It's a big disconnect.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. I think that's exactly right. And then when you factor onto that the average American only stays with an insurer for a little less than 3 years, the reality of it is there's not really a lot of incentive for that insurer to make sure that squamous cell carcinoma that was picked up by your product that maybe won't require a lot of care for 5 or 10 or 12 years, their view is, well, why should I pay for it now?
And that reminds me a lot, our board member, yet again, he's said this to me many times, reminding me at our board meeting 2 weeks ago, follow the money, and for better or worse. And so we've seen some important use cases pop up prior to having that, Cat 1 code coverage and payment. Like the mentioned earlier, the 6 to 9 month wait time for the specialist. That happens in dermatology all the time. UM's probably a similar. So we saw a big unexpected value of the device being, okay, the likelihood of a high-risk result, 61% chance of being skin cancer. Let's push those patients to the front of the line. So we've seen some health systems, the dermatology department, champion the device, saying finally there's an objective way to systematically prioritize high-risk cancer referrals. There's never been an objective way to do that before. So that doesn't depend on having a Cat 1 code coverage payment, right? So some of the benefits to dermatology, and now we can do more procedures, biopsies, excisions, et cetera. Also, we've seen some dermatology and primary care leaders say, do we really need dermatologists to do shape biopsies? Why don't we just train some primary care mid-levels and have them in primary care now doing those? And biopsies are well reimbursed, right? So there's some kind of indirect ways that still financially and clinically benefit organizations without having a Cat 1 code coverage and payment, right?
George?
In listening to all this and knowing all the frustrations there are about getting to the right provider and with all this emerging technology, if the United States doesn't get this right, the technology, people are going to go to the technology anyway. They're going to bypass their doctor. They're going to go, you're going to have an app online and they're going to do it themselves, or they're going to go to Mexico, right? It's already starting to happen where people are leaving the United States to get quicker, cheaper health care in other places. And as technology improves the quality of care in other jurisdictions, the U.S. will lose out if it has this sort of broken battleship model.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Dippin, you've sat on both sides of this, right? So, you and I both, in our younger years, as a young urologist, a young orthopedic surgeon, we would get hit up all the time by companies with new technologies, and I'd get excited about it, and I'd say, man, I really want to use this. I'd take it to our hospital, take it to our new product committee, whether it was a transformational technology or an evolutionary advancement. I'd say, this is really going to change the world. I really want to get this through. No. That's usually what would happen, right? We already have enough of these. We're not going to add another one. Walk us through a little bit your thought process today. I mean, having worn both hats now, both as the CEO of a healthcare system as well as a practicing physician, what are the things that you look at for a new technology to say, this is special. This warrants us to add this either on our formulary or on a trial basis. We're going to let this in and we'll evaluate it.
We're not working with UM yet, so I'm very excited to hear the answer to this question.
First of all, you mentioned about younger days. Speak for yourself, Will. I still feel pretty young. So that's a great question. I think this is where I think who makes that decision is vitally important. The way I look at it is, I look at two things. Number one, who's asking for the new technology? In healthcare, past performance is a good indicator for future performance. If there's some superstar like you, who is an innovator, who is a proven entity, who well recognized in your field, and there's something new that you want to try, of course you should try that. You should be the first person in the country to try that and show the world whether it works or it does not work. So that's what I would do. Look at the person who's asking for it, obviously evaluate the technology, and how does it add value? Now what happens is most health systems and administrators go for short-term ROI, either capital, the expense, or ROI. And almost none of these technologies ever will give you a short-term ROI. You have to look at the long-term picture. I mean, I'll give you an example. We launched the world's first surgical AI agent. Basically, what that does is, by the time I've finished my surgery, by the time the surgery is done, from the video, the entire operative report is dictated. I edit the report. It automatically codes and builds. It's now integrated into Epic, and now it's bidirectional with EHR and surgery. That means I can evaluate any surgical outcomes with post-operative outcomes through a surgical chatbot. No, not a chatbot, through a surgical generative AI agent. So I started with urology, but now 118 surgeons across the system in 18 specialties are using it. We have done this on 5,000 patients, which is 5,000 more than any other place in the country. I didn't even think about the cost, but now when you look back, the cost was $215,000 a year, which is less than one patient on Keytruda or one of these newer medications. But the downstream impact in terms of standardization of quality, documentation, 20% of all medical legal cases are lost because of lack of proper documentation. So, I mean, there's just so many things, but that's the difference between a bean counter and an innovator. When you have a bean counter as an administrator, all the lens is the ROI. But when you have, at your very core, wishing the best for the patient, wishing the best outcomes, that's when real magic happens in my mind. And I just want to follow up on what both George and Mary mentioned. I don't think that there's any one solution to fix. We have talked a lot about the problems, but when you talk about solutions, it has to happen at many levels, right? Government, payers, hospitals, health systems. But follow the money is the right answer, because ultimately this is the only industry and the only country in the world where people get paid for activity, not for outcomes. So you and I know, well, we are two surgeons, and let's say we operate on a patient, you do the best and I do the worst, and we get paid the exact same amount. So anyway.
I would say, though, I am optimistic that we are at a very different crossroads today. And I do believe that where AI and its potential in healthcare may ultimately be the driver of such rapid change that we so desperately need in healthcare. Between the workforce shortages, a rapidly aging baby boomer population, so demand skyrocketing, and this administrative inefficiency, this friction point, this burden and this expense, right? Hundreds of billions of dollars in preventable administrative expense. The opportunity to address that through AI and other technological advancements, that's what's going to contribute to the future sustainability of this healthcare system and the opportunity to innovate and to modernize. I actually think we are at a much better place today to transform this antiquated operational system to begin to focus on data-informed decision-making, clinical decision-making that aligns with payment for outcomes.
Like ambient clinical scribes, it's already happening, right? I think saving physicians a lot of time, helping with burnout.
Yeah, we have 1,000 physicians doing ambient dictation. But I 100% agree with Mary. Same thing. If you can't do things the same way, AI is going to really radically democratize and improve, and has the potential of removing a lot of these inefficiencies and barriers and administrative bureaucracy.
So, just getting back to our the title of our topic here, Cracking the Enterprise Health System. I'm just going to summarize what I heard because it looks like our time is up. So let me just go through a couple kind of take-home messages that I heard loud and clear. First, on the legal side, set up your business correctly the first time. Get the right advice on the front end of your program so that you understand the compliance challenges that you're going to have. You understand, the difference between a C Corp, an S Corp, an LLC, where you want to incorporate. Have a good idea of what your intellectual property strategy is going to be. Is this going to be a trade secret? You're going to get patents. Those are going to become public. What is that going to look like for you? Follow the money. Think through that carefully up front so you have a clear payer model. I think one of the things that I heard from Mary loud and clear, which is a major misconception here, is that the average hospital in the United States makes less than 5% of EBITDA. That's the reality of it. And actually, if you look across the country, 50% of hospitals in the U.S. lose money on the delivery of healthcare. Now, if you're a nonprofit, maybe you're making it up through, you've got an endowment, maybe you're doing things in philanthropy, but the delivery of healthcare in the hospital setting is not a guaranteed way to make money. So don't go in there with the feeling that hospitals are rich, they're going to shower you with cash. Have a real strategy around that. And then from Dippen's perspective, find kind of that rock star clinician champion for you and arm that person with the right argument on why your technology does warrant an opportunity to be used in that healthcare system. So those are my take-home messages. Thank you guys all very much. It was such an honor to be on the stage with you all, and thank you to MedTech World for having us.
I think that was a fantastic way to start the day. Thank you so much to the first 5 speakers who spoke about the health systems and the journey one must take to navigate that. Moving on now from a health system perspective to a market access perspective and getting those first customers. I'd like to welcome the next panelists to the stage, unlocking US market access, regulatory, reimbursement, and your first customers. Please give a warm welcome to Blythe Caro, founder and principal at the Caro Advisory Group, Angela Patterson, principal consultant at CS Life Sciences, Merce Guerra, associate director, regulatory affairs of MedTech at Alira Health, Danielle Isabega, member at Cozen O'Connor, and Dr. Jose Osorio, founder and managing partner at 3PH Alliance, New Pulse Capital.
Jose better hurry up.
Unlocking U.S. market access, regulatory, reimbursement, and your first customers.
No, where's the timer? Oh, great. So I have no view of the timer. Someone will just have to let me know. Hi, everyone. Blythe Caro here from the Caro Advisory Group. I also founded and authored the Device Files, which is a weekly Substack on all things U.S. market commercialization in MedTech and wearables, giving updates on FDA, CMS, things like that as well. And through the Caro Advisory Group, I help companies with those same topics. I've done about 25 years in MedTech in the U.S., getting products to market, everything from really understanding that voice of customer, integrating it into the product design, and then making sure your entire commercial And on the panel today, I know we already had an introduction, but we'll let each person go through and introduce themselves and why they're on this panel. So, Danielle?
Hi, thanks for having me, everyone. I'm Danielle Cepega. I'm a member in COSEN's Health Life Sciences group. We focus on everything from traditional healthcare, so think physician practices, health systems, reimbursement, fraud and abuse, all the way to the life sciences end, things like FDA regulatory strategy, digital health. I started my career early on in an academic medical center, actually. I was in-house with Penn Medicine up in Philadelphia. And then slowly I've kind of made my way over into the more life sciences heavy space. So I was really excited to be asked to speak on this panel because I think especially reimbursement, that was something that I focused on very early on, obviously on the hospital physician side. But reimbursement is something that's not focused on early enough, I think, especially for early stage companies who are just getting started. So thank you so much for having me here.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. And Angela.
Hi, I'm Angela Patterson. I'm a quality regulatory clinical consultant with 29 years experience. I started off in a sort of weird situation in a company in Scotland where the guy that ran the quality regulatory department was you learn everything by being thrown in at the deep end. So you became a jack of all trades, everything from quality systems, technical files, 510Ks, clinical trials, validations, you name it, did it. So the result is a weird list of experiences where people say, how can you possibly know all that? And it just came from 15 years of being taught by a crazy man to do absolutely everything.
I think that's startup life, huh?
That is startup life, and that was a massive company that I worked for at the time. And what that has done is, as a consultant, it's made me really in a good position to work with the one-person company, the startup, the people that are coming out of the universities and things like that. And that really is where my passion is to help these people to get these really innovative products to market as fast as possible.
Merce?
Yes, so good morning, everyone. My name is Marce Guerra, and I'm working at Alira Health, which is a global consultancy focused on healthcare products. My role is an associate director in the regulatory MedTech department, so I share some, capabilities with Angel, just, helping companies to achieve regulatory compliance either in Europe or in the US by the FDA. And then with my colleagues at Alira Health, we cover like the full cycle development of products with market access insights. We have also a management consulting department, a clinical CRO, and again, just trying to help companies to put their product on the market.
Great. And our last is Jose.
Good morning. Great to be here. So I'm a practicing physician. I'm an electrophysiologist, so just heart rhythm problems. And looking at workflow challenges and evolving workflows, and I started a company focused on real-world evidence that now evolved from a preclinical animal lab to clinical trials and real-world evidence. And then most recently launched a venture studio with my partners that are here, really trying to get clinicians and connected with startups. That's New Pulse Capital.
All right, great. So a little bit more about the panel. I think those of us that are here on stage feel a little bit like a broken record sometimes, trying to tell people how early you have to incorporate different parts of your strategy. I talk about it a lot on the device files. You can aim for market, and I think if you're in the prior panel, you heard Cody talk about a little bit how he hadn't really thought through the reimbursement side, and so he's still learning now to a certain extent and aiming in that direction. But it's not just reimbursement. We will talk about reimbursement, but there's a lot of blind spots and gotchas out there that you need to be thinking about early on, because each one of them can pivot where you're aiming commercially and how you're aiming commercially. It can even come back into your product design, into your clinical trials. So I wanted to just start, Merce, if you could walk us through some of the different pitfalls that you see different companies, early startups are potentially missing when they're doing their initial strategy.
Yeah, sure. So something that we commonly see when we're helping, our clients, like drafting the strategies, is that we see that they already have a strategy probably already drafted, but these strategies just focus on one goal, which is achieving regulatory compliance. And I mean, I'm a regulatory person, and I know how important is this, achieving FDA clearance or the CE mark in Europe. But I think that companies, let's say, have to shift in the sense that you don't have to build this strategy around just one audience, which is the regulator. I do think that, getting the clearance is just the starting line, but getting this approval will not guarantee that your product is then approved, that is used, by the healthcare professionals, that is reimbursed, paid, etc. So what we're trying to emphasize to our clients is that they really need to understand all the needs from the different audiences that we're targeting. First, the patients, what they really need. Are we really improving their lives with the device that we are providing? Or maybe we are adding something that is more burdensome. And we really have to understand this because maybe, this will have an impact on the design of the device and then, of course, regulatory and other aspects. We really need to understand as well the needs from the clinicians, how the clinical, workflow is working here in the United States, but also in Europe. We have a lot of different healthcare systems across Europe, and you really need to understand that as well. And of course, then we need to understand all the reimbursement pathways that could apply to this device. Because at the end, you have to, get all these insights. And I do really think that we need to try to build these integrated strategies from the beginning, as you were saying. Because otherwise, we treat them like as completely separate, entities. And this frequently leads up, to the duplication of clinical evidence that maybe you have to generate because you did not consider, some endpoints that could be relevant from the payers. And of course, this leads to more money, longer timelines, etc. So if I'm trying to, the message that maybe I'm trying to say is that I think it is very important that from the beginning, we understand we ask the right questions to all the audiences that we have to target. We understand their needs, and we are incorporating, to this overall regulatory/strategic strategy. And this is something that, it seems obvious, but it doesn't happen. And as I was saying before, we usually see that everything is built like achieving regulatory compliance, which is fine, but then you forgot about the other aspects. So this is something that we are trying, to help our clients with, and, getting people involved from the very beginning, from the different, audiences that we have to target.
Yeah. It's a good list. And I think one of the things that's daunting to a lot of people who have startups is that sounds like a lot of work and a lot of money to be spending on a lot of specialists, right? But I think, what a lot of people on this panel recognize is you can start layering in the analysis and the insight and having a partner that understands how to work with a startup where maybe your first stage isn't full-blown market access study of $120,000, but you can start talking about your health economic arguments that you're going to be making to the market. And that way your investor understands that you're at least thinking about it in the right way. Maybe that's the first baby step. So you can start kind of filling that in. But one of the things you mentioned was clinician workflows. So I wanted to go to Jose a little bit to talk about the different ways. I see that a lot where people, one of the last things they think about, surprisingly, is how is that actually going to be used by the doctor or in the clinic or in the ER? And I was wondering if you could maybe walk us through some of the things you see around that.
So a brief story. I started my career doing atrial fibrillation ablations. These are procedures that were 2-3 hours just 10, 15 years ago, right? And so pretty quickly, I was not having dinner with my family, and I wanted to become more efficient. So the focus on workflow for me, it started 10, 15 years ago, and it was a desire to become more efficient. And as I progressed through that, I realized that I couldn't just focus on the procedure part itself. So it was on everything, how the lab is set up, how my technicians are going to prepare for the technology, how the hospital is going to incorporate new technologies. So this is to say that I see that today for big companies, the big strategics, workflow is the battleground for them as they're creating ecosystems for adoption of their technology. You have to think about workflow, because once it becomes behavior, how a physician does a procedure, it is a moat for them. For a startup, a little different, but now think about my story. If I'm doing a procedure very efficiently, it'll come with a new technology, I'm going to think very carefully before adopting it if it's going to disrupt my day. So for a startup, what I see, unfortunately, frequently today is a lot of problem-solution fit. You have a great, clinically excellent technology, but no product-market fit. And where it breaks is indeed in the lack of consideration for the workflow until it's late. And what I think one should be doing, this is easily done, is early on understanding the friction where everything could break for your startup. And that process needs to be done with clinicians. At LSI, we met with 30 startups. Not one of them had clinicians in the founding team. So this presents a challenge for the startups, and I think it can be costly to have clinicians in your team early on, but there are ways to do this that are cost effective, including who you're going to partner for your capital and beyond just capital. But workflow today, it is core, and I think the other issue, I see some startups have a very narrow view of workflow. They're just thinking about one step in the procedure, and perhaps that's where mistakes can be made. If you're thinking of workflow as a technique of how I do one step in a procedure, you're going to forget to think about things such as how do I get this technology in the hospital? Is the VAC committee going to accept? What is the payment? If you come with a subscription model where my hospital doesn't like subscriptions, it's going to be a challenge. Do you need to bring a new piece of equipment? So any part of how it's going to be adopted and the entire friction mapping of that process needs to be done so that you find your wedge early on for clinical adoption.
Yeah, absolutely. I have medical devices of all sorts in my clients, but I get a lot of wearables. And so often, one of the things I find very interesting is they're so focused on the tech and making sure that they're getting the right reading, that they treat all of the software as an afterthought. And then they'll come to me and say, we just want you to tell us whether or not our commercialization plan makes sense. Our XYZ doctor is going to actually use it. And I'll say, okay, well, what's your software workflow look like? Are they doing remote patient monitoring? And is the doctor logging into that? Is the nurse logging into that? Are you printing out a report? How does that part work? And they go, oh, we haven't done that part yet. Well, I can't help you figure out what your uptake is going to be if you're not working through the other side of the equation yet. So I think that's very important. I think the other thing you sort of touched on is all the different types of workflows there are. And I think that leads into my next question around, when you think about reimbursement and the health economics plays you're going to be making, a lot of people just think, I need a CPT code. But there are a lot of different types of codes out there and different ways that you can work through, whether it's a payer or provider that's providing the payments for your product. So Danielle, I was wondering if you could walk us through some of those different pathways that you can be considering when it comes to how you might get your device paid.
Sure. So, you have your traditional payer pathways. Obviously when everyone thinks about American payer, you think Medicare, Medicaid. That's probably the most obvious one. Covers huge number of people in this country. And then as you would typically think about the private commercial payers, the Aetnas, the Blue Cross Blue Shields, the Cignas, they are a separate bucket, but oftentimes they sort of look to Medicare, Medicaid to see if Medicare, Medicaid is going to take the lead on something, and then they'll adopt it. Now, that's not always true 100% of the time. Sometimes the commercial payers are the first ones to adopt, and then Medicare kind of follows after the fact. Now, those are the sort of traditional pathways when you think about insurance coverage. You have to typically have a CPT, or not a CPT code specifically, but you have to have a code. You have to make sure you're getting paid in a way that keeps your product and company sustainable. It's sort of like a tripart, it's like a stool if you think about it. Coding, coverage, and payment. So those are the three biggies that you really have to think about. And without one of those in the stool will inevitably fall over. I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of that, but so that's, I'd say, the main payment pathway in this country. Now, there are other alternative pathways. So one other pathway that I think is actually underutilized to some extent are called Medicaid waivers. So Medicaid, it's a federal program, but each state has its own Medicaid program, and the state basically dictates how it's run. And there's something called a waiver that basically allows a state to ask the federal government for permission, basically, to adopt a program that might not necessarily fit neatly into a traditional bucket of health care. So a typical one that you might hear mentioned every now and again is a home and community-based waiver. So sometimes that will cover, and now for devices, I think that's more for devices that are consumer-facing. So things someone might use in their home, just for example. You might have an activity monitor in a home of someone who, for example, lives with an intellectually disabled adult who has a risk of eloping. So this technology might not be covered under, Aetna, or Medicare might not cover it, but under a Medicaid waiver, you actually can get payment for this technology that is benefiting the community, it's benefiting the patient, and it's really helping people. So, typically states they're looking for new technology, interesting technology that's really going to help benefit the community, it's going to help save money, it's going to help avoid hospital visits. So that's definitely a good pathway to look into if your technology is not one that necessarily might, again, fit in the traditional coverage or health insurance bucket. Other things, or I guess other vehicles, are things like HSAs and FSAs. Rather than thinking about whether it's reasonable and necessary under Medicare, or if it's approved or cleared by the FDA necessarily, it's more of an IRS-driven analysis. And I know people often brush those off because they're like, oh, well, it's relying on consumers paying out of pocket, and we're trying to avoid that because that's, that tends to be a barrier. It's a little different because it's pre-tax dollars that are put into these accounts, so the cost is defrayed, and you are only allowed to use those dollars for certain medical and health-related expenses. So I had a client, actually, it was a breast milk chiller, a really interesting item, and she did not go down the typical pathway of commercial coverage, but she did get into FSA and HSA, and she actually found a pretty good market there. And she found that because people, it was a defrayed cost because of the tax savings, she said, I'm actually doing pretty well just through this vehicle. Obviously there's the traditional pathway, but if you think creatively, there actually are other options out there.
It's very interesting. I love that waiver you were talking about, because I actually hadn't heard of that. And, one of the things I see a lot now are clients that come to me. I just had one the other week. They sent me a document and they said, okay, scope something based off of this. And I could tell that Claude wrote it for them. And they've learned so much about their coding and coverage through Claude. And, people don't realize how much of that information is off, doesn't think of all the nuances, is missing opportunities. And, there are so many opportunities to have AI lead you astray or not be creative enough for what you need. And so I think this is a good opportunity to encourage everyone to realize that you still need to use the experts to a certain extent. I see that happen also in the regulatory side of things, people who accidentally push themselves into a PMA where they could get more creative about it. I think one of the things that, when we talk about you need to do it early and you need to be thinking through all these things, it can slow you down later commercially, but you also, if you're being proactive about it, there are ways that you can speed up your pipeline to revenue. And a lot of that ends up falling into things like how you're planning out your clinical trials. So I was wondering, Angela, if you could walk us through some of the different ways that by being proactive, you can actually be speeding things up for your company, because time is money.
Time is indeed money.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I find that happens a lot with startups and founders is they have huge ideas. They want a device that can do 5, 6, 7 different things. And what I always try to do is find that focus. What is the first thing we can do? What is the first thing we can do to get revenue? Because if you focus on 5, 6, 7 things, it could take 5, 6, 7 years. Whereas if you pick the first one, to Josie's point, if you find some key opinion leaders, some clinicians, talk to them, what do they need? What do they want? Then that is the starting point. From there, you can do your regulatory strategy. What is going to be the classification? Is there an easy way in? Can we make it Class 1 exempt first and then add indications later? So it's all about, can we do Class 1 exempt? Will we have payers for Class 1 exempt? And then, can we add that other indication later on where it becomes Class 2, maybe needs a 510K, something like that. In terms of the clinical data, when you're collecting clinical data, if you have to do it pre-market, you want a one-size-fits-all study. Europe is tricky right now, as I'm sure you'll agree. In Europe, they need safety and performance objectives for everything. And what that really means is when you're designing a clinical study, it's not about the indication. Yes, we have an indication. We have what the device is intended to do. But we also need to have all these performance and safety measures as required by Europe so that you can then transfer that data into Europe. So what that really means is really very early on engaging with a regulatory clinical professional to help you design what that looks like. And some of it is really quite bizarre, frankly, because you're collecting things that you don't really know why you need to collect it. But it's trying to future-proof yourself so that once you've done a study, you can then use that study to get into Europe. I can't stress enough how awkward Europe is right now in terms of the data they expect you to collect. So it makes real good sense to plan that study with the future really in mind, because it can save you years and millions just to do that a couple of years earlier, just to make your study that little bit more complicated now will make it a lot simpler moving forward. Back to Josie's point on the key opinion leaders, that is absolutely critical. I've worked with companies who've gotten all the way, they've got a 510K, they figured out they needed reimbursement because quite often nobody thinks about that unless someone highlights it to them. And then they go out and they try and sell it. And the doctors say, I don't need that. What's that for? I can't use that. That's going to add time to my day. And all of that comes because they didn't engage with people like yourself really early on. And this doesn't need to be, you don't need to have a clinician on staff. This just means you need to get out there, you need to talk to people, you need to know who your key opinion leaders are. Because if you have a good product, the doctors will want to talk to you. You might have to buy them a sandwich, but they will want to talk to you to help you get there. And I think that is absolutely critical in the startup world.
Yeah, nice. And I think, when you talk about doing the clinical work, one of the things I've noticed has been a change in the last decade maybe is CMS doesn't always like foreign clinical studies because they're not sure on how it works through the clinical workflow side of things. So you also need to be planning towards that. I think there's a lot you can do in evidence plan generation to start front-loading some of that work and being strategic about it, but also understanding that you might not, most likely, can't just get away with one study that you submit to the FDA and it's going to cover everything you need for CMS, because those bodies both think very differently about what it is they want to see in a study. So you want to work through all of that. I think what would be interesting right now is, we all have a variety of clients that we work with, but I'd love to hear from each of you sort of what's your favorite. I'm happy to hear all the different work you do. I think we got a little bit at the beginning, but what's your favorite type of project or client that you like to work with? I know personally I get really jazzed about product portfolio and the cadence and product pipeline. Like what is a must-have in this first MVB product in order to get to market properly? But, I do everything from that to getting people ready for a commercial launch. Danielle, what do you think is your favorite type of project or client to work with?
I really like the super early stage startups. There's something about the energy and the excitement that they have this product that they're so jazzed about, and it's often just an amazing product that I'm so excited to get them rolling on. And they're often undaunted by, surprisingly, you'd be surprised, by everything that I tell them. I mean, it's like drinking from a fire hose when you say, well, you have to think about this, you have to think about that, and blah, blah, blah. They just say, we got it. Like, we want to get this on the market. We want to help people, and this is how our device is going to help people, and we're just going to figure it all out. I just love that energy. So that's my personal favorite.
Yeah, very cool. And Angela?
I love the really early stuff too. The someone that comes and says, hey, I have an idea, and it's either a scrap of paper or sometimes a 3D printed prototype. Can you get that on the market for me next week? Love that. It's brilliant. It's so much fun. The other side of it is the clinician products. A lot of ideas come out of hospitals, they come out radiologists and anesthesiologists. They just figure out something that can make their life a little bit easier, and they come into this world of MedTech as the users. But they've had this awesome idea, and they're, okay, I've got this. What do I do now? That's the real fun. That's the good stuff.
Yeah, as long as they can afford to bring us on, I think. Jose and I were talking earlier about how a lot of times a startup is either a product looking for a place to implement, which is not a bad thing. They have something that works and could be implemented in 5 different ways, which is the best way for them. Or a group that starts with a problem that they need to solve, and they're trying to figure out what tech to put into it. And I think at both ends of the spectrum are very interesting. Mercedes, what about you?
Yeah, I really like as well working with, early stage products. Especially we have a lot of projects where the companies want to know, do I go to Europe first or, FDA first? So you have to start drafting all these scenarios. And as Angela was saying, do we have the option to be maybe a Class 1 exempt or a 510K versus a de novo? And then in Europe, we are a Class A, Class B, So I really like to start playing these scenarios as well. Also, when we have, our market access team working as well, you start drafting all these, strategies and brainstorming with the company, and then you end up with like a strategy that, will help this company to achieve compliance and put the product on the market. Yeah.
That does sound interesting.
Yeah.
Jose, what about you?
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it a fun project, but really my mission is to bring physicians' voices to startup ecosystem earlier and with more touch points and more frequently. And it's, Angela said great things about the model and the problems. I think more than just bringing one physician, one KOL, you got to bring mainstream physicians or those that are doing these procedures in masses. In large numbers, even bringing just one KOL or a KOL may be a problem. If you are a surgical device that requires extreme expertise and technique, you may have a very small fraction of the physician population that's going to be able to use. That's friction. That's an adoption challenge. So getting physicians' voices very early and who you talk to, the types of physicians, a very heterogeneous group of physicians, different practice settings, career stage, interests into the startup ecosystem for advice and to help shape the product and find product market fit is what my passion is.
Great. Well, I want to thank everybody for joining me on stage. I know it says we've got a couple more minutes left, but I know we started a little late, so maybe we'll let them catch up on it. I think if we tried to do another round of questions, we might go over. So it's been really fun having you guys join me on stage. I hope you guys learned a little bit on how you can get proactive for preparing for commercialization and launch. You know, it's really a complicated puzzle, and I think everybody on this stage, like me, really enjoys figuring out how to solve that puzzle. And so we love helping people with that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you to the last set of panelists on such a remarkable discussion on US market access, some discussion that's always very important at MedTech conferences. Next up, we're going to be hearing from 4 very brilliant innovators. This is something that we love doing at MedTech World, is giving innovators a chance to showcase what they've, work on, give, sweat and tears into building their innovation and sharing their story and background with you all. So we're going to hear from 4 presenters who will be coming on stage in a minute. The first one, I'd like to give a very warm welcome to Farooq Usman, who is the founder and CEO at Bionics. So he will come on stage and tell you all about his exciting innovation. Farooq, welcome.
Company Showcase by Bionics. Farooq Usman, CEO at Bionics.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me a chance to be here. And the thing that I wanted to bring to you is how we are treating our dialysis patients or our loved ones. It could be your mother, it could be your father. So the way we are treating dialysis patients is very horrible. What we do, we put a needle or 2 needles in the arm, and then the blood goes in the machine. At the end of the treatment, the patient feel pretty much exhausted. We make those patients absolutely useless for the society, for their own family, for the workforce. They just need a bed. They're just tired. And then in the process, we expose them to all sorts of blood-related infections. One of the places where I am operating overseas, 72% of hemodialysis patients get hepatitis C, 4% of those patients get HIV. So there is a way where we can treat these patients in a way when they get up in the morning, they're fresh. They have energy. They live a life. They go to a job. This is my dream. If my own mom goes for dialysis, she should be at the comfort of her home, no needles, no blood, and energy, and preserve her residual kidneys and heart health. So this is how 85% of Americans are getting treated in a dialysis center, where they become absolutely useless at the end of the treatment. This is one of my earliest patients overseas that I started. It's home, it's no medical staff, no blood involved, no HIV risk, no needles, and no depression. People are active at the end of the treatment. They go back to work, they earn money for their family, and they're just happier. So that was a dream. We are the first startup company last 40 years to get FDA clearance on APD cycler. And we have not just one product, we have a series of products which are going to change every single element of dialysis inside out. So what we will do, we will get rid of acid and toxins from the dialysis. The way Alexander Fleming removed hydrochloric acid-based stuff from the wound cleaning in 1928, we are going to remove acidic solutions from the history of dialysis for the very first time. We're going to preserve your malnutrition problems. People will not be losing protein. We'll improve your heart health. And we'll get rid of all the millions of bags that we are throwing in the environment as plastic. So today, all of these AGEs and GDs will be gone, and we are working on it. These boxes will be gone. The opportunity, the biggest opportunity is here in US. It's a $44 billion industry, just alone in US. Then reinventing dialysis is another opportunity by itself. It's like reinventing a new drug. And after that, globally, 87% of the world do not get dialysis. I'm already operating in multiple countries. I have patients overseas, and we have operation in 3-4 countries, and we are working on expanding more. So $44 billion industry, and we can get you all the data. We understand this market very well. And why it's moving to home, that's another topic, which is the right thing. Government push is there. There's a device and disposables play. And this is the team that pretty much created this industry to begin with. Rod Kenley was the first person to start first CAPD in America and world's first home hemo. And he's a co-founder with me, and Doug has been in this space for many, many years. So we have raised $22 million. We have built 2 factories. We have treated patients in a hospital setting as well as home setting. We have built a research center in Chicago and an overseas operations in multiple places. We have built a team. We got SGS audits, and we built multiple new factories, and we are expanding fast. And then this is one of the new plants that is coming up. But important point is CMS pays $51,000 per patient. CMS plus private pay average is $51,000. And there is plenty of money there. There's no shortage of money because this is the only organ which is covered by the federal government, no matter how much income you have, what is your age. We have socialized medicine for kidney care in America. We know who our customers are, and some of them are investing in bionics. Some of the small players need us more than the big players. There are 81,000 PD patients today, which is going to increase. And these are the people who have been investing in bionics across US, and most of them are nephrologists themselves. So I started with overseas, then I'm going into US, Dallas, San Diego, California, and then I got an invitation to be in Africa last weekend, and we are starting Africa as well, both Ethiopia and Kenya, which is pretty cool. And then I have patients in Dallas as well. So this is one of those patients that gave us a thank you note. And we are building a massive cloud infrastructure around it, which is going to change the way dialysis works. It's just not devices, it's a cloud infrastructure connected AI-based system. So there has been companies who have shown $2 billion exits here in the space. And this is where we are. We started from nothing in 2019. We treated human beings. We showed the patient will live longer and better. And we are working towards our way towards $2 to $5 billion exit and an IPO. So thank you for listening. And it's time to reinvent dialysis inside out for our own mothers and fathers.
Thank you, Farouk, for that presentation. And may I remind everyone in the room to please connect with these founders, use our networking platform, find them on the exhibition floor and in the networking receptions that we have planned. Let's show them that engagement that they truly deserve. Next up, it is my pleasure to present the next company, Piragon. And coming up on stage is Rigu Gupta, CEO at Piragon. Welcome.
Showcased by Piragon INC. Rigu Gupta, CEO at Piragon INC.
Good morning, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here. So when you hear dreaded news about a loved one who had a stroke or someone who's on a ventilator, you hardly think that the eventual recovery and fate is dependent on them drowning in their own secretions, may it be saliva or backward flow of stomach acid. And this is known as aspiration, which sets in a dangerous sequence of events which lead into life-threatening pneumonia and in cases to an eventual death. I've personally suffered this loss. My mom, who had stroke a few years ago, she had aspiration and eventually developed pneumonia and passed away from this. And this is a vicious cycle. One develops brain plasticity due to stroke, causing loss of coordination and difficulty in swallowing. And in situations where sedatives or anesthesia is given, that causes loss of tone of the stomach acid, and as a result, stomach acid spills into the lungs and causes damage to the lungs or pneumonia. This damage to the lungs needs ventilator, and when the patients are on the ventilator, the breathing is done through the machine, and the main muscle of their breathing, that's diaphragm, is not working. And as a result, it leads to atrophy of the diaphragm. And such a critical ill state suppresses the vagus nerve and causes more inflammation. And this is a serious problem, aspiration. It kills almost 200,000 patients every year in the United States alone and costs about $36 billion. Now, nothing's changed in the last 100 years. We still tell patients to fast overnight before any procedure or surgery just to avoid this very complication from taking place. Early this year, American Heart Association and American Stroke Association, they recommended neuromodulation to stop aspiration in stroke patients. Stroke is just one example where the lung health is at risk, but there are several other conditions and situations in which lung health can be at risk, such as during procedures, trauma, altered mentation like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, now with the use of the GLP-1s like Ozempic and others. And also, lung transplants fail because of microaspiration. So Paragon stopped this dangerous sequence of events by a very simple solution to with a very simple solution to this huge unmet need. By neuromodulation, our device delivers precise, personalized AI-backed therapy, which is capable of simultaneous protection across the pulmonary axis via natural orifice by precise placement of electrodes at different levels on the catheter. Our device not only targets aspiration, but it also detects aspiration, so it's a diagnostic tool as well, which currently does not exist. So this platform technology, it targets multiple indications. The total addressable market is over $25 billion, and we have formidable intellectual property covering different aspects, and it's worldwide. Now, let me show you an example of how our technology works in one of the applications, how it closes the stomach valve to stop reflux. Here you can see the stomach pressure in red rises above the pressure in the food pipe that's in blue, and there's reflux episodes taking place. But once you start the stimulation with our device, you can see the pressure differential is maintained and reflux does not take place. We already have design freeze. We are on a path to FDA submission for our first product by early next year. And we have a clear go-to-market plan which takes care of everybody across the board. It gives a very good value proposition for patients, providers, hospitals, and the payers. Our business model is razor-blade model, and this can be done through group purchasing organizations and risk share with the hospitals. We're ready for our Series A, and we've already completed all our R&D, and the majority of the funds that are being used are for the FDA submission process. We aim to get the FDA clearance early and to start expanding into our product pipeline. Our first product already has a predicate device. We won several awards, and consistent feedback that we receive from the key opinion leaders is that this should be made standard of care. In fact, this weekend we are invited to present our work at the International Conference of American Thoracic Society. So this is a company that is designed by serial entrepreneurs who care for the patients. We have a formidable team in all different aspects with a collective experience of over 100 years. We have strategic input from multinational companies and academic partnerships with marquee institutions. We also have skilled and experienced scientific advisors. So neuromodulation is the future of medicine. It's growing at a CAGR of over 12%, and these are some of the major players. So based on the M&A data, we feel Paragon fits very nicely in this space between the GI and the neuromodulation. So to reiterate, Paragon has very strong clinical traction, regulatory clarity with a platform potential with multi-indication neuromodulation, and with strong reimbursement tailwind. We think it's very attractive for acquisition. I'm Rigu Gupta, I'm the CEO of Paragon Inc., and if you would like to know more, I'll be happy to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rigu. Next up, we have our third company presenting this morning. Please give a warm welcome to Andreas Forsland, founder and CEO at Cognition.
Company Showcase, Cognition. Andreas Forsland, CEO at Cognition.
Hello. Good to see you guys today. Thank you. I came in from Santa Barbara, California. Hopefully you guys all had great trips in and are enjoying your time. I wanted to share today the work that we're doing at Cognition. We're focused primarily on creating a neural interface that enables millions of people that are impacted by motor and speech disabilities to communicate again. This includes conditions such as stroke, ALS, Parkinson's, clinically locked-in syndrome, cerebral palsy, and many others. Many of these people, all of them in fact, have thoughts and voices that have gone quiet, and we want to unlock a chorus of new ideas. We sort of think about it in the sense of Stephen Hawking had access to incredible technology and he made a huge impact in the world. Our thoughts are, why can't millions of more people have the same kind of impact? I want to step back a little bit because my background, prior to starting Cognition, I worked at Philips, and I worked in the design and innovation group. And there we spent a lot of time looking over the horizon, working with teams of anthropologists, looking at where trends were going to go over the coming decades. So what I wanted to share with you is just a general pattern as an arc of where human-computer interaction is, has been, is, and is going. If you think back, the original computer was really dependent on physical input. If you think about moving ahead into the mobile world, it very much was about gesture recognition, where the machine reads your body. Where we are now is the machine is now reading your mind. Many of you may be familiar with or have read headlines around breakthroughs in the world of brain-computer interface. This is the world that Cognition is operating in. And it's really accelerating because of the convergence of several technologies, one of which is advanced computing, edge computing, as well as AI. If you look back in the world of MedTech, there's been a tremendous amount of innovation that's occurred, whether that's ranging from AI diagnostics that have aided in clinical decision-making, advances in robotic surgery, even going back to computer motion back in my hometown of Santa Barbara, wearables and continuous glucose monitors, and mRNA and genomics. We're doing some breakthrough things today because of advances in science and engineering that's occurred over the last couple of decades. But those are all based on physical medicine. The nervous system and the brain, according to NIH and NINDS, We currently have over 400 diagnosable conditions that are poorly measured and are primarily driven by qualitative bedside assessments. We think that the future, when you combine these trends of accessible sensors, AI technology, and mobile offline compute in wearables, it presents an opportunity to truly transform care delivery and reinventing neurology and all of the subspecialties of the brain and the peripheral nervous system. Some of you may be familiar with the BCI field. AI has really been the unlock for brain-computer interfacing, especially in the world of BCI for communication. Some of the logos you see here include, on the surgical side, include Neuralink, Synchron, Paradromics, and Merge Labs. What you might find, which is interesting, is that although these are MedTech companies, they're positioned as tech med. It's very much about taking a technology approach and applying it to biological and human conditions. Cognition is in a unique position where we're the leading non-invasive alternative to the surgical approaches for brain-computer interface. And it's quite intuitive if you think about both the Hippocratic Oath as well as general sentiment across the populations. Raise your hand if you had an option to either wear a wearable or an implant. Which would you rather have? Raise your hand if you'd rather have a wearable. Right? There are going to be conditions that require an implant that wearables just can't support, but at Cognition, when we think about the human interface, we think about it in terms of degrees of freedom. So if any of you have kids that play video games, they think about PlayStation in like 3 DOF, 6 DOF degrees of freedom. When you're thinking about bionics, such as articulating a prosthetic arm, you might be thinking about 27 degrees of freedom. So this is the distinction between where we think of the future of neurological implants for BCI will excel, and Cognition will be primarily focused on 9 DOF and lower applications such as computer control, speech, wheelchair control, etc. But what's interesting is when you look at those implantable companies, they're mainly sensors, and there isn't really a broad use of those sensors beyond a specific vertical indication of use. So really, the missing link here is software and the AI layer, where Cognition excels at creating the neural operating system with our own AR engine interfacing with XR interfaces and an app platform. I wanted to share here some data that hasn't yet been seen. We're going to be publishing this in June. We've done 2 clinical trials with our wearable BCI, and it's now able to help ALS patients that have no other means of communicating to communicate upwards of 44 words per minute, which is faster than thumb texting. If you see the chart on the right, that represents continuous ongoing dialogue, back and forth turn-taking of conversations with both letter spelling, word selection, as well as full phrase prediction and editing. These are very dynamic conversations that we're able to generate non-surgically that could be used in the home or in a critical care environment, going way beyond just simple yes-no communication. In the United States, there's 24 million people that qualify for such a system. According to Morgan Stanley, it's a $320 billion U.S. market by 2045. Our focus is really today around restoring abilities. We're also partnering with health systems to curate what will become the world's first clinical app store for neurology, to disrupt and create an environment for reprogramming the nervous system. So today, our technology is being positioned as a DME provider, so people can purchase our headset with software for communication. Currently, there's existing reimbursement coding for speech-generating devices that we will qualify for, and we're going to be launching our technology commercially in 2027. So just in summary, we've already achieved a global world record for non-invasive BCI at 44 words per minute. We have over 50 patent assets globally. We've raised $29 million in seed capital. We are opening our Series A. Our first close has been fully subscribed, and we have some additional capacity for some new allocations. The closing is in June, so if you're interested in learning more about being a part of the brain as the ultimate interface and helping us build this OS system to unlock nervous system healing, please let me know. My name is Andreas Forsland.
All right, thank you, Andreas, for the great presentation. I'd like to welcome on the stage our fourth presenter of this morning, all the way from France, Reginald Alouche, CEO and co-founder at Poltech.
Company Showcase, Poltech by Reginald Alouche, CEO and co-founder at Poltech.
Good morning. I'm going to present Poltech. I am a physician. I'm specialized in diabetes. I'm also a biomedical engineer, and I co-founded the company with Charles Malbert, who is a veterinary physician and head of research in RAE. So what I'm going to show you is, and I have a video for that, I will show you a real revolution for treating diabetes and obesity. We have found a way to have 5 years remission of type 2 diabetes without any treatment and losing 20% of your weight. So the company was founded by a US and French BA, and I'm here for, of course, go to the first in human. Oh, the sound? We don't have the sound. So.
Skyrocketing worldwide. Current
Thank you.
treatments such as GLP-1 agonists are effective but poorly tolerated. More than half of patients stop taking them after just a few months. Poltech provides lasting remission with proven safety. When a meal is ingested, digestion releases glucose into the intestine. The glucose stimulates intestinal L cells, which secrete a hormone called GLP-1 into the portal bloodstream. It is detected by GLP-1 receptors, expressed by the vagus nerve that surrounds the portal vein. Activation of these receptors provides the brain with the information it needs to control metabolism after a meal. In a healthy person, the GLP-1 receptors expressed by the vagus nerve and located around the portal vein detect the arrival of GLP-1. They transmit this signal to the brain, which triggers the release of insulin by the pancreas and the end of the meal. In obese or diabetic individuals, the number of these GLP-1 receptors is greatly reduced. Although GLP-1 still circulates in the portal vein, the brain is no longer informed of its arrival. Meals are no longer stopped in time, and insulin is released with a significant delay. Poltech's innovative implant delivers a breakthrough therapy, a minimalist device that steadily releases an active module to restore GLP-1 receptors exactly where the body needs them. Implantation is simple, quick, and minimally invasive. In just 10 minutes using laparoscopy, the Poltech implant is positioned above the portal vein. By gradually and precisely releasing its active molecule, the implant restores GLP-1 receptors around the portal vein. The brain-pancreas dialogue is reactivated. Blood sugar control is regained, leading to sustained and lasting weight loss. From that moment, every meal is sensed and processed as it should be, restoring natural and balanced blood sugar regulation. Poltech has proven results, restoring normal blood sugar levels, lasting weight loss with preserved muscle protection for the heart and kidneys, all with no side effects. With remission lasting up to 5 years, Poltech helps patients reclaim their comfort. Poltech.
Okay, so this is not a concept. We work now for more than 5 years. We have tested this on 50 Yucatan mini pigs. We have published all the results, and after 8 weeks, the mini pigs were cured of their type 2 diabetes and obesity. So it's we just, in fact, put the system back, system of regulation for the brain and the pancreas. So it's not genius, it's just reestablishing the nature. So now, what is the problem? We have 1.5 billion people suffering of obesity and type 2 diabetes. The cost, I guess, for United States are more than 400 billions of dollars. And the problem is, if you are diabetics or obese, the solution is GLP-1 receptor agonist. They are now the reference of the treatment. And you have bariatric surgery, and bariatric surgery. And as you know, 30% of type 2 diabetes people are discontinuing the treatment after 1 year, and 50% of obese people are discontinuing the treatment of GLP-1 receptor agonist after 1 year. So the problem is what to do for those people, and Paltech is done for those guys. So the remission, excuse me. Okay, so where we are now, we have an implant. We have the supplier for the implant. It's NuSil. I don't know if you're familiar with this silicone company. We have a ProMed as CDMO. We have ProPharma to assist us to go to the FDA. But what is very important now is that the results are tremendous. We have 5 years remission, 20% weight loss, no sarcopenia, and especially we are fighting against insulin sensitivity, resistance, I'm sorry. So now we are seeking for $20 million. The first in 2 tranches. The first 10 is to do on the proof of concept and FDA, IND, and EMEA. And the second tranche is to have a clinical trial, first in human, clinical trial in Europe and the US. So if you like to contact me, I'm Reginald Delouche from Paltech, France, and Miami now.
Thank you, Reginald, for a great discussion. As I mentioned before, please do feel free to find the presenters outside the stage. I'm sure they'll be happy to discuss their innovations with you. Next up, we're very proud to announce our keynote speaker who will be sharing on his journey. Please give a warm welcome to Rajit Kamal, Vice President and General Manager for Surgical Robotics at Medtronic.
Keynote by Rajit Kamal, VP and General Manager Robotic Surgical Technologies at Medtronic.
Good morning. I am Rajit Kamal. I lead the surgical robotics business at Medtronic. In this role, I lead the global Hugo business. And I will talk about the trends that are shaping the future of surgery. There are 6 powerful words in Medtronic's mission: alleviate pain, restore health, and extend life. These 6 words drive what we do every day. When our founder, Earl Barkan, wrote these words almost 75 years back, he didn't set out to create the largest med device company that we are today. He set out to solve the biggest unmet needs, the most complicated problems. Today, Medtronic touches 76 million patients every year. That is 2 patients every second. And that comes with a profound sense of responsibility. Responsibility to bring technologies that change standard of care, and responsibility to bring technologies that are of highest quality. As the surgical unit of Medtronic, our North Star is to bring the benefits of minimally invasive surgery to more and more patients around the world. Last year, there were 60 million surgical procedures. 30 million of those were open procedures. It is not lost on this audience the benefits of minimally invasive surgery. Through our legacy US Surgical, we were the pioneers to bring the benefits of laparoscopic surgery to surgeons and patients around the world. Now with the launch of Hugo, and I will talk about where we are with Hugo, today we are the first and the only company so far that has a portfolio that cuts across open, lab, and robotic. If you are a surgeon in the room, we can partner with you on your surgical practice, not just robotic surgical practice. But as a leader in surgery, we ask the question, what is shaping the future of surgery? You know, my mother was a surgeon, and I have been around surgery all my life. In the last almost 50 years, I have seen a profound change on how surgery has evolved, from open to minimally invasive to robotic. But what will happen in the next 10 years is going to be a lot more profound. And we think there are 3 pillars that will shape how the surgery will evolve in the next 10 years. First is automation. Automation has the promise of precision, has the promise of accuracy. And there are few trends that are driving more and more automation coming into the OR. You know, first is the advancements we have made in material science. Today, you can get a material of the weight you want, of the tensile strength you want, the strength you want, the cost you want. Human factors design have made usage of those easier. But also, we are seeing a trend in miniaturization. You can put sensors in these instruments. And automation is not just about robotics. It's the biggest manifestation of automation. But you can have automation in instruments, the equipment that you use in the OR, and we will see more and more of that coming to the OR to drive the promise of accuracy and precision. The second is around intelligence. I think all of us know, no matter who you are, where you are, AI will impact you. And it will impact surgery as well. I was just reading a report from Boston Consulting Group a couple of days back, and it says 55% of jobs will be reshaped, not replaced, will be reshaped by AI in the next 2 to 3 years. And that includes jobs of everyone in this room. We will be doing things differently that will make us more efficient, that will make us more productive, that will make us more effective. And that will happen in the OR as well. And it is not just about the Moore's law, which we all have heard, processing power doubles every 18 months. There are 2 other things underpinning this. The amount of data we generate doubles at a very frequent rate, and the amount of data storage capacity that we have. If you combine these 3 things, the data you generate, you can store and you can process, the combination of this is really fueling the power and the exponential growth we see in AI. AI will come intraoperatively, preoperatively, postoperatively, providing personalized insights to surgeons to improve the care. We will see more and more of AI. I'll talk about what we are doing to bring AI into the OR. And the third is connectivity. And we think about connectivity in 2 ways. One is, how do you connect data from pre-op to post-op? We all know in the US, the data is very siloed. There is a power in connecting that data. There's a power in driving that interoperability and providing insights along the care continuum. But the second part of connectivity is, how do you connect a surgeon, an OR, with anybody around the world? I'll talk about the technology we have brought to market, but this also extends to telesurgery. And we have seen advancements in communication. You know, today, the latency is not noticeable by a human eye. The technology has advanced so significantly. And we all know, post-COVID, there's a lot of acceptance about care provider not being in the same room as you. And that is really driving this growth we see in connectivity. So as a leader in surgery, what is Medtronic doing in all these 3 segments? I talked about Hugo. This is our soft tissue robot that we brought to market almost 5 years back. We did the first clinical case in June of 2021 in Chile. Today, we are available in almost 40 markets around the world, including the US, where we launched earlier this year. We have now done over tens of thousands of procedures across urology, gynecology, general surgery. We have done 50 different types of procedures. The design and the form factor of Hugo is different. It's modular. That provides some clinical benefits. You can place the ports based on what is right for the patient. and not be constrained by the design of the system. You can bring in 3 arms if you're doing a simpler procedure. You can roll it in and out. It helps with OR efficiency, especially when you look at lower acuity sites of care like an ASC. It has an open console, provides better ergonomics for the surgeons, better visualization, better for teaching as well. You can have multiple people observe what you're doing with your hand movements and what you're doing intraoperatively. We are early in our journey, but we are encouraged by the traction and the feedback that we have got. We're also working on bringing AI features, and I'm going to play some videos for you. What you see here is AI knows what surgery you are doing. AI knows what step of the surgery you are in, what instruments are being used, what are the anatomic structures. In fact, AI can see anatomic structures more than a human eye can, and AI can create a safe zone where there are some critical structures. We are actively working on bringing these onto Hugo, but onto our lab platform as well, actively working with the FDA. Intraoperative intelligence, intraoperative insights driven by AI is going to come to the OR. This is intraoperative. You can do the same thing preoperative as well. You can do surgical planning for complex procedures. And postoperative as well, where AI can provide personalized insights to patients on how to improve their outcomes. The last pillar is connectivity. We have assets across pre, intra, and post-op with preoperative planning. We have equipment that is in the OR, post-op as well. We are connecting this data, and we are creating dashboards for the surgeons where they can look at that data and drive insights that enables them to improve care for their patients. We're also connecting any OR with anybody around the world. We launched a live stream technology. If you are a surgeon doing a procedure anywhere around the world, and if you are an expert in this audience, they want to reach out to you, it just needs a press of a button. And you can be connected in that OR. You can telestrate. You can help them. It enables people to connect with anybody around the world anytime. It enables proctoring, enables teaching, but also is a step towards telesurgery, which obviously is happening in many parts of the world today, where a surgeon can be in a different location and really solve that problem of access that we have. I'm going to play a short video for you where we see the use of live stream with surgeons across multiple geographies.
Technique is different regionally. So if I want to open my mind and say, hey, what are the guys doing in India? I can now have access to that.
Learning doesn't stop. In terms of using live stream for us, there is always potential to learn from other surgeons around the world. Have a look at what they're doing and learn from their work.
We can go live. I can have instant feedback. I can have somebody looking in and helping me walk through those individual steps. That's going to have a huge impact.
Fazer esta parte.
Our performance must be better and better. This is now possible.
It's a big tool in not only self-improvement, but institutional improvement.
So all these things can be actively and dynamically taught to people. That is the real joy of this technology.
So to end, the future of surgery will be driven by automation, informed by intelligence, and amplified by connectivity, while keeping the surgeon at the center of everything. We don't think it's going to replace the surgeon. It's going to reshape what the surgeons do in the OR every day, and that will lead to more precise outcomes, more predictable outcomes. You will see the variation in outcomes reduce, the standard deviation, the bell curve will become narrower, and a more personalized treatment plan. The beauty of technology is you can personalize things at zero marginal cost. So the future of surgery is exciting, and as I said, the next 10 years will shape it more profoundly than what we have seen in the last 50 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajit, for a very insightful discussion and presentation on the future of surgery and how artificial intelligence will play a role in that. It is my pleasure to announce our next very interesting panel today, entitled The Hospital Venture Funds, where capital meets clinical innovation, which I think ties in very nicely with some of the discussions we've already had this morning. It is my pleasure to announce the following 5 panelists: Alex Condon, Chief Operating Officer at Matrix One; Anita Watkins, Managing Director, Rex Health Ventures; Sibo Gama Morales, Investment Associate at the Orlando Health Ventures; Todd Schwarzinger, Partner at Cleveland Clinic Innovations; and Patrick Waite, SVP at the American Heart Association. Just one more moment until the stage is set, but please give a very warm applause for our 5 panelists today.
Hospital Venture Funds, where capital meets clinical innovation.
Hello. How's everyone doing? I'd like to thank you all for joining our panel today, Hospital Venture Funds, where capital meets clinical innovation. We're going to try to save some time for Q&A at the end. So I would say if any questions kind of bubble up, write them down, and if we have time, we'll address them at the end of the talk. So I'd like to start by introducing these fine panelists that I'm honored to be on stage with: Anita, Patrick, Todd, and Sibo. Maybe what we'll do is we'll pass the mic and let everyone kind of introduce themselves, introduce their organizations, and then kind of how they work with startup companies.
Good morning. Anita Watkins, Rex Health Ventures. We are the corporate venture arm for UNC Healthcare. Our fund launched in 2012, and we invest across the entire healthcare spectrum. So anything that can improve patient outcomes or improve health system operations, we'll take a look at. And look forward to the discussion.
Hello, my name is Patrick Waite, SVP for the American Heart Association. I run our Center for Health Tech and Innovation. We're effectively the tip of the spear for most things digital health, health tech, and AI, and very involved with our multiple investment portfolios as well as running our startup community.
And Todd Schwarzinger, partner with Cleveland Clinic Ventures. So we have a couple roles. We're supporting company formation, so we take some of the best innovations coming out of the Cleveland Clinic every year: therapeutics, MedTech, health tech, about 30 portfolio companies today. We also invest externally where there's a deep tie back to some clinical or operational priority for the Cleveland Clinic. Oftentimes that's where we're really kind of building together with those companies. We'll share a little bit more about the strategy, but that's the main pieces.
Hi everybody, my name is Sibo. I'm with Orlando Health Ventures. I've been with the team for about 3 years. Orlando Health Ventures is a corporate venture arm for the health system. We invest based on clinical needs, so anything we invest in has to be used by Orlando Health. So we need clinician buy-in on anything that we invest. Our team spends a lot of time in medical devices and biotech, preferably pre-FDA approval. As you know, we believe more than just the checks we write, we can also add value in being a clinical trial site for the companies we work with, or being a pilot site as well. So excited to meet some more companies over the next couple of days here.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Okay, there it goes.
We need a moderator?
Yeah, we're good, right? I'll go last. I'm Alex Condon. I'm the COO of Matrix Connect, part of Matrix One. We're basically a platform of different SaaS products that are all geared towards medical devices. I focus on cloud connectivity, but we also have electronic quality management systems, electronic instructions for use, and then we have a robust requirements management platform. But on to the important questions. Anita, I'll start with you. So, for those in the audience that might not understand the differences between a traditional venture investment and one coming from a health system, how would you frame one funding source versus the other? What are some of the benefits of having a health system on the cap table?
Thanks. That's a great question. And actually, I'm going to borrow something I heard from the investor forum yesterday that I think really highlights how strategic health systems are and the investment that they can bring to particularly MedTech companies. The comment was that this particular investor likes to see a health system fund on the table, on the cap table, because that means it's been thoroughly vetted. So the CFO is weighed in, the clinician is weighed in, the operations team, the nurses, anybody that would touch the company within the health system, they've evaluated and weighed in prior to us making an investment. And that is true for our diligence process. We have a very comprehensive look. While we can move quickly, we have a very comprehensive look at exactly how that company fits within the current standard of care, what it means to patient outcomes, whether a clinician is bought in or not, or multiple clinicians would be bought into the device. So from a differentiation perspective, our diligence has actually talked to the end users prior to us making that investment.
Very good. Thank you very much. Maybe we'll jump to the next question. Sibo, at the very end there. When an investment deck comes across your plate, what are your expectations or things you love to see presented that really speak to you from the perspective of a health system VC?
That's another great question. I think it perfectly builds on what Anita just mentioned. Don't get me wrong, as hospital VCs, we still get judged similar to traditional VCs. We get to keep our jobs if we retain our funds. That's the baseline of it. But, the things we invest in have to have a strategic fit with the health system. So oftentimes, when we get decks, sometimes they can be a bit too tailored to a traditional VC who may not have some of the internal information that we have. So, things I often see in slides that don't really mean a whole lot to us. The big market size slide, the revenue growth, hockey stick growth, we often see there. That doesn't speak a whole lot to us, because what we need when we meet with companies, suppose you're working with a device that's, supposed to solve a surgery X. We need from you your CPT code that you're going to bill against. We send that to our data analytics team, and they bring to us a spreadsheet that, has 30 to 40 different data points on each patient. And that's what, we use to back into a lot of the data that we find in spreadsheets. Orlando Health, I think, is a representative of, some of the best performing hospitals out there. So we're able to extrapolate the data we have, to market size. If your device is, an efficiency gain, cost savings, we can look at the P&L from each case. How much money did the health system make? How much money did we lose? So, if your device, for instance, is going to cost, an X amount more than the current device we use, in your pitch deck, you need to have economics perfectly baked out as to, where else is the health system going to gain? Because ultimately, you may have the best device out there. If the powers that be that are going to buy your device, can't justify the economics, and then, you're going to stumble right out of the gates. So I'd say in your deck, spend a bit more time, crafting out your, deployment strategies, if you don't have a CPT code that you're going to tap into, show that you're working your way towards, getting a code, if you need IT integration, have it get baked out as to, what kind of integrations you need. Just make the process a little bit easier, for us to present to the powers that be that will ultimately buy, and deploy your product internally.
That was a really good answer. Thank you. Todd, you're up next. So you mentioned the collaborative aspect of what you guys do at Cleveland Clinic. Given your desire to co-develop projects, what groundwork should startups be laying or thinking about if they're looking at partnering or finding funding from an organization like yours?
Well, I'd say it can be quite creative in terms of how we work closely with partners. Again, I have the benefit of working with some of the top clinicians in the world across all specialty areas. It's pretty amazing. My diligence is a lot of fun. I can usually go with one of the top experts in just about any sort of edge disease or therapy. I'd say being able to get that clinical champion is where everything starts for me from a collaboration perspective. So my job only gets fun if somebody internally at the Cleveland Clinic tells me that a device or a or a technical solution basically changes the way they're providing care. So for me, if you can't get that clinical champion internally converted at the Cleveland Clinic, there's very little path for us to probably work together. So I'd say it is a little bit of a top-down, bottom-up. I think what's been most effective is where we can find a clinical champion and then somebody from the innovation side, my team typically, that can help to usher that through the organization too. So I think I don't have to tell you all this. Selling into providers is not for the faint of heart. It does take some creativity, and you do have to figure out how the power brokers play at each organization. So trying to map that out and being smart about where you're spending your time, I think, can be pretty critical too. But if you can come to me with a KOL who's excited and is a champion for you and can help push your opportunity and your idea, that's the best place to start. And then thinking creatively on how we can work together. It can be anything from a validation study, it could be a clinical trial site, it could be leveraging our data, which increasingly is operationalized to support partnerships like this. It can be a host of other areas. We typically have IP that's complementary in a lot of cases too. So it does take a little bit of creativity. I would also say that you can spin your wheels working with the wrong provider and the wrong champion. So I do think that it's really important that you're smart about how you engage. The Cleveland Clinic might not be the perfect partner for everybody, and it may not be the best place for you to start. It may be better to start with another health system where you do have that deep clinical partnership and then come to us when there's a little bit more clinical backing. There's a little bit of art to this, but I think I've met a lot of companies that have wasted a lot of time and a lot of capital sort of spinning their wheels with the wrong partners. So I think being really smart about that decision is big.
Got it. Thank you very much. Patrick, you're on. At the American Heart Association Center for Health Technology and Innovation, you oversee a diversity of programs, funding, and collaboration initiatives. If you were a founder designing a cardiac device today, what does it take to get plugged in? And once known to you, how can a startup maximize the benefits of aligning themselves with a center like yours?
Yeah, thank you. It can be a little tricky at the American Heart Association, but we're very motivated to find collaborations. We tend to think of them partners, folks that in companies who have skills and expertise we don't have as we strive to meet our mission. We're in the second century of the American Heart Association, so there's a lot of thinking about technology, digital health, and AI. What got us here isn't going to get us there. How do we solve these terrible problems of heart disease and stroke and the burden of these diseases? We know that technologies are going to be entrepreneurs, and these investments in infrastructure are going to be one of the key ways to do that. We've created in my innovation area essentially an innovators network, and so it's a tech membership to one degree or another. Companies can join the AHA and be part of what we do, have access to our experts. We have 36,000 professional members that join us, and they cut across 16 scientific councils. So we have a wide range of expertise and input. These folks can help design clinical trials for the companies in our networks. We do networking events, and we have media opportunities. So in essence, they become part of the American Heart Association. In addition, we now have a couple of venture funds. One is called Cardiation, that's very focused on early-stage MedTech investment. That's run by Philion Capital. We work very closely with them. And the other is essentially a women's health fund. We call it the Women's Go Red for Women Fund. Very focused on women's health issues, and certainly MedTech is an angle for that. We spend a lot of time with our companies, as others have noted, trying to get them over this hump of getting the right kind of evidence, of finding the right places to collaborate, and also aligning our digital science. We've obviously published the statements and guidelines that serve these customers and that are needed by these technologies to one degree or another.
Very good. Anita, hospital venture groups sit in an interesting position because you're balancing traditional venture expectations like ROI and growth with broader health system goals like patient outcomes, workflow impact, and total cost of care. How do you evaluate opportunities when those factors are in tension? How do you evaluate trade-offs?
That's a great question, and it leads to a lot of interesting discussions in our investment committee. Our investment committee is made up of executives across the health system, including clinicians and nursing representation. And so when we are looking at companies, especially where pricing and reimbursement, for example, we've got one right now that is a really interesting game changer in the surgical space, but it would be billed under the DRG. So the CFO saying, that's eating into our overall margin for that particular procedure. And ultimately, we are a fund at the end of the day. Our expectation, we're both strategic, but we're also financial. At the end of the day, the decisions are going to be made for what's the best investment and what's the most the partnership that we can have with a particular company to create not only value for the health system, but for the company as well. We see it very much as a two-sided relationship, and if we can't add value, this goes to Sibo's point about ultimately becoming a customer, but if we can't add value to the company, we won't invest. So it's a multifactorial decision-making process, but one of the things that ultimately, once we've made that investment, we are partners with that company. So one of my portcos had their entire team in last week. They met with our VAT committee. They met with the financial side and billing. They met with nursing and talked through, as they commercialize, what are all the factors they have to take into consideration to make sure that commercial launch is successful. So it's a complex decision to get ultimately to an investment. We do about 3 to 4 new deals per year, whereas we look at somewhere between 300 and 500 companies. So we are very selective in those partnerships, but once in our portfolio, it is a true partnership.
That was a great answer to a tough question. Sibo, you're up. You and I have chatted in the past about AI and software more broadly in the MedTech space. Right now, there's seemingly a huge amount of exuberance in the pre-market, but a lot of friction in deployment. Could you talk a bit about how you see MedTech AI today and what you feel will need to happen to have adoption meet societal expectations?
Yeah, that's another great question. And honestly, when I think about AI today, there's a bit of similarities that I see to where we were a few years ago, particularly with blockchain technology. If we all remember, blockchain was supposed to change the way we work. Systems were fundamentally supposed to change, much more streamlined, much faster, much more secure. But that hype to gap reality never narrowed down enough for all of it to be a reality. Fast forward today, you don't really hear the word blockchain anymore. You come to conferences, none of those companies exist after billions of dollars in funding. And that's still where we are with AI today, where there's still a gap from that hype to reality. And that needs to narrow down for it to be fully realized and be a part of how patients get treated, how diseases get diagnosed. And don't get me wrong, there's certain parts of healthcare in which AI has really moved the needle. Ask any physician here who uses ambient scribes, and they'll tell you they get to be home for the dinner with their kids now because they don't spend half their day taking down notes. We look at what's happening with imaging. AI has really moved the needle for radiologists. We're able to detect things much quicker, much faster, maybe at times detect things that, the naked eye wouldn't be able to see. So there's certain areas in which we have moved along, but I think that gap still needs to narrow down. And today is not really about the technology not being ready. I think with the AI models that are out there, you can create quicker, better. I think it's more so in the deployment side where things start to unravel a little bit. And, part of it is, the basic stuff that I think we can all agree with. You want to deploy successfully to a health system, got to integrate with the EHR, right? If your system needs 10 clicks and then it needs a reconciliation with the EHR, you're probably dead on arrival. But the other thing that, perhaps is not spoken about a lot is the fact that a lot of tools today get deployed at people rather than deployed with them. Companies here, you do the right thing. You approach, the decision makers. You show them your clinical trial data. You show them your pilot data, and they get excited about, the cost savings or the revenue captures they might have. They sign your contract, but the deployment, then, I think that's where it gets messed up. Clinicians show up the next day. They're supposed to use, this new tool that perhaps, hasn't been co-developed with them, and how it integrates into the regular workflow, and come back 3 years later when it's time to renew your contract, and then they do an inventory check, all of a sudden your system is being underutilized, and then now you don't get your contract renewed. So I'd say the focus should start to move towards deployment as the core problem rather than an afterthought. And I think once we start to talk to the FDA, pathway and regulations that your particular tool needs, the credentialing you need from health systems, the integrations with EHR, how you approach, training of the end users. I think that's where you're going to start to see AI platforms win a little bit more in MedTech than they are today.
Oh, very good. Todd, back to AI, obviously very topical. AI in healthcare currently feels very crowded, with companies making very similar claims around automation, workflow efficiency, and clinical intelligence. From your perspective, what separates companies that actually earn internal buy-in and investment conviction from the sea of copycats? And given Cleveland Clinic's emphasis on co-development and clinical collaboration, do you think the tighter partnership model is becoming increasingly necessary to operationalize AI successfully inside of health systems?
Yeah, I think Sibu hit on some of this as well, but I think it is becoming incredibly crowded. And I can't tell you how many, as an example, voice AI solutions I've seen. The pitches all look the same. The technology infrastructure for a lot of them is not too differentiated, to be honest with you. So what is really differentiating companies today is workflow integration and proof in real deployment and demonstrated ROI and a way to track that ROI in a meaningful way. So it's really hard for us. I mean, we are here top down and bottom up, seeing so many different solutions that our clinicians want to deploy through their kind of day-to-day work, and then our leadership, and even our board, is pushing really hard for our chief digital officer in the organization to deploy AI, and that's happening outside of healthcare too. Everybody is trying to move as quickly as possible into AI. You run the risk of having so many of these deployed across the organization, not having an infrastructure in place to understand and manage whether they're actually delivering value, and having owners and stakeholders driving the success of those deployments if you move too quickly. So we're trying to be really deliberate about, one, which partners we pick. Two, a lot of the work we're doing on the what I'd call co-development side is actually validation work. So we're helping them build a case to Anita's point of creating value together in the market. And one of the big things we can do is, through the 80,000 caregivers that we have at the Cleveland Clinic, really validating the ROI use case, helping them take the solution and drive it through workflow at the Cleveland Clinic and really show some success and proof points. And to us, that's honestly been one of the biggest values we've been able to bring to some of our partnerships. And when we look at things, when I talked about picking the right partner for the right stage of your company, we're not oftentimes the best first customer to deploy. So you see a lot of these solutions going to smaller, kind of more nimble hospitals to really get the first initial proof points, and then coming to a larger system like the Cleveland Clinic to really bear it out and prove it. But I think it is ROI. It's, to your point, being able to be embedded into the workflow, figuring out who the owner is going to be in the organization. How do we really track success over time?
Oh, great answer. I asked another healthcare system VC prior to this that same question about the tighter partnership model being kind of like the key to the castle, and it was yes. That was the only answer. You did a much better job.
I mean, it's pretty critical. I think that is one of the biggest value drivers that we have right now for working with companies, is that validation work. So.
Got it. Very good. Patrick, you sit at the intersection of clinicians, health systems, researchers, startups, and industry. You have visibility across nearly every stakeholder in the healthcare innovation. For the founders in the audience, where do you think startups should spend more time listening before they spend more time and money building?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. And we do have a unique perspective because the strength of our brand and the science works just as well with patients and families and caregivers as providers and clinicians. So, I think I'd echo many of the comments made here, and we think about this a lot with the companies that we either invest in or in my network. It's just making sure they have access to the right clinical expertise. And I mentioned our pretty robust network of volunteers and professional members that cut across all these scientific conditions, these clinical conditions, getting the right kind of evidence, designing the right kind of studies, both that payers and that clinicians want to see, making sure they're aligning with the appropriate statements and guidelines. So some of these companies show up with us and they're not quite where they need to be. And so licensing and using our science, digital science to one degree or another is another thing we recommend. But ultimately it's just finding that right balance of how much detail and clinical impact and reporting and studies that they need to gain adoption.
Oh, very good. Thank you. I mentioned we'd be trying to save some time for questions, and we probably have room for about 2. Does anyone in the audience? Andreas, fast to the trigger. Can you maybe speak loudly, or I'd be happy to hand you the mic?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah. So, can you talk a little bit about leading rounds, co-investing, how much reliance you have on traditional VC in contrast with, like, say, early stage to later stage? We have a couple of health systems on our cap table, and there's always this unusual conversation of who's leading your next round, is it a corporate or a VC? So if you guys can share your opinions about that.
Great question. Who'd like to take
I can jump first. I personally think we add a ton of value from the clinical perspective. Anita sort of talked about it. It has gone through a significant validation. I have to have a strong clinical champion. We're building together. We are going to use the product for us to invest. So that's the big value that we bring to the table. We don't oftentimes lead. We will lead. Through company formation, we're putting the first check in. Oftentimes, we're starting companies, sourcing the management team. So I'd put that aside. That's a slightly different approach. But for our external investments, I think companies are going to be much more benefited from having a traditional sort of venture lead. We can't step in to do that function, but we like to join a syndicate where we can kind of support. But as many of you know, when you go back to the next round of funding, the question does become who's going to be there to kind of support you. You want to have as many deep pockets as you can around the table. So we like to see validation of a couple other more traditional institutional investors in when we're going to join around. That answers the question.
I want to double down on just the syndicate itself. We do a lot of syndicate curation with our companies of making sure that you have the right set of investors around the table to support the company for the long haul.
Yeah.
I think all of us have heard so many times, this is last money in, this is last money in. Typically, 90% of the time, it's not last money in. And so that syndicate curation is critical. And I think having a couple of health systems is really important, but you've got to have the institutional investors and, frankly, other strategics to give that really robust set of opinions and also ability to write different size checks along the way for the company. I've seen too many companies get stranded because they haven't put enough thought into that syndicate curation.
Yeah, I mean, your syndicate is arguably one of the most important decisions you make as a founder. It is going to be there. It's a marriage. They're going to be there for quite a while. And we also end up working with those syndicates in a pretty meaningful way. So we try to help our portfolio companies do the same thing, making sure they're picking the right partners. A lot of mistakes were made in the sort of 2021-22 where people kind of optimized for taking the highest price when they were looking to raise capital. I always try to advise against that. Pick the folks that are going to help you maximize the outcome, and they're going to be there for the journey for you. It can help you kind of scale the company, attract talent, all those pieces. I think that's more important than value in a lot of cases.
I think it's also critical to pay attention to where, especially your traditional investors are in their fund cycle.
Yeah.
Do not be the last investment from their current fund. I have also seen too many companies get stranded in that process of if they've got rules around carryover into the next fund, different LPs, and a lot of times if they've returned their last fund, you no longer become a priority for that particular fund. So picking the right partners is critical.
Yeah.
And the only piece I would add there, at Orlando Health Ventures, we actually do lead quite a bit for rounds. I would say we've led half of our portfolio. And, what we often look for, really a couple of things. One, as a team, we have to understand the space really well for us to be comfortable to underwrite, a term sheet in that particular space. And along with that, we have to have really good clinician buy-in. Most of the time, the companies we've led rounds in were companies where the surgeon came to us with the deal and said, I'm working with this company and leading the clinical trial. Look at them. I think this is going to be the next frontier and whatever. space they're working in. That gets us really comfortable. And, beyond that internal, buy-in, it really has to be, like something that will go just beyond, Orlando Health, go beyond just, a small population niche. So, each time you have, a big strategic on your cap table, whether it's, a Boston Scientific or Medtronic, to us that also underlines that, the bigger guys, the ideal exit, window or pathway for your company actually has something interesting for them to, take a bet in and keep a close eye on. So I think that can also make, hospital, VCs comfortable in, underwriting whatever, next stage that makes sense for, hospital piloting or, pivotal site stage.
Got it. Very good. Great question. Anyone else in the last few minutes that we have a question they'd like to ask the panel? Don't everyone jump up at once. These are the questions that you're going to get peppered with as soon as you walk off the stage.
They're waiting for lunch.
Yeah, that could be. I don't know if we even have time to go through something. Maybe we'll ask kind of a quick question. What is a technology that you guys find fascinating or something like that, or a company that you're very bullish on that you've seen come across your plate? Any kind of one-word kind of quick answers to that?
I just had a call yesterday with one of our former CEOs who's ideating in the surgical space, and I think there is so much opportunity there, particularly from, you heard Brigitte comments from Medtronic. I think robotics is a play, but I think there's also just huge opportunity for efficiency and better patient outcomes. We're investors in a company called GI Windows that is essentially democratizing the creation of anastomoses. And I think that the more technologies we can see and find where it is truly democratizing, so it can anywhere from a surgeon right out of medical school to somebody who's been practicing for 25 years, that's what's critical for patients today.
Patrick?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many interesting things happening, and we cover cardiovascular, brain health, and stroke, so there's a lot of ground there. Some of the new post-stroke technologies that we've seen, recovery, reducing burden, very exciting. We more recently kind of working upstream in our prevention area in the cardio, kidney, metabolic health space. We've added the concepts of sleep and this kind of model around heart health and some very interesting preventive-oriented services and technologies that we're looking at as well that are very exciting. But this world is moving very, very quickly.
I love all of my children the same. But we have an investment in a company called Diane Health, which is helping us sort of unlock the patient record, which is just a huge wealth of, it's a tool that as we show it to clinicians, they're like, there are so many things I can do with this. Because the patient record is just a mess of structured and unstructured data. And our partnership there has allowed us to open it up to help find very complex patients for clinical trials, to help us with some mundane tasks like registries, to help us with our clinicians to make sure they're adhering to our kind of care pathways. Just a ton that you can do, and you have a tool that allows you to really start to draw insights from the wealth of data you have in the patient record. So
very good. Sibo?
I'd say cancer. It's still, the one thing that strikes fear to anybody that hears the word. So we'll just keep a close eye on, just different cancer treatments that are out there, new technologies. Right now we're looking at a pretty interesting company that's drug-device combo, using a drug and a proprietary device that they've made to basically use sound therapy to treat tumors. Non-invasive, very minimal side effects, so that's the type of stuff that, try to keep a close eye on because, we still haven't solved the cancer issue today. So if someone can come up with something so simple and yet effective, I think that's going to be a game changer for billions of people.
Oh, that's awesome. We only have a few seconds left, so I want to thank my panelists, all of you. This has been a pleasure, and thank you, everyone in the audience, for your time and attention. I hope you guys got a lot out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us this morning. Thank you to the panelists. Can I just make a quick announcement? It is now lunch break. So there are two separate lunches going on for anyone who's been invited to our invite-only luncheon sponsored by Blue Goat Cyber. That's going to happen at the Galley restaurant, which is right across the hallway next to the registration desk. It's at the patio of the restaurant. The lunch for all attendees will take place just outside here in the courtyard. So please enjoy, and we'll be back at 1 p.m. Thank you.
screaming your name, and I'm cursing the day from the rooftops. Meet me on the roof. So screaming your name, and I'm cursing the day from the rooftops. Meet me on the roof. So screaming your name. to die. Way too good to die. cure for all the pain. What can I do? I keep falling for you. Wrong fall so true. I keep falling for you. Waiting for the night, waiting alone. I see the light flickering beside your curtain's eye. This joy is love, but it's hard to feel the tension. What are you dreaming of? Yeah, I know you need some cure for the pain. What can I do? I keep falling for you. Wrong fall so true. I keep falling for you. Falling for This joy is love. This joy is love. Yeah, I know you need some cure for the pain.
See her walk, it's so bright. See her bird take flight. See her face, Valentine's. See her quick in heights. So if we fall, imagine that imagination's flight. So here I hold for what you are. See all that I'm looking for. I look to you. The future we've found to stay here on higher ground. The future we've found to stay here on higher ground. I look to you.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon of MedTech World North America, day one. I hope you've all had an enjoyable lunch. It's beautiful weather, and it's a great pleasure to have you here with us. It's a pleasure of mine to introduce the next panel. We're going to be hearing from some fantastic speakers who will be discussing where the smart money is actually going. A frank look at MedTech Capital in 2026. Please give a warm welcome to our speakers, Stephen Levi, partner at Unorthodox Ventures, Greg Madden, managing partner at SV Health Investors, Chris Japp, partner at Tramway Ventures, Sid Arora, vice president, healthcare investment banking, EY Capital Advisors, and Eric Tansky, head of medical technology banking at Oppenheimer & Co. Please give a warm round of applause.
Where the smart money is going. A frank look at MedTech Capital in 2026.
Hi, good afternoon to everybody, and thank you for joining us for this session. We'll give a quick introduction to ourselves, and then we're going to hopefully dive right into this. And we'll encourage questions from the audience. So if somebody says something, don't worry about waiting even to the end. Raise your hand. We'll try to get you in at the time. And we'll certainly try to leave a couple of minutes for questions at the end. So by way of quick introduction, I'm Stephen Levy. I'm a partner at Unorthodox Ventures. We started up the firm about 8 years ago. We focus primarily on medical devices and some other health tech. And based in Austin, Texas, I'm personally based out of the U.S. We invest U.S., Europe, and Israel, and look forward to the presentation. Greg?
Thanks, Stephen. Greg Madden, managing partner of SV Health Investors. We're a 33-year-old healthcare investment platform, investing in everything from venture capital to growth equity to buyouts. The medical device practice is U.S.-centric. I'm based in Boston, and on the MedTech side, we invest early to very late.
Hi, everybody. Chris Japp. I'm a managing partner at Tramway Ventures. We're based in New Mexico. We're a fairly early-stage medtech and biotech investor. Our check sizes are anywhere $500K to $2 million, and we invest across the spectrum in medtech and biotech and even lab technologies. From a personal standpoint, I worked 35 years in the medtech industry on the corporate side. About 4 years ago, I made the jump into the venture world.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Sid Arora from Ernst & Young Capital Advisors. So we work with a number of young as well as mature companies across the medtech landscape. These could be founder-owned companies that are looking for private equity strategic investment, or these could be really young companies that are looking for general advisory services. So really work with a spectrum of companies across the medtech world.
Eric Tansky, good afternoon, everybody. Head of banking at Oppenheimer Medical Technology. Consider ourselves a leading global advisor to emerging growth companies, both in capital raises as well as M&A advisory.
Great. So we'll kick this off, and really what I wanted to start with to talk and get your guys' perspective on is how do you think about managing various risks when it comes to investing? And I kind of would list those risks as clinical, market access, commercialization, IP, and funding risk. So you can comment on any one or all of the above. And Greg, maybe we'll kick off with you.
Yeah, sure. So I think clinical is table stakes. You have to have a technology that works and can be approved. But actually, I think in order to drive adoption of a technology, regardless of its efficacy, usability in the surgeon's hands is critical. And then payment. Everything follows payment. There was a panel earlier talking about following the money, and I think that is that's a truism. And those are the main three things I focus on beyond the management team. And execution in any of those three areas doesn't happen without exceptional management and entrepreneurs.
Yeah, I think for us, we're maybe an earlier stage investor. I think everything Greg said. One thing we also trying to get founders to focus on, even very early in the process, is who might be a potential acquiree. And that's the way we think about it as an investor. We look for an exit between 5 to 10 years. Who might be interested in acquiring this and why? And, to some degree, we need a crystal ball. That's a long way off. But it's important for founders to start thinking about that very, very early.
Yeah, and what I have seen for our clients is, especially on the IP front, is not just having those patents, but hire a good patent attorney, maybe early in your journey. Get that freedom to operate, do that analysis, make sure everything is tight and buttoned up, because you'll need all these data points as you're looking to either sell yourself to a strategic or get your private equity investment.
Yeah, typically where I start out, because we see so many companies out there that, investing and developing really meritorious technologies, but if it's not something that aligns with the strategics, going to the earlier point, you've got to be in the right end market. The strategic rationale for acquisition, has to be there. Or oftentimes, I'll see companies get into situations where they just need to keep going far beyond what their existing investors signed up for. Unfortunately, in MedTech today, most of the acquisitions are post-commercialization, and the data is pretty clear. Once you commercialize, you need to get to about $40 million of LTM revenue on average to get an M&A deal, and that's just far beyond many of the early stage, investors that you'll interact with in the early going. So make sure you get the right end market.
So I want to follow up actually on this, because one of the things I had on my list, and it got a tiny mention, but not as much as I would be sensitized to, is market access. And in particular, as you guys look at early stage, because I think we have a lot of early stage companies here, how focused are you, if you're investing in an early stage company, on market access and the market access strategy and what the companies are doing to get there?
I mentioned payment, and I am highly focused on it, because if it can't be paid for, it won't be adopted. And adoption is how you get to 40 million of revenue. I've been biased later in my career to more growth equity and later stage opportunities for the reason that Eric mentioned, which is, I want to try and invest 5 years before an exit, and if an exit's going to occur at 40 or 50 million in revenue, that means you probably have to have 10 million or more of revenue to make that predictable. Market access, you've got the CMS side, obviously, and then the commercial payer side. Everything is facts and circumstances driven in terms of the setup. When I'm looking at early stage companies, I want to see a strategy. I don't necessarily need to see the answer, but there has to be a well thought out roadmap for, we will get market access through scenario A, B, or C. And these are the steps we're going to take to ensure that we can get payment early in the process that will help, our technology penetrate the marketplace.
Yeah, maybe building on that point, the other thing that we look for a lot is thought around workflow integration. Where we are in New Mexico, we see a lot of, I would call it deep tech that comes out of Los Alamos, Sandia, that kind of thing. And many founders will say, I've got the most amazing device. Anyone in their right mind is going to adopt this. But, so much of this depends on, getting into the hands of the provider, and it's part of their workflow. So, it's the old adage that companies are bought and not sold. So there's got to be some thinking behind how is this going to be used day to day and how easy it is to do. And that'll directly play into how much marketing you need to do behind the device in question, or how long it's going to take to adopt.
Yeah, and it's, thinking about these reimbursement strategies early on in the process, like while you're developing your device, maybe hire some good consultants if you don't have it in-house, and, figure out the various pathways and build scenarios around it. What if I don't get reimbursement A? What's the alternative? What's the alternative strategy? So thinking of all these options on hand can help you get to the end goal faster.
Yeah, as a banker, obviously look at it a little bit different than the investors. I mean, maybe it comes down to the same point, but you sort of have to ask, can this deal get done? And no reimbursement, no business, right? In MedTech, out of pocket really hasn't worked. So you either need to be leveraging existing codes and be extremely confident, and those codes need to be attractive to both the doctor and obviously generate a compelling gross profit margin for the acquirer, or you need to be, in general, running a clinical study if codes don't exist, where you're going to generate clinical data where the endpoints are so profound that reimbursement is almost assured. Otherwise, we stay away from those companies. I mean, just in my opinion, the deal is just not doable, right, without that being solid.
Thanks for that. So the next question I have, and this may seem like a kind of simple question, but to me, at least personally, it's not so simple, which is, how sensitive are you to valuation? If you really like the tech and the exit is, even in the short time frame, 3 years, but in many cases more like 5 to 7, I hate to say 10, maybe even 10 years out, how sensitive do you get to valuation in the early stages of these investments?
So me personally, when I'm looking at early stage, I'm more sensitive to valuation than you would think, largely because if I think there needs to be successive rounds, a high valuation can be the kiss of death. And ultimately, if you think there's going to be successive rounds, you might as well wait till later to see how the valuation shakes out. I do think, though, that the companies with such a profound clinical or economic value proposition, those companies with management teams that are exceptional usually do price a round ahead of the rest of the marketplace. And there's exceptions to every rule, and if you want to be in some of the best companies, I think sometimes you have to bite the bullet and accept a valuation that looks like it's outsized relative to peers, but you're believing that this company is an asset without peers because of the value proposition.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that we really agonize over the most when we're putting together a term sheet is coming up with a valuation of a company. I think it somehow needs to be fair. Obviously as an early stage investor, to some degree the lower the better for us because we think about dilution in subsequent rounds. But if we make it too low, then it sets an expectation on the company. Hey, maybe it's not worth so much, and it's harder to put together a syndicate after that. And by the same token, going on the other side, if it's too high, you risk a down round and all kinds of other issues with that. So it takes a fair bit of work to come up with I would say the appropriate valuation.
And I just want to modify this a little bit for the bankers on the panel because valuation is such a big thing. How do you work with your clients to help them manage realistic valuation expectations?
I mean, look, I agree with Greg. I mean, I see so many early stage companies, especially when they're getting backed by family offices, angels, they set these ridiculous valuations that are never going to stand up. I mean, the comps are there, right? You can look at where M&A deals are happening, premium MedTech deals, structural heart deals, like the ranges of value are pretty clear. So if you're setting up, and the company needs to do 2 more rounds of financing and you're giving it $100 million pre-money, okay, if that's what the company needs to say to get the capital in to live another day. But again, when you look at the data, unless the company really is doing something revolutionary, tell me the number of pre-revenue MedTech companies that have been valued over $1 billion or even $500 million. It's not that many, right? And it just winds up setting up either the company's non-financeable or just a big down round. That's just the reality of the math.
Yeah, and I echo with the same thoughts. So here's what we tell, founders who are very optimistic and looking at these 100, 200 million plus scenarios. why don't you prove it first on that your revenue, that your technology, or whatever device you've created is really scalable, that it has a viable reimbursement pathway. You take the game forward, and then we'll come back to the market in a year and a half to assess the situation again. It's no use shouting at the top of your lungs that here's what I should desire, and then just not getting even a single bidder on the table. So it's better to wait in such scenarios versus going full steam ahead.
Thanks. Sure, go ahead. You have to go really loud, and then we'll repeat it.
I was holding this in, but you guys brought up a topic, and I genuinely want your advice. So I just launched an executive search staffing firm, and investors reach out to me all the time, and I turn them away because I have this idea in my head that they're going to put unrealistic growth goals on our company, which causes, at least in my experience in the staffing industry, recruiters to use really sleazy tactics. But I also have a dream of selling the company for $60+ million and donating those to wildlife conservation. And you can't do it alone. So I don't need investors right now, but if my goal is to really sell at $69 million, I've seen other staffing companies be worth 30 after 5, so I know I can do it. But what advice do you have for me?
So the question was, if I can get this right, is in the staff. So you have a staffing company that, and the question is, in the staffing or services provider to the MedTech world, how do you manage, creating that excitement and getting?
My question is, should I play with investors or should I keep my baby? And can I grow to $60 million without investors?
So we invest in consulting businesses as well to the MedTech industry. We haven't done search. I would say the benefit of a services business that's outside of the regulatory framework, doesn't require product development, is you can bootstrap it. And my recommendation for you would be to do that because you will preserve the most amount of value for yourself. You'll also be able to set your own goals and live. It's like signing up to the Army. That's why my parents always told me to buy a car, don't lease a car. Like, you're going to own it for. Look at where I would consider opportunity to create enterprise value is so compelling by bringing on some incremental capital. Maybe it allows you to hire faster. Maybe there's some broader commercial relationship. That will become so obvious to you, it would be an easy decision. But just because there's interest, I wouldn't necessarily. I don't think you're giving up anything by passing on it now.
Yeah, I want to reiterate something that Greg said, because we're backed by our founder, and our founder was a serial entrepreneur, and we always tell entrepreneurs in general, and I think in your case, I think Greg said exactly right, which is you don't need capital, you're not a CapEx business. But he never took outside investors. He sold his business for $500 million. And we tell people, what's a nice thing about not taking investors and selling your company for $500 million? You get to keep the whole $500 million. So, I don't know if we could say it any more basically than that, but don't take the money if you don't need it.
Yeah, it's something we coach people on all the time, too. The longer you can go without venture capital, the better, to be honest with you. But, it's often when you're ready to scale, you just need that additional capital. The other thing we'd like to emphasize, though, is if you find the right venture group to work with, you would hope it's more than just writing a check. Often it's advice, it's connections with other people in that industry that you're in, or, building a board, that kind of thing as well.
So jumping in now, and I think one of the themes you'll hear from a lot of the folks on the financing and investing side of this is that everyone's super hyper-focused on exits, right? So what's the strategy, and how do you get to the end game? Because, one of the nice things about investing in healthcare is that inherently you're hopefully doing something good for the world without having to be a socially, mission company. But if there's not an exit, none of it makes sense. And so, we actually touched on this a little bit, but I want to focus a little bit more, which is how do you incorporate exit risk in your evaluation? And I have a bunch of, kind of questions, but I'll throw out a couple of thoughts, which is, do you have a criteria for minimum number of potential strategics involved? Do you speak to strategics about your specific investments? And again, from the bankers, it'd be great to hear your guys' perspective on some of this as it goes on. Do you have a preference for a strategic being on the cap table or not being on the cap table? And one of the hot topics we'll hear about, and maybe we'll do a follow-up, but how do you think about structured deals with structured exits? And maybe we'll start with Eric just to get his perspective here.
Yeah, I mean, we just had one announced. Artivion's going to exercise an option we put in place for Endospan, and that was a deal. I mean, I love those deals. We've done like 4 of them in the past 18 months. It's where the market's at. I mean, when you look at the M&A data, these strategics are not acquiring pre-approved products. Maybe within 12 months of commercialization, i.e. upon pivotal data, they'll close because they need to prep for commercialization, but that's about it. We just did the analysis for Stryker. I think there's been like 11 deals since 2018, north of like $100 million that were pre-FDA approval. So when you look around MedTech and you look at how few actual lead investors there are, and again, I'm talking about companies that are doing sizable rounds, right, pivotal studies, it makes all the sense in the world. I think the Endospan investors, I want to say they put in like $13 million. We were able to get Artivion to finance it, and they took $175 million out up front with up to $200 million more in earnout. We have another deal that's due this year that the investors had put in $50 million, and the option, the initial is $500 million. And then that'll be there's another 100 plus, in earnouts. And, you look at the cost of capital out there to finance stories like that, it makes all the sense in the world to me. There's obviously risk if the strategic doesn't exercise the option. But again, I think the data would tell you if you achieve your endpoints and for whatever reason, the partner who put the option deal in place they don't exercise, as long as you have your data, you ran a proper study, you've got good KOLs around it, there'll be other strategics out there. Corvia, CardiHeal, I mean, there's several examples of companies that had option deals that fell through. And when you ask yourself, where would that company have gotten the 150 million? How diluted would the shareholders have been? I think the structured deals are something that are definitely worthy of consideration. And it's a big reversal from when I first started in MedTech, where VCs did not want strategics in the cap table. Now what I see is many of them actually do want to know that a strategic cares. They like to know that there's actually a partner that is interested in potentially acquiring the company at the end of the rainbow, because many of them have funded these stories to where they thought an exit was going to occur and then found out they had to take it much further along. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, and adding on to this, what a strategic does is it's not just providing the capital, but also providing co-development programs, ideation, channel access, and a host of other capabilities which a startup may not have. What we need to be cognizant about is that you should not have restrictive terms. So think about right of first refusal. How restrictive is that? So think about those terms as you're signing up with the strategic. But certainly it's helpful to have them on the cap table when the timing is right. And the other piece, as bankers, what we have seen is that as founders, think about the problem that you're trying to solve, and are there multiple credible strategics that are trying to solve the same problem? Because when you go for an exit, if the problem that you are trying to solve is aligned with the problem that they have been trying to solve for several years, there you get a large pool of credible buyers that will be ready to get your hands on your company. So think about, the broader the focus and the more addressable the problem is, the better it is as far as exit is concerned.
Yeah, we like to have strategics on the cap table, for exactly the reasons you articulated, Sid. It also adds, I think, a bit of attraction for other people to invest in the company. I always liken it to, to the old high school dance where you've got maybe someone standing in a corner and no one's asking them to dance. Then all of a sudden, the popular person goes to ask them to dance, and everyone all of a sudden becomes interested. We've seen that happen before too, where we have a strategic suddenly join and, oh wow, there must be something interesting here. There'll be other investors come in. Other point I wanted to touch on was the whole commercialization side. I think that's one thing that we see as a real challenging inflection point for many early stage companies. The strategic companies have, national, international distribution, and if you can find a way to put their product into their bag, whether it's through, a strategic that may have invested or a partnership, that's a real plus in getting past that challenging point.
So, I don't have a fixed number in terms of how many buyers, but it's more than 2. That's the best I can tell you. We do want to see strategic validation. That can happen through diligence. That can happen through an investment. But I think all the industry data would suggest if a strategic invests in your company, they're probably not your buyer, oddly enough. You're more likely to be bought, but it's not correlated to who invests in you in terms of who buys you. So a perfect example, we sold SpectraWave the end of last year, and J&J invested 12 months before. It had a right, it expired, and within hours of that right expiring, Philips put in an offer. Things in terms of the J&J commercial plan changed, and maybe because we had that, there was a FOMO factor that Chris was referring to.
Great. So next question is around platform technologies, and this is like I have a personal perspective on this. I'll share at the end, but as investors, do you like to, when you're meeting with a new company, do you prefer them to be specific point solution, or do you like them to have a platform technology?
Platforms are expensive. I like them if they can be invested cost effectively. Platforms also make it harder to acquire because it may conflict with other parts of the acquirer's business. So when I am at a commercial stage, I am looking for very specific point solutions that can be tucked in. When I'm looking at early stage, you just don't know how it's going to go, and having multiple shots on goal is valuable. So if you're all sufficiently confused, welcome to my world.
Yeah, I think even for us at a very early stage, we love a focus. Focus. What's the specific indication or application for this technology? But that being said, in 2 of our companies, we've seen a bit of a pivot. And the pivot only happened because there was some platform capability. And we also like a platform as, a possible follow-on. So, for example, we're looking at a product that has a diagnostic capability, but buried under there is a platform capability to add therapeutic capability. We won't invest because of that reason, but it's a nice thing to have in the background that, oh, okay, this could possibly increase the valuation and carry on the product a bit further.
Erica, Sid, if you have a perspective on it.
Yeah, as bankers, we love selling platforms. It's just easier to sell. The story, it forms for a good story because it's like reusable tech, right? You're not reinventing the wheel. And at least we do love selling platform assets. But here's the question, like the buyers are going to question, is it a true platform technology or is it just a buzzword that you're using in your SIM? Right, so founders better need to get that straight. It's a true platform because it's reusable tech. You don't have to reinvent the wheel when you're looking at commercialization. The reimbursements or the regulatory strategy follows the same pathway as the other device that you have already commercialized. So there are plenty of nuances that a strategic buyer would understand.
I think if it's a platform on the same call point, great. But if the platform, you're touching the cardiologist and the gastroenterologist and the interventional radiologist, that's a nightmare because your company generally gets acquired by a division. I can tell you I've done deals where, we're selling a company to Medtronic, for example, and it's a platform that touches cardiology and electrophysiology, and they have to get both teams in the same room. The people don't even know each other. The different business units have just different strategic goals in mind. So, again, it's very difficult. If it is a platform, and there are many companies that does touch various call points, I think the board just needs to be prepared to either separate the IP out and do like exclusive licensing deals, or just be prepared to sort of give it all away, if you will, to whichever call point winds up being your value maximizing call point. So,
yeah, and just to share my perspective,
you will give it away too. That's my point of not investing necessarily in the platform until you pick your winner, because I'm not sure unless it's an identical call point, anyone's going to give you fair value for it.
And just to share my perspective on this, I think as a especially earlier stage founder, but really any part of the startup life cycle, CEOs and the managing team's job, your job is so hard. It's so hard. And for you to just accomplish something, to get one problem and get the solution for that one problem and get the regulatory piece in place, get the market access at least rolling, as you've heard, and to pull that together, and then if you have to commercialize, which I think in today's world it's more common, we generally, I mean, again, a very general statement, but outside of the cardio world, you should assume you're going to have to commercialize. In the cardio world, maybe you can get away with it without having to commercialize. You have so much stuff to do. And then to organize your company to commercialize, focus, 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 focus. And it was said before, I'll say it again, focus, focus. So now I kind of feel like, because the topic is smart money and trends, the question is there actually any smart money in MedTech? So love to hear your guys' perspective on that. And a little bit to this point, which is in many cases, not always, we're all trying to shorten out our timeline to exit, but in many cases we're still looking at 5-year, 7-year, 10-year timelines. Can you really be smart looking out into the future 5 to 8, 5 to 10 years going out?
I mean, I'd be curious what the advisors think in terms of when they look around our universe.
By the way, they were already geared up to say that SV and Tramway and Unorthodox Ventures are the smartest.
Yeah,
but after you get down past the top 3, they'll tell us.
Yeah, I think, in our world, when I started in this business, is if you were creating an improvement to a clinical outcome, that there was value in that. I'm less convinced, unless it is a stair-step change in clinical outcome, that's going to do it alone. I think if you are enabling the healthcare system to operate more cost effectively, it's all about healthcare economics. That's what's going to break the system. And my belief is that if you can save the system money in a measurable way, in a reasonable time period, because remember, commercial payers don't own these patients for very long. So focus on indications where CMS is worried about long-term costs. That is where I think most of the smart money is going, because we have very mature categories in places like cardiology, places like orthopedics. That's why you're seeing a lot of money flowing into areas like neurostim, where we're just starting to see more exits. Areas like non-invasive monitoring, we're starting to see the exit trail start to build. But really, this is all focused on delivering as good of care as currently available for a lot less cost, I think is where a lot of the money that I watch seems to be flowing.
Yeah, there's an old saying, I'd rather be lucky than smart. So I think smart money is a combination of luck to some degree. But I'm one of the newer investors here. I've only been doing this for 3 or 4 years, and I came from the corporate side where I looked at the world quite a bit differently. And for that view, it was really, at a strategic, how do I do better in this product line, or how do I get into this innovation that I can't do internally? But since I've been doing the investing side, I've changed my mind a little bit, and I'm really gravitating more towards what Greg just talked about, really finding a way to lower costs in the healthcare system while providing real clinical value. Because often if you can even demonstrate that to a strategic, they won't even realize that was a big need. And I think there's a lot of opportunity there.
Yeah, from an advisory standpoint, what I've seen is the smartest money is something which is taking care of the smartest risk around it. Meaning, you can be a founder and have this vision, I'm going to sell my company for, I would say, like 500 million 5 years down the line. But what you need to take care of is the risk around it, and you have to be smart around it. So your vision could be long-term. That's where the smart money is headed. But take care of, the pathways or the milestones that are coming along your way. So be smart about the risk. Like, hey, what's the reimbursement risk going to look like in a couple of years from now? And what will investors care about? Or what's going to be the payer risk, the provider risk, the commercial risk, which is going to come like 4 years from now once you're bringing your product to the market. So you start taking care of those risks, and the smart money will take care of you.
Yeah, it's a humbling business, I would say, because I've seen some really good ideas where you say, boy, there's significant unmet need, et cetera, and it's been very difficult at times to find capital or an acquirer for really good, well-run companies. So to some extent, there is a bit of luck. I mean, I think the data would tell you disruptive cardiology, has kind of consistently enjoyed the earlier exits, the premium exits, but not all the money, can go there. Otherwise, again, someone said it earlier, it's like if you're not in cardiology, then you better be prepared to commercialize, right? And it's not just, win a couple of centers. I mean, you may have to put real commercial traction, establish that in order to get one of these acquirers to stand up. It's just a function of the consolidation and the maturation that's taken place in the MedTech market.
Great, thanks. So we have about a little over 4 minutes left, and so I want to give the opportunity for anybody else, if there's questions from the audience, if you want to pose those up. We'll let you go twice. Do you want to?
I'm curious to know if you've noticed, what's the trend of investments going into MedTech that focuses on preventative and not just treating a problem that was created by lifestyle here in the United States?
I would say there's very little. If you're going to go down the preventative route, you need to pair monitoring with intervention. And so there was a wave of companies trying to focus on certain populations, chronic disease management. But by definition, that means they already have a chronic disease, so the system already knows they're expensive, and they're trying to basically just reduce exacerbations versus prevent the disease in the first place. I think prevention is really hard for the reason I mentioned before, which is the time scales cannot be, for commercial payers, they literally want to see an ROI within a year or 18 months. There are not many things that can do that on the preventative side. You're really trying to focus on reducing the burden within very specific populations that are already known to be high cost, and introducing some sort of way to flag, have a signal that something is going on here, and trying to intervene before they end up in the ER, which we know is the highest site, the most expensive site of care. But there have been very few successful examples to date. I think that is probably the future, and maybe AI with the appropriate data set can alert us to the members of within an insurance pool that are most likely need to be focused on.
Yeah, from an investor perspective, it's a really, really tough one to look at, without, here's how it's going to be paid for, here's how it's going to be reimbursed. It's really difficult. We see a lot of what I would call concierge medicine applications now, things with a non-FDA pathway. It's something we don't personally touch. But there's a lot of preventative work being done in that. And I think when it makes its way into the standard regulatory pathway, when we have really good predictive AI, that kind of thing, it might be more investable.
I'll give you 2 quick thoughts on it. One, I think diagnostics in general, and I'd throw that into a diagnostic category, are generally harder categories, especially for the investor. So you'll find a lot of people who do medical devices who don't do diagnostics. It's not universal, but I think there's a bias. The second thing I would say is that you verge in onto, there's a consumer element to all this, and where we've seen some success, I might argue, is on the consumer side. So Aura, for example, it's a health analysis. If I was going to look as a marker to see where the trend is going, I'd look at the Stelio product, which is the consumer glucose monitor that's come out. Because if people start to buy that, that says they're willing to do it. And the reason it's important, I might make an argument, it's more important coming from the consumer side, is when the consumer's making that decision, they're doing that on their own, they're willing to create lifestyle. Like they're already opting in to change how they behave, and that's ultimately, I mean, 3/4 of it is diet and exercise, right? Sleep well, diet, exercise, you're going to solve a lot of problems. And so those are hard things to do. Why are people so excited about Wegovy and Ozempic? Because, you know, now I don't have to change my lifestyle and I can get skinny. It works for a little bit. No, 100%. And so these are the challenges. And so I think you asked a great question about this. So anyway, those are, I think, some of the challenges. We have maybe time for one more question, so I'll just throw it out. Go ahead.
Quick opinion on accessing the public markets through reverse merger. Strategy that's reasonable or too much overhead?
I'm going to go first because I have a strong view, and then I'm going to, because I was an investment banker for many years. I had 2 or 3 touches to the SPAC market. I was always skeptical about it. I was always wrong. I'm skeptical about the crypto market. I continue to be wrong about it. That's my view. So what can I tell you? I think it's a mess, but God bless, you know.
I mean, the reverse merge is all about the pipe. Who are the investors in the pipe? Are they quality investors coming into your pipe, validating the story in the public market? Or is it, you know, just putting lipstick on a pig, as they say, and, you know, it can be a nightmare.
So we actually are out of time. I really want to thank everybody here on the panel. Sid, Eric, Chris, and Greg, thank you for joining me on this. And everybody in the audience, thank you for listening in. And we appreciate the questions. We're all available to talk to throughout the rest of the time here.
Thank you, dear panelists, for such a fantastic discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our next session, to introduce our next keynote speaker, who has played a pivotal role in shaping one of the most respected organizations in the global MedTech ecosystem. As former CEO of NAMSA and now vice chair of the board, he helped guide the company's evolution from a family enterprise into a globally recognized strategic partner supporting innovation in the MedTech industry. Today, he'll be sharing insights from that journey, one built on growth, transformation, and long-term strategic vision. Please join me in welcoming former CEO of NAMSA and vice chair of the board, John Gorski.
Keynote by John Gorski, Vice Chair, Board of Directors, former CEO at NAMSA. From family enterprise to strategic partnership, the NAMSA journey.
So I'm going to share with you everything I know about running a MedTech services company over an extended period of time with a robust growth strategy, while watching the strategic tea leaves on when to prepare for an exit, going through the exit process, and 5 years later looking back on it, saying, what would I change? And I'm going to do that in 10 minutes, because that's what they gave me. So let's dive right in. So a little bit of brief history. Uh-oh. I sent the wrong slide deck. All right? So let me just walk you through it. 1967. A visionary thought about testing medical devices for safety and efficacy 10 years before the FDA started regulating medical devices. This started in Toledo, Ohio. It was my father. We successfully transitioned through first generation to second, in large part because we had great non-family CEOs. We had great success. My father was thinking out ahead, hired somebody in the late 70s to run the business for 20 years, and then following him, we had a second CEO that ran it until 2006 when I took over. The strategy really came around serving our clients and our clients asking us what else that they needed through their product development process. Many of you are going through that process or have already many times. So what started out as a laboratory business serving clients in North America ended up growing through mostly organic growth, but also greenfield, some selective M&A, certainly geographically, but also by line. So we added facilities in Europe. We grew into regulatory consulting and clinical research services, but it was always in MedTech. We had a joke around the office, we don't do drugs. And the services really surrounded around regulatory and scientific services. So anything that would help a client evaluate safety and efficacy of a medical device or diagnostic is where we wanted those services to really be core and help them at different stages along the way. So that as we grew, we could show continuity and we could show the adjacencies. Even you heard the last panel talk about platform. Well, a platform's only as good as when you can prove out the ability of the platform to work independently as well as with each other. So you see a little bit of a timeline here. We did have great success growing and supporting the regulations, helping design some of them in the early 70s and 80s. I can run to the next slide and show you a little bit about the selective M&A that we had relative to clinical and consulting services that we added to the core. And through that process, we did a number of best practices. One, we had an outside board of directors. So professionals in their own right, CEOs, CFOs, regulatory experts, all on our board helping guide us along the way. We had a written strategic plan. So we made sure we had a 5 to 7 year window and aligned that with our annual operating strategy and budget. We also had family meetings outside of the business every year. And we would typically invite a board member or outside advisor to come to those meetings and assist us, particularly when we had a thorny issue or a complex one that we were working through. We also did a number of other best practices, I believe. In those annual family meetings, I did an annual report. We aligned on metrics with the shareholders to make sure we were looking at things like return on equity over a 3 and 5 and 7 year period. And in the process of going through that, we typically would see acquisitions and the greenfields that I talked about, even some divestments along the way that wasn't core to the scientific services that I mentioned earlier. All right, things are going so well. Why sell? Right? So to me, there were a few factors that all kind of converged in the late teens. Whatever your risk-reward proposition is for your company, we went through the process and evaluated some of these things. And in retrospect, one of the things that I really enjoyed doing was coming to conferences like this and meeting with competitors, seeing what their exit strategy was, seeing if they were a possible acquisition or partnership relationship, and if not, just trying to gather competitive intelligence, if they would be honest with me, which they usually weren't. But the intent was to make sure I was watching what was happening in the industry. And in the process of doing that, I started seeing consolidation. Sometimes pharma service firms were coming into the MedTech space, and you know what? That was great, because they would generally mess it up. They'd integrate it into the mothership, and they wouldn't acknowledge devices are different than drugs. So we picked up a lot of great clients and a lot of great people from pharma coming into MedTech. Now, sometimes it works. In the CRO space, it didn't. So as a result of consolidation happening in our space, there was a scarcity of assets. And so as that happened, multiples increased. So as those inbound calls kept coming, and I kept resisting them because we had a 50-year-old company that was We were happy running it. We enjoyed it. It was fun. The other thing that we knew is that that growth strategy, to continue it, required capital. And when you've got a family-owned firm, there's only so much willingness to go debt to EBITDA above 2 or 3x. Whereas, you know, private equity loves debt, right? That can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing. But growth capital was a critical need for us in the late teens. About that time, we also had a regulatory matter that I'm sure many of you have experienced. If you haven't had one or you're not going through one now, you probably will have one because that's just the nature of the beast that we've got. And then, of course, we had a cybersecurity incident before it was in vogue. Back in 2018, we did get locked out of our data. It wasn't all data, but it was some critical data. And we had to pay ransom in Bitcoin. So some of those things converged all in a period of time, and you've got to have resilience to kind of work your way out of it. But because that risk-reward proposition was changing, we thought it might be time to consider a strategic partner. So, look, I'm going to... You probably can't see all this in here. This is just a timeline. It started in late 2019, and it just so happens it happened to be before JP Morgan, so yes, there was a leak in the process. As much as you try and tie things up with confidentiality and otherwise, it just doesn't always work through, well, someone's fault, but not the internal team's fault. Of course, COVID happened in March of 2020. We had a deal about 90% negotiated right during COVID, and everything stopped. So we started asking ourselves, was this meant to be? Right? Fast forward a little bit over the summer, because we were in healthcare, we weren't as affected as many other businesses were. So we restarted the process again. But that party that was back there in March reduced their value because they wanted to buy it cheap. So we said no. And we talked to some other groups. So you go through this whole process and you kind of wonder a year later, is it worth it? Right? Is it meant to be? And there was another LOI that we had in the middle of it as well. So there's a lot of ups and downs. There's a lot of emotional content that goes along with that. And you've got to be able to be resilient to get through those steps and see the end game for what it is. All right. Was it worth it? Sitting here today, yes. Back in the day, it's tough. It is a second full-time job. So whatever your business is, wherever you're at in your process, get out there, do these conferences, meet people, get to know what your buyer set wants sooner rather than later. Because we had a 50-year-old company and it was operating well, I kind of knew where people wanted to go with it. And so that part was the easy part, honestly. I'm going to jump through here a couple things real quick on the left side. We did the risk-reward proposition. So really, one of the great things that I was able to do is have a great team. And through the board and having the great team, they helped me find outside advisors. So when we kicked off that process in late 2019, hiring the right investment bank, make sure the management team, we went through the whole process of retention and severance agreements, and we had a long-term incentive plan in place, but because we didn't plan on selling, we actually had to account for that and modify the LTIP to provide a transaction bonus for the team. The transaction legal counsel for that is different than your basic corporate or employment lawyer or IP lawyer. We also had a separate tax advisor for the family, and I also availed myself of a PR firm because I wanted help with messaging both internally and externally during the process. Estate and tax planning. If you haven't done that yet, sooner is better than later. What the estate planning lawyers will tell you is that you want to get those things done before you proceed and have time and space between your estate planning and the transaction so the IRS can't come back and say you just tried to avoid taxes, because avoiding taxes is illegal, but tax efficiency and planning is perfectly appropriate. We also came up with a list of expectations for both our shareholders, our buyers, and our management team, because I wanted to make sure when we went through that process, all three were going to be happy downstream. Had a great family support. They didn't make me check in with them every single week or month. They said, John, come to us when you've got something on the table that's actionable. So a lot of support, lots of prayers. I will tell you, both my parents had passed by the time we went through this, and someone once told me that the definition of legacy is peer pressure from dead relatives. So I certainly looked for signs, and I certainly heard my parents talking to me during the process, and just looked for help making good decisions. But if you've got a great team, you've got a great set of advisors. Yeah, the swim lanes are multiple. We had 8 or 9 swim lanes going at once, and while you're running a business, so it is a second full-time job. So there's a lot going on during this period of time, and it wasn't, in our case, just a 3 or 6 month process. It ended up being a year. So going through and juggling all those different things and really coming to the reconciliation that, you know what, if we got to keep running the business, we'll keep running the business, because it's a great business. We enjoy doing it. We enjoyed the people we work with, and we enjoyed seeing the therapies that our clients were making, helping improve patients that you all are doing. So I'm going to stop there. Happy to take any questions. The key thing here is no regrets, right? Oh, one or two more things on that far right side of the page, right? If there's a couple things I could do over again, one is my private equity sponsor that bought in at the end of the day. They said, John, trust us on the long-term incentive plan for the team downstream. We'll take care of it. They did do that, but it took a year, and that made the team nervous, right? Anybody going through a change in control that's not the CEO wants some pathway out if it comes to that, if the buyer doesn't want them there. So having a good retention and severance agreement, having a good long-term incentive plan helps them with that runway and feel comfortable and confident that the buyer is not going to upset the apple cart. Regulatory filings, we had those to do as well. Sometimes if you're above a certain dollar amount, FTC wants to know, and that requires notice, and it can be public or it can be private, right? And then I think lastly, for me, I did not renegotiate my employment agreement before we closed. I should have. It would have been more clear to each party what they expected of me. I gave them a year in transition so they could find their own successor, but that happened a little faster, and they didn't want to pay me the rest of the year. So we go through those learning moments, and we figure that out on the fly sometimes. Those are the couple of things I would do different. All right, let me stop there, see if you all have any questions. Happy to take some if I can. My niece, Ivani Franklin. All right, there's a lot built into all that. Let me reframe the questions. How do I stay on the board? How do we handle the LTIP for the management team? Yeah. And downstream, setting expectations. Yeah, and A-share report. Okay. So really staying on the board, that was a function of the family rolling over a significant % of the proceeds from the first transaction. And so the partnership agreement that we had with our private equity sponsor was, all right, there's going to be a 9-person board. Gorski family gets 2, and that was typically proportionately related to the % ownership that we had in the company, right? So they asked me to be on the board, asked me to be vice chair, and asked me to be chair of the M&A committee because of my network and relationships in the industry. So that was an easy conversation because they put some thought into that before they approached me, right? But I didn't want to be CEO anymore. They asked me to, and I said no. I didn't want a new boss at this point in time in my career. Management team-wise, I paid the management team their rightful share for the transaction, but then private equity came in with a bonus plan or transaction bonus for them at the next turn. For those of you that may not know, private equity looks at a couple transactions over a period of 5 to 10 years, right? First one might pay you 80 or 70% of it. Next one might pay the 20 or 30 that remains, right? But they're looking for a return on their investment as well. And they want to allocate time for that management team as part of that pool, right? But that's always a function of either MOIC or IRR, right? And then in terms of class of shares, that was all kind of structured in the asset purchase agreement that we went through those negotiations between LOI and an end. And Class A share was for cash. Class B share was for rolled shares, including the Gorski family, as well as any follow-on acquisition. And then C shares were for the management team. And there's a specific waterfall that they created that showed proceeds from the next transaction will flow after debt and how it would into those three classes of shares.
Did you decide those, or did our...
Mostly the private equity sponsor decided those, but it was market. We had our own transaction counsel. They said, yes, this is pretty common. So thank you. They're telling me my time is up. Thanks very much. I'm happy to take any more questions outside.
Thank you, John, for such a great presentation on your journey with NAMSA and some very insightful points for our audience. Happy to announce our next panel of the afternoon, one that flows really well from some of the discussions we've had this morning as well on surgical robotics and smart ORs for mid-sized hospitals. Please give a warm welcome to our speakers in this panel, starting with Manish Chand, robotic surgeon and researcher at the University College of London, Dr. David Laith Rawaf, Clinical Director at Vidvaro, Rashna Dayal, Managing Partner and Founder at Sugati Ventures, and Rajit Kamal, Vice President and General Manager of Surgical Robotics at Medtronic. Welcome, everyone.
Surgical robotics and smart ORs for mid-sized hospitals.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for joining us for this session on robotics. Hopefully we're going to give you 40 minutes or so of stimulating discussion to keep you awake during this postprandial session. Thank you to my panelists for joining. Let's dive straight in. So, just to give you some context, globally, only 6% of surgeries are done by robots. And yet we see that robotics grabs the headlines. It's supposed to be the sexy form of surgery. If you can put the word sexy and surgery together, I don't know. But certainly it's the headline-grabbing type of surgery. And if we were here 10 years ago having the same discussion, we'd really be talking about one company that monopolized the robotics industry. But 10 years down the line, we have not just one, we have over 100 different types of soft tissue robots, and they seem to be coming out every week. So I'm going to go straight to Rajit over here, who's joining us from Medtronic as head of robotics. How has that changed the landscape that now we have so many different types of robotics in this space compared to a decade ago when there was just one company?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, Manish, and thank you for having me. You know, when you look at, you said 6% of surgeries today that can happen robotically are being done robotically, but the potential is significant. This is a $9 billion market growing above 15%. I'll just give you one data. In the US, the market we are here today, 26% of the procedures are done robotically. This number will be north of 60% in the next 10 years. And the growth outside the US is significant. So having multiple companies is how the industry is going to evolve. It's actually been very good. We welcome competition. I think competition is good for the customers, is good for the patients. By having multiple companies come together, I think we are driving innovation which is right for the patient. So we welcome that. And I think more than us, now that we are talking to customers around the world, they welcome competition as well. And it has really put us on our feet to make sure we are not left behind as we continue to innovate with robotics and with AI as well.
Okay, so with that changing landscape, as someone who is in this space as well, but from a different perspective, how do you see differentiation as an important theme here? Are we seeing different robots bringing different things, or is it still very much the same thing?
So, first of all, thanks for having me here. I'll put my VC lens, my VC cap on. And, to come to robotics, we have to look at the changing landscape in healthcare. So when you look at hospitals where typically robotic surgeries would be done, hospitals, at least in the US, are now either moving towards tertiary or quaternary care. So think about very complex Da Vinci kind of operations. Or things are moving out of hospitals into ASCs more and more, right? So when we want to come to robotics as an investor, we have to look at that. And when you think of ASCs, these are very specialized procedures. Think total knee replacement, right? I looked at a company very briefly. I was talking to Rajat about it. I haven't done due diligence on it yet, but there is this surgical robot for precision cutting of the bone for knee replacements or any other joint replacement, right? I think that's the space we're going to be looking at because CMS is actually increasing the amount of procedures that can be reimbursed in ASCs and outpatient clinics. So the next wave of robotic surgery for small and early stage investors in MedTech is going to be driven by that. We simply don't have the checks to compete with the Intuitives or even the Medtronics of the world. But we hope that some of the attachments or the add-ons on the ASCs, that trend that we invest in would be, adopted by the bigger companies as well. So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay, so we want to see greater rollout, greater expansion, greater access. And a number of companies now are presenting themselves in the US. Obviously, there's a precedent in place, so we can move these companies in very quickly with a 510K and from a regulatory standpoint. How do you think that differs? Because I've been doing robotics for about a decade. In fact, as a disclosure, I think Rajat once interviewed me for a job. But 10 years worth of robotics, what I've seen is this differentiation between the companies. And these Chinese companies do look very, very similar to Intuitive Surgical's robot. How do you get around that?
It's an interesting question. I actually spoke to a few surgeons recently, went to a UK specialty conference where they had Chinese robots being presented for the first time. And they're all blown away by what the robots are doing and how their go-to-market strategy as well. It's highly competitive. And I think at the end of the day, fundamentally, they're having the same problem, which is every robot that comes out, every new technology, every new method of actually deploying the robot, whether it's single-arm, multi-arm, modular, or single device, is incrementally improving the patient care by a factor. But it's a factor that's quite small. And it's obviously over the 10 years, I'm not a robotic surgeon, I make orthopedics, but over those 10 years, the increments of change have been marginal. And we're getting to a point now, well, yes, the market is flooded with huge numbers of robots. We're probably thinking on this panel right now about your classic stationary robot with a console that's being controlled. But what about the next generation of robots that might move around and help you? What about the humanoid robots that might start to act as a bit of a scrub nurse, for example, and support the team? Perhaps the ones delivering equipment to the OR, perhaps the imaging systems are partial robotics and come in and adjust themselves accordingly. I think regardless, we're looking at a future of robotics, and it's really about ensuring the interoperability of these robots, that they communicate with each other, and not just making it incremental changes because of their differences and what they're good at doing, but rather huge swathes of change that can happen as a robot or robotic ecosystem. And that's where I see the real value of robotics in the operating room in the future. But right now, I think you're right. There's just, you've got one giant and all these competitors trying to come in. It's very interesting.
Two giants.
Two giants.
Okay, so it costs around about $2.5 million to buy a DV5 or an XI robot. Can we justify that price tag to do soft tissue surgery? I assume Hugo is in the same ballpark as a premium device. Can we justify that in ASCs where the reimbursement is completely different?
It's a great question. So when you think about the cost, I think just looking at the cost of the system is the hospitals and the ASCs look at the total cost of ownership, right? It's not just the cost of the system. So you have to look at the cost in a comprehensive way. And there are multiple ways to be able to pay for that cost. You don't have to pay that money up front. There are multiple models that you can create that makes it easier for them to adopt a system. But ultimately, it's about what's the cost of ownership over 7 years and what benefits does it bring. If you think about an ASC, what matters to an ASC? It's operating costs. So it's not only capital cost, but cost per procedure. And can you drive savings on that? It's efficiency. They want to do more procedures, so OR turnover becomes important. It's space. Can you make it more efficient from a space perspective because they have smaller ORs? It's sterilization. A lot of ASCs don't have sterilization facilities. So when they look at acquiring, it's not just the cost of the system. They look at the cost of ownership, and all these things go into that equation, Manish. And I think we will see persistent trends to ASC. I completely agree with Rachna. In fact, CMS started reimbursing prostatectomies in outpatient centers starting in January. And I've spoken to many urologists, and they are looking to bring robotics into their outpatient centers and ASC. So we will continue to see that trend, and we will see the economics being thought of in a more comprehensive way than just the cost of the system.
Okay, well let's take a straw poll here. We have what looks like about 50 people in this room. All things equal, you're going to get the same outcome, as it were, from a clinical standpoint. So whatever needs to be removed will be removed. Hands up those that would want robot surgery versus traditional open surgery. Me. And I'm good.
Okay, then.
Okay, so about half and half, let's say. So I think there's a message out there as well that Medtronic and Intuitive need to understand. That first, we need to explain what robot surgery is, and some of the things that you mentioned, David, are with us now. So I have seen mini Optimus robots as scrub assistants. They will hand you the instruments for open surgery. I have seen drone robots. I have performed telesurgery from one country to another over a distance of 3,000 kilometers. So these things are coming, but, Rachna, what's the value in all of these things? How do we translate that into value?
So the value to me is the ability to evolve. To me, robots, whether they're in big hospital systems or in ASCs, are living, breathing organisms, right? If you do not feed them upgraded software, new parts to improve surgical outcomes as you go, then I don't see a value. I don't see a value even for an ASC in purchasing a robot that cannot be modified and improved upon, right? That comes with its own complexity of maintenance, upgrade. The manufacturer has to constantly provide new things. So it's not like in the old times, you create a surgical tool and you're done. Think about, sutures. Oh my God. The sutures that worked for J&J work forever, and they're still working today. It's not that, right? It's something very, very different. And so to me, if I were to measure the value of a surgery, it wouldn't just be in the outcomes we can achieve today, but what is the level of the outcomes we can improve with the same robot with add-ons in the future. And I don't know if people and patients are used to thinking in these terms. But that's what value is to me.
But we're seeing in the US in particular, the trend is that general surgery is where robotics is growing. And when we say general surgery, we're talking about smaller operations that take an hour or less, hernia operations, gallbladder operations. As a clinician, I'm not sure you can demonstrate the value between doing a laparoscopic, which is a traditional keyhole gallbladder removal, laparoscopic cholecystectomy that takes about 20 minutes to do, and turnaround time is quick, versus using a robot, which is not going to give you those tangible benefits. I mean, what are your thoughts on that, doing these simple procedures with a complex tool? Because a fool with a tool is still a fool, as it were.
It's a good point. I think you don't have to adopt a technology just because it's there. And I think this is very applicable to ASCs. the cost of the robot, as you're saying, is so high. It doesn't have to be placed just because the robot is there or because the surgeon likes it or perhaps the patient, half the audience likes it. I think where the robot will add real value is where it's reducing friction and not adding to it. And I think at the moment in that case, unfortunately, if you're looking at a 20-minute case that you can do laparoscopically with hand, straight stick instruments versus a case that will take an hour because of the setup and because of the replacement of the tools and everything surrounding the robot ecosystem, then there is no value. Unless, of course, there is a marginal difference in clinical outcome. And I pose that question to you in your 10 years of operating. Have you seen a big difference in outcome, robotic versus not?
Well, look, I came from an era where I learned open surgery first and then moved into laparoscopic and then moved into robotic. So there's an evolution there. I haven't done any open surgery for a decade. And I can absolutely see the benefits in, I'm a cancer surgeon, I can see the benefits in cancer surgery. But, I mean, I'm going to throw this to you, Rajat. How, if I was doing a gallbladder or a small hernia operation, how am I going to justify that when that robot machine could pay the salary for several nurses and physicians, etc.? How are you going to get that message across?
So it depends upon which stakeholder you're talking about, right? So if you talk to a surgeon, and Manish, I would love to hear from you, what surgeons tell me is few things. Laparoscopic surgery is not easy, right? Suturing with laparoscopy is not easy. Ergonomically, it takes a toll on their body. If you're doing a robotic surgery, you get a 3D view of the surgical space, which is 10x magnified. You have a much better view of the surgical space than you have with the 2D vision in laparoscopy. You have wristed instruments. Now, maybe for simpler procedures, doesn't create that much value, but you can navigate difficult anatomic space much easily. You are sitting in a more ergonomic fashion, right? So for a surgeon, the value proposition is much stronger. You know, I think I shared this morning, my mother was a surgeon, and I've grown up seeing surgery all my life. When I saw surgical robotics, that is where you want to get your surgery. Better view of the surgical space, ability to get around anatomic structures in a better way. The surgeon is a lot more comfortable. From a hospital perspective, hospitals are not just doing hernia and cholecystectomy. There's always a mix, right? You do need to have them do some of the simpler procedures to get used to the system and all that. But if you're buying a robot just for hernia, that is challenging. But if you are, every hospital has a mix. They are doing hernias, but they are doing colorectal surgeries as well. They are doing bariatric surgeries as well. They are doing thoracic surgeries as well. So you have to look at a mix to make an economic value proposition.
Okay, then. So let's go back to the shifting landscape in terms of more robots being in the space. You remember, in the 80s, if you wanted to buy a television, a Bang & Olufsen television, it was several £1,000s. And, now you can go to Best Buy and buy a 100-inch television for a few $100s. So market forces are going to bring costs down. So are we going to see costs coming down because Da Vinci still prices their product at a certain level? Or will there be the Da Vincis and the Hugos, and then there will be another class of robot that perhaps aren't premium versions or do those premium surgeries, but you can use it in these ambulatory settings?
I mean, I think there are two ways to think about this. So I do think there will be pricing pressure. There's no doubt in that, right? This market for the last 20 years has been a monopoly. In monopoly, you have a lot more pricing power over your customers. As multiple companies come in, you will see a downward pricing pressure. I also think the market will segment. I don't think all robots will be premium. You will see certain platforms that are premium, that bring you advanced instruments, that bring more AI, higher level of service, higher level of training, and you will see more value-based systems coming in. So I do think two things will happen. You will see pricing pressure. We are already seeing that. I think you will also see segmentation in the market.
Okay, so what do you want to see then, Rajat, as an investor? Let's say I come to you with my new idea of a robot that I'm going to undercut the Medtronic system and the intuitive system. What are you looking at to take that idea and that concept and turn it into and scale it into a business? Because there seems to be an opportunity here.
There is. And, in terms of what I would like to see, yes, you might be able to undercut, but how are you then compensating for quality and outcomes? That is one thing I want to see. It could be that you're partnering as a company with an AI native innovator, right? And somebody from I come from semiconductors, and I'm a hardware software engineer, right? I know how systems work together. If those kind of people get together, they can innovate at a much faster pace than some of the bigger companies, not because the bigger companies don't have the talent, but the bigger companies have the bureaucracy that smaller companies don't, so you can move faster. So it's the same as 3D printing. People kept saying 3D printing is not going to enter healthcare. Well, here we are. Right? So I think it's the same analogy. I think I'm looking for innovators who know how to compensate, but not compensate outcomes, right? Make up for those in certain ways, whether it's with hardware or software or with a process, whatever it's going to be. I want innovators who do those kind of things.
So let's expand that theme a little bit more, and let's talk about connectivity. If these machines could talk to themselves, I'm sure we could come up with wonderful solutions, but they're not allowed to talk to themselves in most countries. How can we get around that, the sharing data side of things? I know, and I know other companies covertly do share data amongst themselves, but strictly we're not allowed to do that. How are we going to get around that?
Good question. I think the operating room is a very data-rich environment. It's full of what people are doing, the fixtures, the fittings, the processes, the workflows, the automations, if there are any, and what the robots are doing. And the robots are gathering a lot of data. I'm sure I can't even begin to imagine how much data the Hugo is capturing per case and what you're doing with that data in the background. But I think a lot of that data is being applied for procedural improvement. And I can understand why you'd want to ring-fence that data so that you have a better robot than the competitor. But what about the data that will assist the operational workflow in the operating room, that will actually enhance and augment your robot, encourage people to use them in settings that they may have not used them before because actually it's less friction than it was before? And so it's that data sharing that I think needs to be connected to a platform. I know at Vitvia we're trying to build a platform like that will allow not only a 3D virtual environment of what's happening in the OR and what the robots are doing, whether they are fixed or moving robots, but to also share that information amongst the robot systems. So we can almost be like the ears and the eyes of those systems. We're not interested in whether the staple gun is doing a better job than the other one, or perhaps which one is cutting the closed triangle better than the other. But my point is more around, are we ensuring that the team are working well around these robots, that the robots aren't slowing everyone down? And that's where I feel like the future is going to have to be in terms of data sharing.
I actually agree with that. It's very analogous to what's happening today in hospitals. Let's say a hospital has 10 different centers where they do knee replacements, right? And the data looks very different depending on the surgeon, the implants they choose, the demographic of that space. And yes, Epic doesn't allow you, or the different implant companies don't allow you to share a lot of their, critical data with each other. But the hospital system, because it's one system, can look at the data and look at variation and say, this is why we have cost variance, and this is why we have outcome variance. And so I think that's very analogous to what you're saying, and that is going to start improving the process. And when that happens once, then the surgeons will go back and talk to the Medtronics of the world and give their feedback and saying, hey, there's no improvement in outcomes. Can you justify more or give us more data on that? And I think that's when the real improvement in price pressure starts coming in.
So I think what the two of you are describing is a smarter and intelligent OR. Medtronic build everything in the OR, from the sutures to the bed to whatever. So in your ideal world, all of the data that's generated from these individual devices would be connected. Surely that's the play.
I think I actually agree. I think we need to figure out a way with the industry players to be able to share the right type of data. You have to also understand, in an OR, there will be multiple connected devices. Not all of them will be from the same company. So if I'm a hospital administrator, I can't have multiple silos of data. You need those data to connect. You have to build that API into your system so that you can connect the data for the benefit of the customer, right? So, and there are two types of data. There's a data specific to our device, which obviously we want to keep because we want to use that to continue improving it. But there's a data at a macro level. What is right patient care? What is right to drive workflow efficiency? Those kind of data, if we capture, we should absolutely share that with them. And that data belongs to the customer to start with. So I actually completely agree. We need to figure out a framework where we can collaborate with our industry partners for the benefit of our customers.
So I suppose it goes back to then having these multiple apps all talking to each other. I have an app, I have Epic, which I can see all my patient record details on my phone. I have an app from Intuitive and I can see my surgeries and the metrics of my surgery. But then there are all these different apps. They need to be connected. Otherwise, you get app fatigue. So how are we going to get around that? Are you going to collaborate with Epic to allow that data to be shared?
I think it has to be driven by the hospitals. The hospitals should demand that everybody has an API where you could connect. I think for industry to do it individually, that's going to be tougher. But if that's what the customer wants or government drives that, I think that's what will drive. But I completely agree, Manish. Why would you have multiple apps to check? You want data to be connected at one place. You can drive better insights. And I do think we need to get there.
So David, how do you fit in all of this? Because you're building something similar and you understand the importance of data. But as a standalone company, how can you then compete with the robot company or a company bigger than a robot company like Medtronic? I remember a decade ago when I was working with Jean Neme for touch surgery and digital surgery, and we were putting those algorithms together. Everyone thought it was an app for teaching surgery and teaching skills, when actually he and digital surgery were looking at the data within the OR and trying to connect it all. So it was almost a Trojan horse. And of course, it's part of the Medtronic family now. How do you fit in against a Medtronic?
I think the way to think about this is a good question. And, bringing up Epic was a great example. Does it have to be through Epic, this interoperability piece? Does it have to be through a single provider? I don't think it needs to be, especially at Vitvio. We don't believe in us competing with Medtronic or any of the giants or even the small industry players. I believe it's about co-opetition, building a platform that allows everyone to plug in to that platform, provide the data from their instruments, from their robots. And perhaps it doesn't have to even provide the data. We can pick up the data. If there's a 3D digital twin of the operating room that's looking even down to the granular level of how the needle was manipulated. There's no chipset on the needle to give data to our platform. We can gather this data ambiently, and we can propagate that to any of the platforms that needs to be. It could be Epic, it could be back into your own system. It could be into a robot that's not related to Medtronic, but that is going to deliver some instruments to the Medtronic robot. My point being is that the idea is building a platform that goes beyond just a single point solution of just making the operation or the OR more efficient, that goes beyond just augmenting the surgeon and improving the clinical outcomes and improving the way that the robot works, but actually building a platform that allows an ecosystem of the future of the operating room to really come to life. And I believe that's going to be an interoperable, beautiful room one day.
So let's talk about efficiency then, because efficiency translates into financial benefit too. Wouldn't it be efficient if I didn't have to do the surgery and the robot just did the surgery? Because then you save on manpower and time.
I think eventually we are going to be there, right? I mean, we've all seen it as Star Wars and Star Trek and all whatnot. And I think we're going to get there. I think as a society, we're not ready for that yet. I think it's going to be clinician-controlled, then clinician-assisted. But if we're really going to have Star Wars kind of, space travel, surgery and healthcare will look very different if that's really going to be a reality. So I don't know how many years away are we from some of that being done entirely by robots, but we will get there. And I respect a lot of clinicians very much. I don't think it's going to be 100% that, but we are going to get there eventually, whether we like it or not.
Elon Musk tells us that I'm going to be jobless in 3 years' time.
No, well, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, I would say. But who am I? He's Elon, right?
I was at a conference and one of the surgeons said if Elon Musk needs a surgery in 3 years, nobody should operate on him. But here is what I would say. I think technology will get there, Manish. I have no doubt in that. In fact, in many ways, technology is already there. But do we want an autonomous surgery? I mean, we are leaders in surgery. I'm in the surgery space. I don't think we will ultimately get to a point where we'll completely eliminate surgeons. I think you need surgeons. They will be doing things differently in the OR than what they are doing today. And maybe I am not thinking, but I think you will always have, a surgeon will always have a role to play.
I totally agree. I mean, even from a computer vision standpoint and training videos, right? Yes, the robot could probably tell if you're a surgeon or not a surgeon by how you're interfacing with the machine. And you could say the same for autonomous cars, driving a car versus sitting in a car. But it will never fully understand the nuances, the anatomical differences. And forgive me, I'm probably stepping on your shoes here, but I think even the surgeon's touch, I think, is something that's so hard to replicate. Yes, we could probably get there, but I think the surgeon will always be driving to an element what's happening. Perhaps 99% of the operation is autonomous, but there's going to be one particular piece where you'll have to intervene and drive the robot.
Okay, so let's play devil's advocate then. So earlier this year, when I was at the JP Morgan event, I hailed a cab. Cab turned up. There was no driver in the cab. Took me to where I needed to go. All seemed very convenient and efficient and wonderful. And as you know, I work with very talented engineer Dan Stoyanov, that again is part of your team, and we use the same concepts of computer vision to build the tools that we build in surgery. It's the same thing. So if you look at a flight, most of a flight, a commercial flight, is done by a computer, but you do need a pilot sitting there. So the technology is all there. We can do these things, but you're right. Should we be doing them is a different matter.
I think the edge cases is what you've got to dial into, and the driverless car is a perfect example. I don't know if anyone saw that video of it driving through an active shooter, a Waymo driving through a crossroads, and there was a shooter in a hostage situation, and all this. It had no awareness of that. Just like in a pilot, I guess you're right, 90% of the journey is autonomous, but there's going to be those edge cases where you need the pilot's skill and calmness and ability to handle that situation. I think that's where we're going to end up. But I may be wrong. I think
So I go to San Francisco very often. I live in the Bay Area, and I see so many Waymos, and I saw a Waymo, and this was on news as well. Sometimes, just for fun, when people leave a Waymo, they don't close the door. And it's just standing there because the door is not closed. And it didn't have the ability until then to close its own door. And they learn. And I think for surgery, we're going to go through so many years of this learning curve because as humans, we know how to make these decisions. It's just inherent, but not with the robot. So by the time you cover 99.99% of the edge cases, it's going to be decades.
So in an elective case, and we use the word elective as a planned operation rather than emergency setting, most people look the same on the inside. So that operation or that surgery is pattern recognition. So if I'm doing a surgery, 99% of the time I'm doing it from pattern recognition and experience. It's subconscious. I'm not thinking about it because I've done it 1,000 times before. So surely we can do aspects of that surgery then autonomously. Surely we can do that, Rajat?
And that will happen. So you will see task automation coming very soon, right? You will see certain aspects of surgery you can automate. But to get to a point where a surgeon is not involved at all, I think that is not realistic, at least in the next few years. Talk about, pilots. Planes can fly on their own. I don't think we will ever get to a point where you don't have a pilot in the cockpit, right? You never know what unexpected things would happen. Yeah.
So is it in our appetite for risk because the train system in London, the light rail system in London don't have drivers, and they operate all around London. Is our appetite for risk what's holding us back, rather than the technology, or is it more ethical than that?
I think there's an ethical element, there is a risk element, there is an unexpected element of this. I do think surgeons will do things differently. So as you said, you could have 90% of the steps being automated, but you still need a judgment from somebody, a surgeon, to be able, because there's a human element to healthcare, right? And I don't foresee a future where the human element is taken away.
So interestingly, if I'm sitting in outpatients, a third of patients, when I tell them they're going to have robotic surgery, genuinely believe that a robot's going to do their surgery. And that's my failing because I haven't explained it clearly. That's rather than their lack of knowledge, that's me for having not explained that. So that message needs to get out there then, I suppose, that robot surgery is still human surgery using a better tool, rather than this scary Star Trek, Star Wars thing that you mentioned, Rachna.
I think the human element is a big thing. I'll give an example very close to innovation. So what percentage of population in the world do you think are innovators? People who actually leave comfortable jobs like I did to start my own fund or start their own company. 2%, maybe? If we're really lucky in this world, 5%. That's how risk-averse we are as human beings, right? Even in the most innovative cultures. And I think that's what really it is, right? Because trains were not initially running on their own. It must have taken a lot of years of testing to get to the point where it was autonomous. And remember, that was made autonomous in an era when news was not everywhere and fake videos were not around. So now you're dealing with different kinds of news elements and news becoming viral. So the moment something goes wrong on one robotic surgery case, imagine what the media is going to do and how they're going to toast and roast both the manufacturer and the surgeon, or whoever was in charge, right?
But humans make mistakes too. I hope none of you are squeamish here, but I've chopped off maybe 200 or 300 legs in my time. During that job, a colleague of mine chopped off someone's wrong leg, which means they've got no legs now because they needed to have the other leg removed as well because that's what had the disease in it. So these problems happen with humans as well. Maybe they wouldn't happen if we had autonomous robots doing it.
I think technology and humans will reduce some of those errors. So I think technology will be an enabler in reducing some of those errors and will make us better. That's what AI is going to do, right? I mean, if you talk about AI in general, it's going to change what we do, will make us more effective, more efficient, more productive. I guess as a clinician, Manish, what do you think? I mean, do you think we will see a future where surgeons won't be needed?
Well, I'm a GI surgeon, and I don't see anytime soon autonomous GI surgery because there are too many moving parts. But if you're looking at the skull, neurosurgery, long bone surgery and orthopedics, where it's a fixed target and there's very little variation in the anatomy, yeah. I mean, look, if someone needs their leg chopped off, I mean, it's not rocket science to do it. And you just chop someone's leg off. There isn't very much else to it. So, yes, I could imagine that being done. I could imagine neurosurgery is done to some extent, largely by image-guided robots. So, but I don't think soft tissue surgery, where things are 3 meters of small intestine is moving around, that's more difficult.
It's interesting you mentioned, the edge case of wrong site surgery. And you're right. Technology, even one of our product features, is quite literally wrong site surgery and going through the WHO checklist and automating that and documenting that. And I think, back to your point about could the robot completely do things itself? Maybe it could, to an extent, as we touched on earlier. But take example the airline industry again and the trains. What if we were able to dial in to those robots from afar? What if there were a fleet of planes with no pilots, but all the pilots were sitting on the ground, and they're dialing into these planes and flying them whenever there's difficulty or whatever? So now I'm thinking, actually, they are kind of autonomous, and we could see a future where they are semi-autonomous but controlled remotely. And that's a future where it becomes interesting. You're now a GI surgeon doing X amount of cases. You could do a multiplication of that very easily because you're able to maybe supervise up to 10 surgeries, for example. And that's a future that we could get to quite soon. And so when you think about the workforce challenges, we're short of, 150,000 surgeons across the world. We're short of 500,000 surgeries every year, and that's from the Wellcome Leap statistics a couple of years back. So thinking about not just the technology and how we can automate it, but how that's going to assist the workforce. Are we going to allow the workforce to focus what's important on the patient rather than all this admin work and having to navigate all this technology, where the technology actually navigates itself and you're just dealing with the edge cases? I think that's where the future really lies, in automating not just what's happening directly on the patient, but everything around it. Those are my 2 cents.
Yeah, well, look, I think ultimately a robot is a combination of a hardware device with a hell of a lot of software on board. So it's that sort of collaboration and marriage between hardware and software. And I agree, because where AI and robotics is going to help us, they're going to bridge the gap between an efficient, risk-averse machine versus human frailty, so we don't get wrong site surgery or these problems that happen from us being human. But at the same time, what we're hearing from patients and even in that straw poll is people want that human touch rather than just a ruthlessly efficient machine. So we've got to wrap up with your take-home message then. Let's start from the end and come back. Maybe one or two points that you think we're going to see over the next 5 to 10 years in terms of robotics and in terms of ambulatory care settings.
Yeah, I think a couple of things. We will see more robotic companies getting in, no question. They will come with different value proposition. We will see significant penetration of AI, and we will see a lot of surgeries moving to ASC. Those three trends are going to be very, very persistent.
In addition to that, I think as AI is developing, we will get better decision-making happening. Now, when that decision-making is going to go through FDA approvals and what are the sticklers that are going to come up when that process happens, that's another story. But decision-making in robotic is going to improve because overall AI is improving, and we're looking through an era of boom. There's a lot of money going to investing in this field, and it is going to enter robotics as well.
To add to all of that, I think the most important things to wrap all of that is to make sure they're interoperable, reduced friction for the staff, making sure the staff is not focusing on manning all these instruments and documenting, but actually focusing on what's important, which is the patient.
Okay, I think we have one burning question at the front.
I have a question. So this has been a wonderful panel. I want to hear everyone's thoughts. You just performed a surgery from India on a U.S. patient, right?
Chinese.
Chinese patient. So from India to China on a Da Vinci machine. I want to hear everyone's perspective on that. Was shocking to me that future is here now. So I would love to hear everyone's thoughts on is that too fast?
So telesurgery then.
Yeah.
Well, I think telesurgery it's already happening, right? It's happening, and it is incredible. But I think it solves challenges. It solves access issues. It enables you to cooperate if you're doing a complex procedure. Just raise of hands. What percentage of U.S. population, the most developed country in the world, don't have access to specialist surgeons? Make a guess. I was shocked by that number.
40%.
So 40% is the right number. But think about it. You are absolutely right on. But 40% of the US population does not have access to specialists when they need that. They have to travel 6 hours, they have to drive. Telesurgery, and a lot of IDNs have these community hospitals. They can actually have a robot there, have a surgeon sitting in Boston or Atlanta, and they could operate. It solves the access issues. If you're doing a complex procedure, you can have a surgeon dial in for a certain part of the procedure. So technology already exists. Technology already exists. And I do think it solves some of the unmet needs that we have. So I do think that's going to happen for sure.
I wanted to just give a future that is getting very close, and to plant a seed in your mind and to bring back Star Wars. Imagine now you're able to dial into that theater and put some VR goggles on, walk around the live surgery, point at the equipment that needs picking up. And when you're pointing at that equipment, there's a hologram of you in that operating room, a bit like Star Wars, pointing at that equipment, maybe helping out in the theater. Perhaps you're controlling a robot through what you're doing in the VR headset. That's a future that we're very close to building.
Yeah, absolutely. One last quick question.
I think the people that you need is, so in the older generation, you need people who understand the process and the art very well, and they're ready to think how they can improve everything by augmenting it with AI. And on the younger generation side, because they don't have the experience of having the art and practice the art for 20, 30 years, you need people who are able to blend multidisciplinary things very quickly together, because that's what it takes to learn things quickly with AI being AI native, which the new generation is going to be. The people who are resistant to either or, they're going to have a very tough time in the transition for the next 10 years. That's what I foresee. That's what we're seeing in the Valley itself. I sit in the Silicon Valley. We're seeing that on a daily basis.
If I can just add, there's a recent report came out of Boston Consulting Group, and it says almost 60% of the jobs will be reshaped, not replaced, reshaped in the next 2 to 3 years. That probably includes everybody in this room. We will be doing things differently, using AI to do things better, right? 10 to 15% of the jobs will be eliminated. If you are a customer service, probably that job can be done by an AI and things like that, right? But I agree with Rachna. You want to hire people who have the learning agility. That is more important. Because I don't know what the jobs will be 10 years out. We all might not know, but new jobs will be created. Yeah.
Well, with that, thank you very much to my co-panelists, and thank you very much for listening and the great questions.
Thank you, Manish.
Thank you to our panelists for that thought-provoking discussion. Very insightful, actually, on the future of responsible surgical innovation. So I'd love to welcome our next set of panelists for the panel on the commercialization play. Monarch Patel, co-founder and CEO at Scuvent. Tim Laurie, founder and CEO at Projectus Consulting. Claudia Holly, founder and CEO at Podemos Limited. And Joe Sasson, Chief Commercial Officer and EVP at MedTech Ventures. Welcome.
Commercialization playbook for MedTech startups, from readiness to revenue.
Oh, I know, right? Oh, I'm live, I guess. Hey, everyone. Nice to meet you. I'm Avani Franklin. I'm managing partner of MedTech Capital. We're a family office. So we not only support investing, but also all aspects of the product development life cycle. So what we're going to talk about as a group here, and I have a wonderful group of panelists with backgrounds not only as founders, but also with decades of experience commercializing, I would argue, thousands of devices. So the thesis of our chat here is to help provide advice on how to successfully commercialize a medical device. So whether that's overcoming fundraising hurdles, regulatory hurdles, generating clinical evidence, scalability, building teams, exiting, market adoption, physician adoption, the list goes on and on. We're going to provide a lot of functional advice, expertise, and hopefully some good takeaways to help all of you in the room that might be going through the same boat. So with that being said, I'll have the panelists introduce themselves, and then we'll jump right in. If we have time at the end for Q&A, happy to do that. If not, we'll all be in the back of the room and would love to connect. So go right ahead.
All right. My name is Monarch Patel. I'm the co-founder CEO of Scuvent. We're a field inventory operations and efficiency management platform for MedTech companies.
My name's Claudia Holy. I'm the founder and CEO of Podimos. We're really a commercialization marketing agency. So we work with companies to refine their messaging and then make sure we answer all the questions of your stakeholders throughout their buyer's journey so they can say, yes, you're the right technology for us as quickly as possible.
My name is Joe Sasson. I am the EVP of MedAxiom Ventures. And since I have ADD for sure, I also work on an ambulatory surgery center company and 2 AI companies focused on all cardiovascular.
I'm Tim Laurie, founder of Projectus. We're a talent consultancy in MedTech, so helping businesses, both executive search but also commercialization, building commercial teams across the world.
And I think the mic on the end might be off, no? Or perhaps...
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, if not, they will fix. So let's start with kind of defining commercial readiness. I want to maybe start with open-ended, whether that be tips and tricks or how you would define, how is a MedTech product defined to be commercially ready? Is it through physician adoption? Is it through sales? Is it through revenue generation? Is it through overcoming regulatory hurdles? From all of your experience and the different perspectives that you have in the industry, what would be maybe your definition of that?
So when a business is commercially ready, the word you mentioned earlier is adoption, and that's the key thing. And that there's a lot of forms for that. You obviously need clinical adoption, and that's not just a couple of physicians saying, oh, this seems interesting. These are people that are going to go to war, if you like, to get this product to market. That's absolutely critical, that businesses have that. You've obviously got the health economic side of things, reimbursement.
Yeah.
And then you've got to create, obviously the panel's called Playbook, right? You've got to create a playbook for all of these different aspects to get your product to market, and you've got to create a process for that as well, which is absolutely vital. You know, otherwise it's just not going to happen. You have the greatest idea in the world, it will not happen without those
I think
things.
the value drivers that you talk about is getting more and more important now. So, you know, before coming to market, actually, where is your value in the, you know, clinical workflow where you're going? Because if you don't now drive value, I think adoption is much harder than it was before.
And how would you define then value? Or I'll let you answer that, but maybe to piggyback off of that, how do you demonstrate it, rather?
How do you demonstrate value?
Yeah.
I mean, I think you've got to have a really good value proposition. So what problem are you solving to the healthcare system you're going into, and why is that of value to them? So I think you need to understand what that looks like, but you've also got to have the health economics that justifies that in the back end. So I think, you know, there's a lot of work that starts a lot earlier on. I think, you know, we see as a marketing agency, we see a lot of companies coming to us and they say, we want to say this. And you're like, but you can't say that because your clinical data doesn't support that. So I think, you know, it's really understanding early on, what does your clinical data need to show? You know, what does your value drivers need to show? What's your value proposition before you even get to market? You know, because then you're much more differentiated, you're in a much stronger position. So I think that's when you're market ready. You know, from a marketing perspective, from our point as well, you know, I think you've really got to understand what all your stakeholders look like as well, and where are the blocks that you're going to hit into, because you're going to hit into blocks from a marketing perspective. You know, so how can we understand them early on and actually get over them before you even hit into them, because that's how you'll then shorten your sales pipeline and then commercialize faster.
And do you have advice on how to best demonstrate that? Do you have functional, you know, from a marketing and advertising perspective, do you have advice on if they have data or if they are ready to commercialize? Do you have advice on how that's demonstrated?
You mean how to demonstrate the data?
Either the data or the readiness.
I'm not sure I totally understand what you mean.
So do you have advice on how it can be articulated, how it can be demonstrated and shown that either the product or the team or the company is ready, successful?
You mean what the outcome is?
Yeah.
I mean, so I think, yeah. So, I mean, I think, when you go to market, you need a message that's understood in seconds. So you need everybody to be saying the same thing back to you. So I think if you're successful, you've got open doors all the way through. I think, when you're not successful, you start seeing blockages along the way and your adoption slows down. And actually, it's really frustrating for everybody. And it's like, we've got an amazing product, but it's just not gaining the traction I want. And I think that's when you look back and say, actually, why has this happened? And it tends to be, one of the things we've just spoken about. So either your value proposition isn't correct. The number one thing we see in MedTech as well is the message isn't clear enough. So it's not focused on the problem you're solving, and it's often too technical. So actually people get confused and you lose them at the first section. So I think, there's a lot of things to show when it's not successful, but I think a slow adoption curve, and not necessarily in the initial centers. So, when you start out in your launch, your initial centers are your friends. So you'll see the good adoption there, but it's when you go into the wider market and you don't get that adoption, I think that's when it's actually something's wrong, and we need to look back and see, what we haven't understood and how we get past that. So mapping out front makes a huge difference. Was that the answer?
That was wonderfully said. Sorry to put you on the spot. You did well.
Yeah, I don't want to parse words, but I want to build on that word value, because I see that coming in a few different places right now. One of the things that I'm seeing is folks that are really building models that are often population health oriented. Service environment, and if you're really good, you're going to show your clients how you help them to value. We often think about clinical outcomes, and then maybe some of us are thinking about operation or more about financial outcomes. So we've got to have a clinical product. It's got to be really good, but we've also got to make sure it has ROI. And I think the thing that gets undervalued the most is the operational outcomes. And I have seen people. There's an ROI of $1 million that causes severe disruption in the healthcare environment for a particular practice or hospital or health system, and then something else has an ROI of $100,000 instead of the $1 million, but it's easy, and the staff can implement it, and it works with the workflows, and they will take that product all day because resources and staffing is an issue. And so when is it really ready? I think when you can meet the needs of the health system economically, clinically, operationally, and help them transition from fee-for-service to value and do all of that. And this really gets to kind of Tim's comments about understanding the workflow and how that goes. All of those pieces, I think, need to be together, and then you can execute.
Yeah, and I agree with that because, I'm in ops and we see this all day long. You could have an amazing product, but if it's not going to seamlessly integrate into your operational workflows in the healthcare system, regardless of whether it's MedTech or in hospitals, it's going to really struggle with the adoption curve for sure, because we've always done things a certain way, and there are certain sane ways to do operational workflows in healthcare. And if your product is trying to move away from that, and there's an entire brand new learning curve, that has its own impact, and adoption suffers, regardless of the value proposition that you as a founder or you as a company think you're going to bring.
Would any of you have advice on how to increase adoption, whether that's through messaging, clinical evidence, integrating within the founding team? Do you have advice then on that point on how to ensure
I think
that
it's about
success?
Taking the time, and this is the real role of one of the key roles, I think, of the founder before you start to commercialize. Even if they want to replace themselves as that chief commercial person, is going into real detail around this adoption, how you're going to position the product clinically, what support you're going to need. If it's software, customer success, you start to think about that and adoption. So it's really about creating a detailed process and playbook for all of these aspects to enable you then to go to market efficiently. And I think sometimes perhaps people do forget just the detail you need to go into in order to achieve success.
You keep using the word playbook, and whether it's playbook, care pathway, any of the things, and just different terminology around what you're saying, you're exactly right. And when we understand how it flows through the system, how MAs touch it, nurses touch it, APPs touch it, physicians touch it, revenue cycle touches it, when we understand how that completely is used, how from referral into something for a certain procedure or diagnostic, all the way through follow-up from a procedure, when you've got that playbook and workflow, then you're ready.
Yep, I like that. So how about then, and maybe this is, your perspective might be nice on this, but do you have advice on, and I struggle with this as an investor, whether it's post-deployment or whatever your standpoint is, how do you define when the right time is for a founder to step out of that commercial role of being, wearing all the hats, managing everything, and investing into either resources or personnel or FTEs to manage that, or to, perhaps leverage board members, advisors, kind of passing the baton, if you will. Do you have advice in the hundreds or thousands of companies that you guys have all seen, or what do you have done? How do you define when that's appropriate and a good use of funds?
Yeah, it's a good point. I think it's when you've been through that process, once the founder's gone through that process, that detailed process we've spoken about taking their baby, and it's becoming an adult, right? When you commercialize this way, look at it, your business is a real business then. It's not not a plaything, but it's not just a passion. It's a reality. And it's something that needs to make money and create commercial value. So I think normally when the founder's on that journey of going through that detail of how to do it, naturally they can come to a point by going, okay, I'm not the salesperson now. I need to be able to pass it on, and can kind of almost see it for themselves within that journey and that pathway. It obviously depends on the individual. Ego comes into play a little bit maybe as well, around that, and how they see themselves in the future of their business, because obviously no one wants to give their baby away, right? So that's an important aspect as well as the personality of the character as well. But I think, it's a natural process as you get through commercialization, whereby they will or should realise their skill set in more detail around, they're quite often a physician or an engineer, and whether they have it within themselves to become that commercial person as well, or outsource that, to someone new.
Yeah, I agree. I think naturally there comes a point where the founder recognizes that I think they need to step back from sales and the founder-led sales. But a lot of this is, what type of culture have you built? And are you promoting the message that passion that you went and did the early sales with? And are you bringing in the right team members who can resonate that passion and go and sell to customers without the founder? But I think in probably no company is there a time where a founder is never involved. I think it's the involvement is evolved into a different way, and a lot of that just comes from being in the background, establishing that culture, and making sure that you're providing the right support for your team members.
So I think I actually answered both the last questions in one, because so I think, how do you accelerate your growth? Because this falls into that as well. What's the right time for the CEO to stand back from a sales perspective? I think the question is, how do we do that faster? And the same with, how do you accelerate your business faster? And it really comes down to one thing, and it's, how do we educate audiences faster? So if you're a CEO now, you've got all the information in your head. How do we get that out of your head so that actually you can educate people for the sales team? So, things like, how do we create videos that answer all the questions you're getting all the time? And then the salesperson can send that out up front before meetings. And it's almost like, the customer is meeting you up front as well. So, and you're training your team at the same time. So, that's one way for the CEO to stand back faster and get the information out there. And it's highly effective. But the other way of, how do you accelerate your business when you're actually launching? And there's one thing in how to do this. It's, you've got to answer your customers' questions religiously. And I think that's one thing we're not very good at doing. And I think we need to do it online and with the sales team. So I think too often we hear, but we need to wait till we have a one-to-one conversation. The conversation has moved. We now see that 80% of a decision is made before somebody even gets in contact with the company, and that includes healthcare in that study. So often people are, looking, and you don't even know they were there. So we need to start creating content that answers those questions. So actually, when they come to you, the question they have is, how do I start? The question isn't, tell me about about your product because you've lost most of them anyway. So I think, this is the big thing of how you accelerate your business, but also how do you step back as a CEO? And it's all through the content you create. And obviously I'm looking at that from a marketing perspective because this is what we do every day. But it's highly effective, and it's something that's hugely underutilized in medical device. And I think it's because it's a regulated industry. And it's very easy to say, actually, this is regulated. We can't do this in medical device. And in fact, you can do it in medical device. You need to understand the regulations that you need to comply with. And it's all absolutely possible. So it's really standing outside of your comfort zone and saying, how do we educate people faster? Because that's how we're going to grow our business faster.
Yeah, I love the terminology accelerating the business as well. So maybe we can move into acceleration and scalability. Do any of you have advice on, maybe we could even call it post-commercialization, but around scalability, distribution, manufacturing, maintaining, feedback from end users, responding to that while still building a team pre-exit? We'll put that as the scenario.
Shall I quickly jump in again and just finish it off? Okay, so, when it comes to once you're commercial, you have your assets, you're asking your customers questions, they're coming through, they're saying, when can I start? But Ivany, as you said, how do we keep up to date with that? And I think it's having a team that is listening all the time, and it's combining your sales and marketing functions together, because actually your marketing understands how to create materials, how to communicate. Your sales understands your customer. So it's actually bringing them together as a unit, almost as a revenue unit, and saying, right, how do we engage with this customer better? Because we know 80% of a decision is made online. So on that basis, who is now more important? Is it sales or marketing? And the actual answer is it's neither. They have to work together to be highly effective, because the 80% is now part of the sales remit, but they need to do it through marketing. So I think that's a really important sort of thing of how we continue that commercialization and that high revenue growth.
Yeah, I think from an ops perspective, it's really easy to say we're small, so we'll just do everything manual. We'll take care of this on spreadsheets and phone calls and emails. But what most founders don't realize is that company is going to grow at a much faster clip than you can keep up. And so it's really important to make sure that the operational policies, the processes, and is scalable. You have to be scrappy early on, but you have to recognize at what point are we going to transition to proper systems, implementing scalable solutions, so that when we do magically go from that 5-rep model to a 50 to 100-rep model, we're not trying to just gasp for air and have all of these structural workflows that are broken, and while you're trying to continue growing the team.
I think it comes down to obviously repeatable operations, if that makes sense. So it's all about having something that's completely repeatable, because that becomes scalable, right? As we all know, if it can't be repeated, it's not going to be scaled. So you need to define your sales processes, marketing processes, the communication between those departments in great detail. And you think about the most successful companies, they've had great technology, but Intuitive, a good example, obviously probably most successful the last 20, 30 years, whatever. They've got insane processes for sales. Everything is defined in so much detail. Every single person's job is absolutely defined to minute detail of almost every minute of the day of how they interact with their customers and within their business. And I think that's the key thing, that repeatable, operational efficiency, essentially.
I would agree. I think they're all great suggestions, and I think that we can't lose sight of what got us there as well. So as you're scaling, making sure that we're continuing to grow our KOL base, continuing to have presence from the KOLs, continuing once we've established even market traction. I've worked with a company that had 94% market share in what they did, and they never let up, and they focused, and they just changed their focus on who else needs to know what we're doing, how do we get more of the care team involved, how do we continue to focus on education. We don't even need to focus on sales, we just need to continue to educate and continue to be a presence. And I don't think you can do any of this without what these three have said, especially the focus on processes and making sure you have standardization. But you can't let up, and you just have to continue to expand those that you touch and how you're touching them in a meaningful way. and continuing to bring them into the product and into the space. And then you start saying, how do we get others into the space as opposed to just tell them about our product? You do reach a point where the goal is, instead of selling your CT machine or your isotope, you need more people doing that procedure. So you begin to take a larger focus on the marketplace and adoption of things that will eventually lead to the utilization of your technology. So you just don't let up. You evolve in how you scale.
Do you have advice then on that point, or any of you, on how to not only maintain but increase the physician and market adoption? I mean, that's what everybody wants, right? So do you guys have advice either through personal experience or what you've seen from your clients?
Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of strategies to do that. I don't know that any of them are as exciting as AI and robotics. I think it's still the standard ways of field teams reaching out, medical educators, and continuing to do for right now the things that work. Now, when I say, it's not as wonderful as talking about AI, I actually say that kind of jokingly because I think that is true. And there's a number of agents that are out there that are continuing to educate. And so they will serve as a digital twin as we keep talking about scaling a CEO or getting a CEO to stop being the salesperson and training the salesperson. There is a lot of education that's happening through these AI digital twins that folks can access and get educated and bring on more KOLs. And it's still relationship based, but how are we supporting the marketplace 24/7 at low cost? We are starting to see some shifts there.
Can I jump in and touch that? So one thing that we're seeing is the traditional marketing routes are not working nearly as effectively as they used to. So everybody will see that your SMS boxes are filled, your email boxes are filled, most of it gets siphoned off somewhere else. It's harder than ever to get through to people. So I think it's not necessarily doing what you used to do, because actually I think what you used to do isn't working, and I think that's what's driving slow growth and adoption of many companies. I think it's actually, how do we do things differently? How do we educate differently? And how do we hyper-personalize now? Because we get too many communications to not get one that really matters. So I think the new era in how we communicate is going to be, how do we hyper-personalize? And I don't think we're there yet. I think it takes an awful lot of time to deliver this at the moment. But I think that's going to be where we're going to see a lot more growth. And that's going to bring in AI, which is why I thought about it. Yeah. But it has to do it in a safe way and in a way that actually is authentic, because I think we're seeing some inauthentic ways of AI being used from a marketing perspective at the moment. So there's a long way to go, but I think there's huge change coming, and has already come, because what's happening at the moment isn't working. So we need to think differently if we're really going to be successful in launching a device.
Well said. So I want to talk a little bit about the timeline and all of the hurdles along the way from basically concept to commercialization. So do you have advice from each of your perspectives on what founders or companies can do to reduce those, whether those, and there's a lot of inflection points. So, we haven't really dug deep into regulatory reimbursement. We talked a bit about scalability, physician adoption. You've got clinical evidence, 5 million other things, but time to market, that's a make or breaker, right? So can you all either provide advice, case studies, horror stories, success stories on, or simply advice on how to reduce that effectively while managing burn rate and sleeping at night?
I think that's the key thing, is actually have enough time to do all these things, because the reality is you've got to do them in tandem if you want to execute efficiently and fast. You've got to get your reimbursement in tandem with your approvals. Or the clinical evidence together. You've got to start to think about your go-to-market strategy, your marketing, your positioning of your technology, and you've got to do it in reality all at once to be able to get to the market quickly and efficiently. So how do you do that on your own? It's impossible, obviously, as you indicated, right, without being able to be awake 24/7. We obviously see a lot of people looking for fractional support, so bringing people in on short-term contracts that have got incredible insight to that specific task that needs doing, to enable your business to get to the next level. That's an important thing to be able to do, to build up those networks. As a founder, as a CEO, with exceptional fractional talent, and there's people out there across health economics, across regulatory, across finance, whatever it might be, to help you. So I think it's really important to lean on that those specific skill sets when you need them. And that can get you there a lot faster as well, and that we found over the years.
Yeah, I agree. I think fractional support is very underrated, especially in a young company looking for funding, in a company that's managing burn rate and seeing it dwindle real fast. Part of this is also look for that multi-talented individual who's going to help you. How do you crash processes? How do you plan the next step while you're actually on step 1? Plan for step 2 and 3, so you have the building blocks put in place, so that by the time you do get to step 2 and 3, you're ready to go and you're not burning time and money and resources. So a lot of this is, I'm a big fan of fractional help early on because they've done it. They can reduce your timeline pretty quickly.
I think the problem is that most times we don't know what we don't know. And so working, again, fractional support, multiple paths, when you just really map out where do we need to go over the next 12, 18, 24 months, what are all the different components, whether it's health economics, clinical evidence, commercialization, making sure that you are moving along those multiple paths with the right people. And really, more than anything, instead of just undertaking activity to feel like you're doing something, but that you are following a process of how you're going to build and commercialize the business, that is the planning step that I see many people miss. Yeah. They're just going from this task to this task to this task because that's somebody told them that, but they really would have been more efficient had they done something else up front, or if they've been doing other things in parallel appropriately. The master plan is missing a lot.
I would like to offer like a tidbit of advice as well. I have found in my time at NAMSA and also as an investor, there's a lot of, especially in the pre-seed and seed stage, there's a lot of very simple and arguably free regulatory work that you can do up front. For example, a pre-submission for FDA does not cost money. I know it takes time. Perhaps you use a consultant. It's 10, 15 grand. That can define extensively your clinical evidence, which then can plan for how much your clinical evidence is going to cost, which then you can communicate to your investors. So that for me, from an investor standpoint, should be done up front. I think it's a very good way to reduce time to market, because if that plan is established in the beginning, then your burn rate and your costs associated with generating that evidence is well defined. I want to see that as an investor. I would imagine as a founder, the earlier you know that information, the better. I know that all founders are juggling wearing a lot of hats, juggling a lot of balls, but I think that is a really easy way to kind of define timeline and how you can start to overcome some of those hurdles. How about in terms of the fractional support? I love that. What's everyone's experience in terms of hiring in-house, doing fractional support, ad hoc work, engaging vendors like yourselves? You've lived and breathed it. At what point, and I want to speak functionally too, are we talking seed, pre-seed? At what point are you outsourcing versus insourcing, engaging vendors full-time or fractionally or fully, either bringing someone on or fully outsourcing? What advice would you guys have there?
I think it does vary. Obviously, if you can, it depends if you're a founder on your own or a founding team, right? Because then you've got perhaps some other people you can lean on from a skill set perspective. If you're a solo founder, then the key thing is to understand your limitations of what you can do right now in your knowledge base. Then you bring in the fractional people that we've spoken about that have that in-depth knowledge. But I'd say as you're getting in towards seed and certainly for Series A, you need to try and find someone that's going to be your running mate, so to speak, or running mates for your business that also can wear multiple hats and are happy to do that. You need a certain type of character, right? That's happy to do a $5 an hour job 1 minute and a $5 million pitch the next for investment, right? So someone that can roll their sleeves up, someone that can wear multiple hats, that's skilled in different aspects of the industry. And those people are out there because it's an exciting challenge for the right person. But also the horror stories is when you take somebody, perhaps that's got a great resume of the sort of companies they work for, but don't have that attitude and that culture, and that's when it comes to in the early days how important the culture side of it is, especially when you're hiring people for your own team. Having that cultural buy-in is vital.
Those unicorns are fun.
Yeah,
You
they're
know,
out there somewhere.
many of the people
keep
here
hunting for them.
are like that way, but we struggle out in the real world to find people that way.
Yeah.
And that's the truth.
That's why we found us,
And-
right?
Yeah, and so in healthcare, there's a saying we've all heard a million times, which is we want everybody on the care team working at the top of their license. So don't have a doctor doing things that a NP or PA could do. Don't have an NP or PA doing things a nurse could do. So everyone has to work at the top of their license. And I think this is a dynamic situation where as long as you have everybody on your team working at the top of their license and growing, because we always want to let them grow into something different. So as they're at the top of their license and growing, then the only thing that limits you is bandwidth, right? And so when do I need to bring somebody else in? I don't know that it's seed, Series A, Series B. I don't think it's based on investment. I think it's based on the needs of the business and the cash you have available and utilizing everyone's time as best as possible. And those are dynamic situations based on the company and the team.
Yeah, I agree. And honestly, going from fractional to full-time, I mean, just saying it is a very nerve-wracking decision for a founder because you see that burn rate go pretty fast. But you just have to believe that the individual that you're bringing in is that unicorn, is that person who's ready to roll up their sleeve and put in those hours to, give their creativity, their expertise, and move the business forward. And I think fractional allows you to experiment. And that experiment, if it's successful, you're never going to have second thoughts about it. And some of this is just by feel, I believe in pushing to the limits until you finally figured out that it's not possible and you need that second person. Because sometimes you push yourself to the limits for 3, 4, 5 months, and then all of a sudden you see a lull. And if you had hired way too early, now you just have another head to manage and take care of versus really understanding when's the right time. So some of this is feel as you kind of grow and experiment with your own company.
I think Tim mentioned something really important. You said know your own limits. And actually, so I think as founders of companies, people tend to be more generalists. And actually, you're very good at doing an awful lot of different things. And actually then, when you come in with a fractional person who's a real specialist in that area, it can really accelerate your business forward in a way you probably didn't realize was possible. But as you say, it's a sensible way, a safe way of doing it from a run rate perspective as well. So I think we've certainly seen that in our own business, but we've seen that in other companies' businesses as well.
And concisely, so that Yulia doesn't kill me, what advice, if you have a company that's got, we'll call it 18 months of runway, what advice would you give, or I'll make it even more open-ended, what pain points or advice would you give for founders to avoid in order to successfully commercialize with that limited amount of burn rate?
Are they already commercial? Are they already commercial?
You take it either way you want. Or both. I'd like to hear your perspective on both.
Okay, so commercial. If they're commercial and they've only got 18 months of runway, you've got to get educating your customers fast. And you've got to do it with ways that are scalable and not reliant on your sales team. So eliminate the repetition from your sales team, get it all in content, and teach them how to work really effectively with content, and use it digitally. Stand outside your comfort zones. I think that's the fastest way to scale from a marketing perspective.
I'll echo that. Having been in those shoes, I think building your brand, building your voice, building that credibility is key, because when you go to those customers, that's all they see. Just like Claudia mentioned that they've made 80% of them have made their decision before they even get to the website. So you want to be out in front of them, building that brand.
I think sales cures all. And I would spend all of my time optimizing that sales process and everything along that sales chain that I would need to do to get deals closed, because that gives investors confidence, as it should, and it very quickly then gets you into the next round, or maybe you don't need it at that point.
Yes, just making sure the standardization is there. If you're at that point where you've got a limited time frame, have you really thought about how we're going to market, making sure the process is standard, and then absolutely executing with passion and energy to make sure it happens, because it's got to happen, right? There's no other choice, so you got to do it.
Every day. Well, thank you guys. We're at time, and appreciate everyone's attendance, and happy to answer questions in the back. Great job, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you to the panelists for that discussion. I hope you've all so far have enjoying your time, day one of MedTech World North America. Again, we're so happy that you're with us today. We have more in store. We have some fantastic panelists coming up, and then I'd invite you all to the evening networking reception that we have later on as well. Now we have some more exciting presenters who will be sharing their innovations with you. Like before, please feel free to reach out to them either on the app or find them outside the expo floor and engage with them as they deserve. I'd like to welcome our first presenter on the stage, Murthy Anupindi. Murthy is the co-founder of Complywise. Welcome. Round of applause, please, for Murthy.
Company Showcase, Complywise. Murthy Anupindi, founder and CEO at Complywise.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Murthy Anupindi. I'm the CEO of Complywise. We actually build a clinical intelligence integration engine, with the platform is going to help financially, clinically, and compliance-wise throughout all to the clinics and hospitals. Patients wait weeks for approvals. Clinics spend months fighting denied claims. It's rarely a clinical problem. It's actually a data problem. Complywise was built to fix all at the source in real time. Capturing a $250 billion untapped market, this is in 3 different sectors. It's kind of financial, clinical, and compliance. Under financial, it's claim denials, revenue leakage, underpayments. And under clinical, it's documentation gaps, medical necessity failures, coding errors. Compliance-wise, it's regulatory penalties, audit exposure, and fraud losses. The key drivers for medical readiness is tighter regulations, AI adoption, staffing shortage, increasing complexity. Real-time integrity at the point of entry. We actually connect to EHR and financial systems, and we stay in between the real downstream systems and the EHR systems, and predict everything literally to improve the clinical workflows. Before submitting the claims itself, we validate and make sure all the claims are going to be approved at least 70 to 80% of the times. AI plus rules, no rip and release. This is the demo. I am going to skip this. What others detect, we actually prevent. What others detect are these are the things, that is the post-submission validation, point solution in silos, retrospective audits, generic AI models, rip and replace required. What actually Complywise do is we actually prevent pre-submission validation, what we do actually, unified clinical and financial and compliance and audit things, continuous real-time monitoring, healthcare-specific rules, ML and LLM, embedded into existing workflows via API. Real results, real clinics. We actually verified about 60 to 70% of data for 6 months, and then we saved about 60 to 70% of claim denial reduction. And then we recovered about 120K renewal in first 90 days. 40K plus leakage avoided per clinic, 10 times faster validation. We are also HIMSS Emerge finalists. This is the traction when it comes to traction. We are HIMSS 2026 Emerge finalist, NVIDIA Inception Partnership Program, and we are also validated by Mayo Clinic platform. We have about 300K cloud credits from Google, Azure, and AWS. We are also top 10 of ventures. Compounding with each deployment, we actually improve by everything more and more deployments we add, we improve actually our machine learning and all that. Tied SaaS, premium modules, land and expansion, and we are actually unit economics 20K average clinic for ARR, greater than 8 LTV CAC ratio, less than 4 months payback period. The right team for this problem, Murthy Anupindi, that's me, I'm the founder and CEO. Dr. Anusha Anupindi, she's the co-founder and clinical lead. The infrastructure layer that the healthcare has been missing is actually covered by us, ComplyWise, the clinical integration intelligence engine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next presenter, someone I'd like to introduce, and that proved that innovation does not have any age limit. At an incredibly young age, Siddharth has already made waves in the healthcare and technology space through the development of a cardiovascular innovation aimed at improving early detection and patient care. His work reflects the kind of bold thinking and determination that continues to shape the future of MedTech. Please join me in welcoming CEO and founder of Circadian AI, Siddharth Nandiala.
Company Showcase, Circadian AI. Siddharth Nandalia, founder and CEO at Circadian AI.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Siddharth Nandiala, and I'm the founder and CEO of Circadian AI, where we are democratizing cardiac care through AI-powered heart sound analysis. At Circadian AI, we use cardiac oscillations to detect diseases early, and I like to think we're shaping the future of healthcare technology. Let's start off with the problem in India, where we conducted our clinical trials. There, 1 in 4 deaths occurs due to cardiovascular diseases, and 64.5% of all of these diseases go undiagnosed and undetected. The problem is simple, and it's that there are only 5,000 cardiologists for a 1.4 billion people population. This is not a problem that can be solved by increasing the amount of specialists, but rather by empowering the ground workforce and the medical teams that work with patients on a day-to-day basis. Now, this problem is not India-bound. Globally, 20.5 million people lose their lives to cardiovascular diseases every single year and is the leading cause of death around the globe. 75% of these deaths happen in low and middle-income countries. The tragedy? The diagnostic equipment already exists, but access is limited. This is where Circadian AI comes in. By using cardiac oscillations recorded on just an iPhone, we're able to provide clinicians with a diagnostic report of whether there could be a potential cardiac abnormality detected. Let me take you through a workflow of how Circadian AI would integrate into a medical system. A clinician would record the sound of a patient for 7 seconds on the 5th intercostal space and immediately would receive a recording of the sound and also a diagnostic of if there could be a potential cardiac abnormality detected. Circadian AI has been validated in 3 government hospital sites with up to a 91% sensitivity, up to a 99.4% specificity, and up to a 96% overall accuracy. Let me go through some of the patients that Circadian AI has detected and flagged as abnormal who had no idea of any pre-existing cardiovascular abnormality. This patient here was one of the patients in our clinical trials, and they were screened with Circadian AI. Our tool accurately flagged them as abnormal, and they went through the clinical process and the clinical methodology designed by the government of Andhra Pradesh. Here, the patient went through an ECG, a 2D echo, and finally a cardiologist evaluation. They were found with mitral regurgitation. Now, this is not a one-off wonder. Let me go through some more patients here. This next patient, once again, had no idea of a pre-existing CVD. They went through Circadian AI, were flagged as abnormal, and were finally confirmed with a severe left ventricular dysfunction. This next patient, once again, was flagged as abnormal with Circadian AI, and were found with a tricuspid regurgitation, aortic regurgitation, atrial fibrillation, and also dilated left and right atriums. These patients would not have received the care they needed if early intervention were not taken place with Circadian AI. Let's go through the roadmap of Circadian AI. We've currently completed our clinical trials across 3 government hospital sites, and this summer we're looking to expand our trials across various demographics in India. We look forward in late 2026 for filing our FDA 510(k) submission, and 2027 and beyond, we look forward to expanding into Ghana, expanding presence in India, and also further tapping into US markets. Where does Circadian AI differentiate itself? Circadian AI is different in our core solution to the problem. By working as a software, we are able to access places where traditional diagnostics cannot, and that is rural environments, resource-constrained settings, and places that don't have access to the specialists required to detect cardiac abnormalities early. Thank you so much, and let's save lives together, one heartbeat at a time. Circadian AI is looking for partners, hospitals, and also potential investors. Thank you.
Thank you, Siddharth. Amazing job, amazing work in the cardiac space. Next up, we have the third presenter of the day, Manish Wadhwa, CEO at Semacore. Welcome.
Company Showcase, Semacore. Manish Wadhwa, MD, FHRS, FACC, FESC, Chief Executive Officer at Semacore.
Next time, remind me to put less letters. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Manish Wadhwa. I'm the CEO of Semacore. I'm here to talk to you about our portfolio of pulsatile pumps. So at Semacore, our goal is to deliver pulsatile blood flow to clinical verticals requiring mechanical circulatory support. So what is pulsatile blood flow? So if you reach down and feel your wrist, you're feeling your pulse. And what you're feeling with your pulse is 2 things. One, you're feeling pressure, that 120/80 bounding, and the other thing that you're feeling is flow. If you actually take the product of pressure and flow, that actually represents power or energy over time. And that's important because what that actually represents when you're taking your pulse is the hemodynamic energy imparted by a pump. In this case, your pump is the heart. So we know what happens in the clinical space when you have non-pulsatile blood flow. And we know that because when you look at devices that are on the market today, they are predominantly non-pulsatile flow pumps. Pumps like the Impella, which is in the temporary mechanical circulatory support space, or the LVAD, or the ECMO devices, or the devices in the cardiopulmonary bypass space. If you see the image at the top of the graph, of the slide, what you see there is what's delivered with non-pulsatile blood flow. It's a flat line. You don't get that 120/80 bounding. And pulsatility, ladies and gentlemen, is normal human physiology. Hence, when you actually look at the litany of medical complications associated with non-pulsatile flow devices, you can actually trace these back to the fact that you are not delivering adequate hemodynamic energy into the blood. For example, when you do not adequately perfuse the capillaries, you end up with ischemic tissue. Ischemic tissue in the gut develops new blood vessels. Those new blood vessels bleed, and GI complication is a major complication of non-pulsatile flow pumps. When you look at the endothelium is a cell layer that resides within your blood vessels. This is a live tissue. It secretes nitric oxide, which is the most potent vasodilator known to man, that protects your lungs. It also secretes von Willebrand's factor, which is a protein which is critical to clotting. Hence, once again, bleeding is a major complication associated with these devices. Lastly, there's receptors within the carotid and the aortic arch that sense hemodynamic energy. And when you fail to sense the hemodynamic energy, what ends up happening is you live in a hyperadrenaline state. A hyperadrenaline state is terrible for all organs, particularly the kidneys. So what we've developed is a linear displacement pump. And our linear displacement pump I'm going to talk to you about today is the linear cardiac assist pulsatile pump. And the way our pump works is that we have a nitinol self-expanding mesh. And within that self-expanding mesh, we actually, unfortunately, it looks like the left image is not running. But within that self-expanding mesh, we have an element which looks like a parachute. And that parachute drives the blood forward. As you can see on the right side, which is running, you see the pulsatile flow that's created. And then what happens is after the pulse is created, then the mechanism retracts against the flow of blood, collapses the parachute, and we drive again. Hence, we are able to deliver true pulsatile blood flow. So the target market for our LCAP would be the market that is currently served by intra-aortic balloon pumps and Impellas. In other words, there's two currently accepted medical indications. That would be high-risk coronary stents and cardiogenic shock. The current penetration of these markets is about 35%. There's one emerging market, and that would be cardiorenal syndrome or the pre-shock state. When you add up the entire market, you're looking at a TAM of $8 to $11 billion. What we're really excited about is the fact that we can extend our technology of linear displacement to extracorporeal applications. We've done this in the lab, and we're actively working on additional studies to support this. So those extracorporeal applications would be ECMO, cardiopulmonary bypass, and then the organ procurement and perfusion space. When you take the total addressable market of these three verticals today, we're talking about $4 billion, with the organ procurement and perfusion space estimated in and of itself to be a $10 billion market by 2034. So when you look at our differentiators in the pulsatile flow space and our linear displacement technology, one, we create high flow with very low reciprocating rates. We can generate 5 liters of blood flow, which is normal total normal cardiac output of a human, at 200 cycles a minute with our LCAP device and only 90 cycles per minute with our ECMO device. For comparison's sake, the Impella can generate only 2.5 liters, and to do so, it has to spin at 30 to 40,000 cycles a minute, not 200 or 90. And the result of that 30 to 40,000 cycle rate is that you have very high shear stress. Hence, our device is associated with very low shear stress, which limits the risk of hemolysis, bleeding, and thrombosis, which are major complications associated with these devices. I've already touched on the basis of pulsatile flow and how this has multi-organ impact. And lastly, as it pertains to our LCAP device, our device is very similar to the balloon pump, placed in the descending aorta, can be positioned within 90 seconds, and can be removed within 90 seconds. Hence, the target market is not only tertiary care centers, but also primary care centers where patients receive care. So to that end, we have achieved significant milestones to date. We have 7 issued positive displacement patents covering the US, Japan, and Europe. We've completed 28 porcine studies demonstrating excellent hemodynamics and safety. We've iterated our first generation LCAP product, and we're prepared for our first in-human study. And lastly, we're working on our regulatory our FDA pre-sub meeting targeting the pulsatile platform that we're working on delivering. Lastly, we were part of the MedTech Innovator Cohort last year, and all our patent work has been done by Cooley. We have a list of medical advisors from top U.S. medical institutions. Happy to discuss Sumicor further. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. For the next presenter of the day, please give a warm welcome to Dr. Swarna Balasubramaniam, CEO and founder of Nolius Technologies. Welcome.
Thank you.
Company Showcase, Nolius Technologies. Dr. Swarna Balasubramaniam, founder and CEO at Nolius Technologies.
So thank you, everyone. I guess, will we get to my slides here? Do I have to click? Oh, here we go. Perfect. So maybe we can put them in showcase mode. There's sort of on the left. Anyways, bringing up the rear, which is appropriate since we're going to talk about intestinal function. So I was a surgeon for 20 plus years, and I'm going to tell you about the biggest problem you never heard about, but I saw every day in my patients. And this is the problem of recovering after abdominal surgery. So when patients have abdominal surgery, are we struggling? Sorry. I'll just keep talking. So when patients have abdominal surgery, there's a period of time they're stuck in the hospital, anywhere from 3 to 10 days, waiting for their intestinal function to return. And this has been an age-old problem in the 70 years that we've been doing abdominal surgery. And so patients are lying in the hospital with an IV in their arm, nauseated, with pain, and sometimes even vomiting. And we've not had a way to solve this problem. And when you don't eat, because of this problem, you don't heal. And there's a big complication rate after abdominal surgery of 15 to 20%. And although we've never had a solution to this problem, I was able to see a solution to this by seeing the side effect of another device. And thus, the Nolius Leaf was born. And the Nolius Leaf is a device that jumpstarts abdominal function. And it's used at the end of surgery to get patients eating, drinking, and out of the hospital faster, saving hospitals money and saving patients from unnecessary complications and improving their outcomes. So this is how the device works. It uses a platform of negative pressure therapy, which has been used in wound care as a low-risk Class 2 device for 20 years, and it's translated to an internal device. The device is simply placed inside the patient at the end of surgery, connected to negative pressure therapy for a period of just a few hours, removes the excess fluid that accumulates during surgery to bring that bowel back into activity. And we have now completed our first in-human study, and we see that the device works. In just a couple of patients, we've ironed out all the workflow analysis, and patients were able to recover their bowel function 2 days sooner than they would be otherwise. And this is an amazing thing, because this is a big problem. We have 2.9 million patients in the U.S. alone who every year have abdominal surgery resulting in intestinal dysfunction. And this happens in virtually every patient that has major abdominal surgery, but also happens in patients who have other problems, other GI illnesses such as major intra-abdominal infections such as diverticulitis, perforated appendicitis, and all these other infections and inflammatory conditions as well. So there's a big opportunity to help people in the U.S. to save money and around the world to increase throughput, as many places do not have enough beds to take care of patients. The device is inexpensive to make, easy to use, and can make an impact everywhere. If we look at the device, this segues into the fact that the device is inexpensive to make, less than $300 at scale. And in the U.S., every day in the hospital is $3,000, so you can see the value right then and there. There is support for things that save one hospital day. We have other products to save a hospital day, and they can charge half of what they save. And we will also seek reimbursement codes for this. We've been at this a while and taken several significant steps to de-risk the company. We have talked to the FDA, had several pre-subs, and they've authorized us, although this would be typically a de novo pathway, to use the regulatory pathway of 510K to leverage the negative pressure therapy wound care devices. And we're on a dual pathway to clear the device through the FDA and also to gather the data that would allow clinicians to adopt this. We see that saving one hospital day is big business. These are two devices that basically save one hospital day, and within 1 year of getting FDA approval, both of them exited for anywhere between $250 and $420 million. And with the Nolius Leaf, we've already shown that we save 2+ hospital days, and we believe, in addition to that, we will decrease complications and have a very good exit. We've been extremely capital efficient so far. For under $4 million, we've gotten to the point of first-in-human data, and we're raising $1.4 million to further show efficacy in patients in another study and to further do the testing that's required for FDA clearance. I've talked about it, inventing the device, but of course, I couldn't do this with a great team. We have people with 10 to 30 years of experience developing, commercializing medical devices with several exits, and a great panel of experienced advisors as well, helping us bring this from idea to first in human. So our next round will support a trial of 10 to 15 patients to show that efficacy, continue the testing and validation, and I'd love to talk to you if you'd like to be part of the team to revolutionize how we take care of patients after abdominal surgery and accelerate their progress. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Swarna, and all the other presenters. Again, another reminder, we've witnessed a lot of great innovations, all the dedication and hard work these presenters put into their companies. So we encourage everyone in this room to reach out to them, to the networking platform, to the networking receptions that we have throughout the conference and outside the exhibition floor, to learn more about what they're doing and how you can support their innovation. We're reaching the end of the day. I hope you've all had a fantastic day one at MedTech World North America. We have 2 panels left for today before we leave for a networking reception later tonight. It is my pleasure to announce the next panel that will focus on, of course, a very important topic on women's health devices beyond fertility and pregnancy. It is a pleasure to introduce and welcome the 5 set of panelists, starting with Desert Horsgrund, Lead of Innovation at the Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center, Eddie Harris, a partner at Precision Life Science Partners, Torsten Welashek, CEO at Neopredix, Darshana Zaveri, founder and managing partner at Catalyst Health Ventures, and Dr. Ashraf Afan, founder and CEO at Angel Kids Pediatrics and Behavioral Health. Welcome. A round of applause, please.
Women's health devices, beyond fertility and pregnancy.
Thank you so much for joining us. I know we're competing with happy hour. This is an important panel, an important discussion to me, and thank you so much for all of our panelists here. The first question is for everybody. Women's health has historically been narrowly defined around fertility and pregnancy. Where are the most overlooked and highest impact opportunities for device innovation today? I'll start with Darshana.
Thanks, Desert. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me, and thanks for the panel. I think that historically, we have seen a lot of investment going into fertility and specifically certain types of fertility products. So a lot of digital health, and a lot of software solutions. We haven't seen as much being done with devices. And so from my perspective, I think fertility is still a big issue. And as I think of sort of the overall need in women's health, anything to do with the uterus is a big need. And by that, I mean it could be fertility issues, it could be excessive bleeding, endometrium, fibroids, polyps, all kinds of things that impact the uterus. And we see that as a big unmet need. A lot of pelvic health disorders, pelvic floor disorders that need solving, overactive bladder. Menopause is a really big area of unmet need that nobody has even started to think about. So I think that while we are still in that general area of pelvic health and uterine health or intrauterine health, there's still a lot of unmet needs that are not being discussed today, and particularly where it comes to finding device-based solutions. I will also add that historically, a lot of the devices that have been used for women's health disorders have been repurposed devices from doesn't work in women's health. And I think that's where we see the biggest need is to develop devices that are specific and primarily don't cause damage.
Thank you. Dr. Affan, do you have...
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for having me here. I want to, tackle it from the point of postpartum depression. As a pediatrician, I see a lot of babies under 1 year of age being admitted to the hospital, being taken to the emergency room for what we call possibly preventable conditions. And when we look for those situations and those conditions, we found out that those moms were suffering from some postpartum depression or postpartum blues, and those would have been prevented visits and preventive conditions if the mom would have been treated or somebody would have taken care. I would say this is being affected by this situation and by this condition. Innovation in the area of postpartum depression for the women, which is going to really affect the entire family positively, including those children in the family as well.
Torstein, do you want to add?
Thank you for having me, and this is great sitting next to a pediatrician, and you touched upon the topics that I also like to focus on. On the one hand, it's the transfer from pregnancy to postpartum, but also the baby. I have a more neonatal background, so I look very much at the baby, whether it's unborn or born doesn't matter so much. So we are looking, for example, at preeclampsia, and women that experience preeclampsia and survived postpartum have a 10 times higher risk of developing some cardiovascular issues later on in their lives. There's no handover from the OBGYN to the cardiologist, for example. And this also should be supported by innovation, predictive analytics, that's what we are doing, or devices. And the other piece is, as you mentioned, the baby. We are very much focused on the pregnant women, but what happens to the baby? So that's another area that we like to focus on and that I suggest should be more in focus than what we're doing today.
Adi, would you like to comment?
Yeah, so I think, there's been so many topics really, really important. Many aspects of health is not looked at through the female lens, and it's developed primarily through the lens of treating a woman. But I also want to say that I think especially the area of pregnancy and birth is still vastly underserved in the market. And it's for a number of reasons, and I think we could look at the reasons, why it's so underserved and why it's so difficult to get the exits, which is why it is so difficult to get investment in this space. But I think overall we do have to just look at there still are some very big problems there. Many of the solutions that exist, if solutions exist, are quite archaic. They don't necessarily work well, but they're all doctors have and clinicians have to treat mothers, babies, and families.
Thank you. I'd like to have a little bit of a dialogue between Darshana and Ashraf. Where do you see the biggest unmet clinical need in women's health devices that are still understood or underfunded or misunderstood by the broader MedTech ecosystem? Darshan, would you like to start?
So, in general, women's health is not a very well understood space. In it, a lot of reasoning behind it goes back to, well, if you don't have enough women investing, you don't really have a good understanding of women's health issues. And that is probably part of the problem. But the other big problem is there isn't a very straightforward path to commercial launch for women's health devices. A lot of the conditions that women suffer from tend to be fairly heterogeneous in terms of the symptoms, and it is hard to develop sort of a single product solution for, say, for example, for something like menopause, which manifests itself in so many different ways. Or even infertility, it can have so many different causes. And so I think it's been traditionally challenging to develop a product for a problem. However, there's been several success stories, and so let's not forget those. Endometrial ablation, I'll just put that out as something that a lot of capital has gone into, and we've seen some successes. Cancer screening, whether it's breast cancer screening, diagnostics, therapeutics, I think we've made a lot of progress in that space. In the past, certain pelvic health disorders, we've made hernia meshes, etc., for pelvic floor disorders. Those have been around for a while. A lot of them caused more damage than they did good, but they've been around for a while. More recently, I would say there's been some advancements in ovarian health, not enough, but I think that whole space of ovarian health is not misunderstood, but just poorly understood. We don't understand what causes certain diseases. We don't understand what causes certain clinical conditions, and so it's really hard to find a solution. So I'll kind of leave it there, but I'd love to hear more from you and maybe pick it up.
Yeah, it seems like there are lots of things that we can talk about, but I wanna tackle it again. I'm gonna put the pediatric hat on me here.
Good, we want that.
The preterm labor and the preterm birth, it seems like it's a huge issue for us here. In the state of Florida, where I practice now, one of the highest costs for healthcare dollars, it seems like, if it's not the highest cost, is preterm labor. Because of the NICU and the cost associated with this. And it goes beyond the stay in NICU and the dollar associated with this to what happens after the baby goes out of NICU. And as we all know, the outcome after this is actually inversely related to the prematurity of this baby. So if the baby is born, earlier, the outcome is, unfortunately, is so bad. So all those babies who are born at earlier, 24 weeks, 25 weeks, the outcome, no matter how we do and how much money we spend on them, is really bad. From occupational therapy they need, speech therapy, physical therapy, behavioral therapy. They don't do good at school. They're going to be bound to wheelchairs for the rest of their lives. The outcome is actually devastating for the family, for the economy, for everything. So this is a very bad outcome with preterm labor, and we could see the financial attachment to this. So I would love to see any opportunity, any innovation that can stop those contractions that leads to preterm labor, and somebody could help to take this labor to the 38 weeks or the pregnancy, to term. That will be something really important from the family to this baby himself to the economy at a macro level.
Can I just add to that? Because we have 10 years ago, we made an investment in a molecular diagnostic company that predicts each individual woman's risk of preterm birth. And the thesis behind that investment was exactly what you're talking about. Huge cost to the healthcare system, huge cost to the health of the baby and the mother. And if you can predict who's going to deliver early and take action, you can actually impact all of those things. The thing that we learned over time is the biggest challenge there was simply education. Because if you think about pregnancy, preterm birth is not the first thing that people think about. Women don't think about it, and their doctors don't think about it. And even though everybody knows it happens, people know about preeclampsia, people know someone who's delivered preterm, and yet it is not the first thing that women think about. And so there's that huge educational sort of obstacle that you have to overcome to get this product to market. And then there is the payment. So there's no payment today for identifying women at risk of preterm birth. It doesn't exist in the system. You have to do multiple long-term trials to show that you can actually save costs to the system by providing this test to every woman and preventing some preterm births. It's a tall task, and it's very, very difficult for a startup company, venture-backed, to actually do those trials. So those are just some of the challenges that exist in the space. That company is now public, but it took a really long time.
I can tell Torsten wants to comment.
If I totally agree, if I may add to that, yes, of course we need more innovation, but there's also so much technology in the market which we need to use better. And to make it available, don't come up with the next innovation. What we have, we should put to work. And I think one thing is the payer-provider relationship, because now I'm from Germany, we're here in the United States, no matter where, sometimes, I don't want to call it malpractice, but not the best practice actually is rewarded. So in many times, certain technology is not necessarily used because it will decrease the revenue for the hospital. But overall, it would make sense to do it. Talking about predictive analytics. Again, my company, we do predictive analytics in maternal neonatal care. We can predict neonatal jaundice. We can predict premature delivery. We can predict preeclampsia. But honestly, in many cases, it's not really seen that way because hospitals sometimes make money. So I think that's something that we should really change.
Very important to know what the incentives of the system are. So I do agree with you there.
I think just a couple of salient comments there. I think to your point, very much understanding how the overall healthcare system is incentivized, and I think in this particular topic of preterm birth, it is one of the most expensive things that can happen to a patient, a very small subset of patients being that they're the very tiniest babies, but it also is the largest loss leader of the majority of hospitals. So hospitals, at least here in the US, and our overall healthcare system should be very incentivized actually to look at this problem.
I think the issue that we found was that the payers and the beneficiaries are different. And so the savings don't accumulate to the people who are actually spending the money on providing the test.
Yes.
So I don't know if that's where you were going.
I completely agree with that it's such a complex problem. And then, there are solutions. There's two different companies I work with that I'm on the board of that are approaching the solution from two different ways. One, working very closely right now with GE Health on adding AI and analytics to their existing probes to try to look at cervical health, because beyond like a biomarker that can predict is there something that is going to happen to the woman that may cause a preterm delivery. One of the early physiological signs you can see is actually cervical remodeling. And so if you're already doing scans of a woman throughout the pregnancy to check the health of the baby and overall of the woman's body, can you actually check the cervix and look at how is that tissue responding? These diagnostic and treatment areas reimbursed and funded.
Or women's health, but overall it's the holistic view on the patient and
Yes.
what happens. In that case, and
Yes.
what happens. In that case, we're talking a lot about pregnancy. It's the women preconception, it's the pregnancy, it's the unborn baby, it's the newborn baby, and it's the women after delivery. And I think almost nobody looks at this whole pathway, if I may say so. So that's something I think that would really drive outcome and savings without necessarily bringing more innovation to market. Let's use what we have, to your point.
Torsten, if we could elaborate a little bit about the AI and predictive analytics reshaping women's health. AI and predictive analytics reshaping women's health. Do you have examples where we have any near-term impact?
I mean, it's trying to make that a short answer. There's a lack of understanding what predictive analytics, AI-driven clinical decision support tools can do, actually. I think the industry, and I'm part of that, set the bar very high, and now is the reality is kicking in. So what does it mean? How can it be used? And more importantly, and I experienced that firsthand with my company, there's so many standalone tools. And who wants that? Who needs that? And I mean, there's nursing shortage and everybody's overworked in the hospital. So adding more and more components, I think we really need to altogether work on platform approaches, but not bringing tiny bits of innovation to market because they individually are only incremental. So the benefit is not right there. You talked about the payer and the beneficiary is maybe different. So it's a similar situation. So let's combine it, again, having a more holistic approach. What can it do? It can not prevent preterm labor, but it can prepare for preterm labor. It cannot prevent preeclampsia, but it can help prepare the women and the healthcare provider for what's going to happen. And all of these bits and pieces combined will make a major difference.
A point I want to add. So I think there are some of the big strategics in the space who are thinking about this in a very proactive way. So, for example, GE now has this healthcare marketplace where certain small companies that can be add-ons to GE's overall ultrasound platforms, their Voluson platform, they can have their digital health tool up on that marketplace, which does provide a centralized place for care providers, hospital systems to actually go see what additional technology is out there that can work on the devices they already have in the hospital. So it's not asking for a big shift. It still is a shift and a change, but it's a way like a big player is doing something actually fairly small to get newer technology into the space. And also, it's great for them. They can kind of see what sticks and what has some market traction ahead of them trying to make those acquisition type decisions.
Addie, I'm going to put you on the spot again. I'm going to transition us to talk a little bit about the work that you've done around surgical and robotic platforms. Could you talk about innovations that better address the high costs associated with preterm births, particularly through device design or clinical workflows?
Yeah, so, I would say not a lot has been done in the surgical robotic space around preterm birth or pregnancy per se. Certainly, I think we've seen, the Da Vinci health system, intuitive surgical robot, really gained a lot of its early traction in gynecological procedures. And we're able to address those procedures in a way that, previously that clinical workflow couldn't be done. So I think as you look at any sort of digital health procedure, when you're bringing in any sort of newer device into a procedure, you really need to look at what the current care setting is and how clinicians do things as a first step, because any drastic change is going to be challenging to have that type of change occur in the care setting, really like a step-by-step process. And just, really, really looking at the human dynamics of things and how you integrate that into a device design and device market entry.
Thank you. Ashraf, if I may, many devices fail not because of the technology, but because they do not integrate into care delivery. Being our physician on the panel, what does adoption-ready innovation look like in women's health?
Yes, so I want to answer this question in the context of the healthcare system currently and what's going to happen in the future, because this is really very important. So currently, when we are, the healthcare system is purely fee-for-service. So we had all this discussion today or right now on how the preterm deliveries and there is no incentive when, if we take that same example for preterm delivery, if I go to a CEO of a hospital and I say like, hey, I found a solution for this preterm delivery, I have a device that I can take and this woman can go for full term, they might not get very excited about this. Why? Because there is a NICU, there is a revenue stream, blah, blah, blah. And by the way, this is an actual situation happened before. So there is no alignment between the incentive and the outcome and all of these things. This is changing right now. For the last 15 years, at least in the United States, there is some alignment with value-based care, the umbrella of this, what we call alternative payment methods, APM. There is some alignment happening between the outcome and the payment, which I think this is a huge opportunity. The healthcare system in the United States is spending around $5.9 trillion annually. The good news or bad news, the way you want to look at it, is $1.5 trillion is being wasted or overspent. And this is a great opportunity for all inventors, for all MedTech companies to work in that arena of $1.5 trillion to bring innovation and invention to the healthcare system where there is a huge alignment between the outcome. Anybody can work in that area where if you bring that device now to the hospital and say, I have this device that can reduce cost, or I can do hospital at home, or I can do something to reduce the $1.5 trillion, everybody is going to welcome that. And this is a huge amount of dollar for everyone who's working in that. So I think there is a good. In the past, it wasn't, the mindset, the behavior was different from now. I think now there is a good behavior or a good, actually, opportunity, and I love it personally because I think it's good for patients, it's good for the economy, it's good for everyone. So this is at least the way I look at it.
Wonderful. Dashan, I'm so glad you're here and wearing your investor hat. I want to ask you a question. What separates a fundable women's health device company from one that struggles to raise capital even when the clinical need is clear?
Yeah, I don't think it's very different for women's health versus other devices, right? For any device company or really any company to be venture fundable, there has to be a big unmet need, a way to get paid, whether that's existing reimbursement or a way to prove and get your own reimbursement code with well-designed, shorter trials that don't take forever, and a fine-tuned sort of way to get to the market, and then a ready set of buyers. So if I sort of look at women's health versus other spaces, I would say one of the big challenges for women's health is there aren't enough buyers in the space. So what that means is you have to be willing to go it alone. And if you're going to go it alone and become a public company, well, you need an enormous TAM. So it's not good enough just to have, let's say, $1 billion TAM. Now you need to have a $10 billion TAM because you need to raise the money and do all of the trials yourself and get coded yourself and approach commercialization yourself, really build a company and go public. That's a very expensive process. So I think that's where a lot of companies fall. But I also don't think that women's health is as... women's health sort of gets clubbed into this big pot, but there are areas within women's health that have received substantial investment, and we shouldn't forget about those. One area that I think there's a big unmet need is in ovarian cancer screening, I think, or really a lot of pelvic cancers, but I will specifically say ovarian cancer because it is a high unmet need. It's a silent killer, largely non-symptomatic. Women get diagnosed at stage 4, and life, survival at that point is abysmally low. And we haven't really made an impact or made a difference in that space for a very, very long time. It's hard. It's a tough challenge to solve. And you can do it with diagnostics, better tools. There's a number of different ways to approach that problem. But again, it's really hard to solve, and there isn't a straightforward way and a path to an exit. So I'd say those are the challenges.
Adi, piggybacking off of this, how do you evaluate market size in women's health when traditional metrics often underestimate real-world impact and demand?
Yeah, so, I want to second Darshana's point is one of the reasons investment is so difficult in the space is there are not many potential acquirers. In the imaging space, you have some of the big imaging providers, such as your GE, Hologic. In, other areas of maternal health and fetal health, there really aren't companies that are sizable to make those exits. So either your technology needs to be simple and impactful enough to exit quite early, where the exit value isn't going to be so high that those smaller companies can't do it, or it needs to have such a large TAM. You need to be able to show that you have such a large addressable market, and that's really a challenge. I often encourage women's health companies is that they really need to look at what non-dilutive pathways, and they need to make the most of those pathways because the fundraising is going to be difficult. And that doesn't mean that they won't raise money or they don't have to raise money, but they need to do everything they can to lower the amount of money ultimately that they have to raise. And then, as Darshana said, they also need to be prepared to have to go it alone. And what does that look like? So they can't burn money in the same way as some of these really big companies or a big high impact. And I say high impact, I mean high dollars, not necessarily high medical impact. They need to be very, very conscientious with their money.
That's a good tip. I want to know so much more.
If I may add to that, again, totally agree. So I'm in that startup space now for 15 years. I also run my own consulting company. And sometimes it's like almost a devil's advocate because if people come to me, should we start a company? I almost tend to say no. Because of that, and because all of these startup companies, whether it's in maternal care or femtech or anything else, we are all competing for the same money. We are not competing against each other, but we are competing for the same resources. Money, investors, distribution networks, access to hospitals. We are competing for money that a hospital can spend. So I think aligning more power and not spending and wasting money on building our own brand, building our own distribution network. The commercial aspect is most companies' products make it to market and then we fail. We in the startup industry, because we can't commercialize, because we don't have firepower anymore to spend then the marketing dollars we need. So combining forces might be something that would help to really become more successful, to increase the value of companies, and to make it a more interesting exit potential then, because if I have 5 products on the market, there's such a difference to being a one-product company.
Yeah, and I'll add to that. We invested in a women's health company about 2 years ago. And it's a brand new market. It's an intrauterine health. There isn't reimbursement, so it's going to be a market building exercise after doing a PMA trial. So, this is big capital needs. But we did it with an entrepreneur that we have worked with multiple times who has started and sold multiple companies. So he's learned a lot of lessons along the way and just knows the best capital efficient way to do this. And one of the questions I asked him when we sat down, and I thought he had done a fabulous job of defining the trial, getting the IDE, even so far as getting the IDE for the pivotal trial, having a really good plan to get a CPT code. And at the end of our diligence, I said, I really like this, but, who's going to buy us? And he said, I don't have the answer to that question, but let's do this because it's the right thing to do. And so we did it. But we would only do it when it's a CEO who has taken multiple products to market. So we reduce risk on that end. So it's a big challenge. I mean, even a CEO of that caliber who's done so many startups, 30-year career, didn't really have a straightforward path to an exit. And I think what we're going to end up doing is it's going to be a portfolio of products, because a buyer in this space is going to say, well, I like this, but I'm not going to buy you for one product. And this is to the point you just made. If you were giving me a portfolio of products that each has a big TAM, yeah, I can see buying this company and then, putting my sales force on the commercialization part. But it's challenging. You don't find those types of opportunities very often.
Coming from the academic side, I find this very useful for our clinicians and scientists and our researchers to think about this. There's a lot of strategy that you all have mentioned, so I really appreciate that. I want to switch and talk a little bit about global and underserved markets shaping women's health device innovation. Torsten, maybe you could speak a little bit about the biggest adoption gaps across providers, payers, and health systems.
One challenge that I see is that, particular in maternal and neonatal care, that's my sweet spot. There's very, very different pathways how certain diseases or situations are being handled. Europe is different from the United States, but even within Europe, every country has a little bit different guidelines. Neonatal care is not harmonized in Europe, so preterm delivery is very, very differently handled in the Netherlands than in Germany, than in Italy, and then if you go to other continents, it's very different. So I think there's no one-fits-all approach. If I break my leg, it doesn't matter if I'm here in the States or in Germany or in Japan. It will be treated the same way. Preterm birth, many female particular diseases will be treated differently. So I think that's the adoption challenge, especially for startups, because we can't scale our product globally. We have to develop something that's adopted for the North American market, for the European market, for the African continent, etc., etc. That makes it very, very challenging, especially for companies like ours that are scarce in resources and try to meet investors' requirements of being able to scale. So it's two sides to the same situation.
Thank you. We're nearing the end of our time. I'm going to ask a more rapid-fire question, but if there is a burning question from someone, I'll come to you in just a moment. Great, good. I wanted a question from the audience. Okay, so for our lightning round with a quick answer, what is one bold idea or white space in women's health devices that you believe will define the next wave of innovation? Who wants to start? Sure, go ahead.
I think the opportunity here for us is not to look into the innovation in silos between the mother and the baby. Harvard Medical School came 20 years ago with a study that the first few years in any human being life is going to determine how this human being is going to live to the best of their genetic makeup. And if we optimize this nutritionally, emotionally, physiologically, and physically, we will give the best for this human being. But this is not going to start from the birth. The human being is going to start from the pregnancy. So optimization in the pregnancy is actually going to be the best. So if I'm going to combine and I'm going to look at a diet between the mother and the baby in one, as a one unit, this is going to be the best thing for us. So a longitudinal care coordination from pregnancy, to take this pregnancy to term, and then look at the behavior and the behavioral well-being for this unit, and follow up throughout this. I think this is going to be the best outcome for us as far as we are doing it this way.
Torsten, can you give me a concise 30-second answer?
Absolutely. If I may summarize that, that's why I coined a new term. We're all talking about longevity. Let's talk about nugevity. Nugevity is the birthplace of longevity. If we get it right at the beginning, we can accomplish longevity much better. Prime example, Stevie Wonder, everybody knows him. He wasn't born blind. He was mistreated. He was a preterm delivery, 100% oxygen, turned blind in the first minutes of life, cannot be corrected anymore. So let's focus on the beginning of life. Let's call it nugevity, and I think we can accomplish much more than today.
I'll go to your question, and we'll see if you two can answer it.
I used to work with very large healthcare systems on their hiring needs, and one of the departments I focused on was women's health. And what I noticed was that it was that area that was the least profitable, but it also had the highest insurance rates. So the insurance for those services cost more than any other services, which is why nobody wants to touch it. Which is frustrating, but I'm curious to know, one, your opinion on that. Do you think that has anything to do with the amount of malpractice that's associated with the lack of study in the space? And what can we do to change it?
Yes, I agree with you. I think that insurance and malpractice and lawsuits are a big issue in OBGYN. And I don't know what the reasons are, but I think that the uterus, it's generating life, it's longevity, I think that's what you called it. It's sacred. And so any lawsuit, generally it's an area where the court system or the healthcare system has been super careful. And so in my experience, OBs are very careful about adopting new technologies because the first do no harm principle is so important when it comes to pregnancy.
But isn't doing nothing doing harm?
We didn't hear you, sorry.
Isn't doing nothing doing harm?
I agree with you, but I think that there is a natural concern about adopting new technologies when the risk of a lawsuit is so high. I think there are two sides to it, and somehow we got to figure out a solution. I agree with you. There is a problem.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. So, Adi, I'm going to leave it to you to have the final word for our panel today to represent us. Would you like to talk about a big sky thing or comment?
No, I think I can answer this question as well. A number of years ago, I was working with a company that was working on a device for postpartum hemorrhage, very similar to the Jada device. And I had dinner with an OBGYN who practices at Brigham and Women. At one point in time, earlier in his career, he'd been head of the whole department. And I asked him, why the space was so difficult. And he said, it's a bad business. And he said it makes the least amount of money in the hospital, highest rates of insurance. He said you have to kind of either be a saint or a masochist to want to get in to that particular industry. And I don't have the answer to it. I think I agree with you that doing nothing is problematic. But in those moments of crisis, when you have, both a baby's life and a mother's life in your hand, you have, in fact, kind of the whole family's well-being, right? Because it isn't just the baby and the mother. You're going to reach for what's familiar. And so getting over that hurdle to what is better is a really challenging one, and I think one that we all have to continue to really think about.
And I think it's...
Sorry, go ahead. No, we're at time.
I was going to say it's up to us as a community of innovators to develop safe, first of all, safe and efficacious devices that have an even higher bar for the do no harm principle.
Thank you. That was a great end comment. We'll just take a picture together. We're done. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to present the last panel of the day. As a reminder, we have an evening networking reception tonight, the details of which can be found on our app as well as our agenda. So we're looking forward for a really nice evening of networking. But before then, we have a very exciting panel looking at the cardiovascular space, entitled From Hospital to Home, the Cardio Care Continuum. And we're very honored to be welcoming some very special speakers, starting with Dr. Josh Lampert, Director of Machine Learning at Mount Sinai Health System, Malik Majmudar, Chief Medical Officer and co-founder at Bioformus, Dr. David Albert, Founder and Chief Medical Officer at AliveCore, Homer Quintana, Director, Center for Rapid Device Translation at Houston Methodist, and Ken Nelson, Investor and Board Member, Nelson Jennings Ventures. Welcome. Round of applause, please.
From hospital to home, the Cardio Care Continuum.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Pinch moderating for Christina. So to get us started, market opportunities in cardiac care transitioning from the hospital to home are expanding. And this is driven by aging populations, high readmission rates for heart failure, and a shift towards value-based care with an emphasis on incentivizing reduced 30-day readmission rates. Innovation is, of course, happening across the spectrum of care, including advancements in remote monitoring, transitional services, care coordination, telehealth, and computational modeling. During this panel discussion, we hope to address the interplay between clinical efficacy, technical feasibility, and market viability as it relates to the transition of care from the hospital to home, including ongoing patient care and monitoring. So first, I'd like to start by having the panelists introduce themselves, including your title, organization, and geographic location. And then please answer the question, what should this audience be keeping their eye on in the next 12 to 24 months as it pertains to cardiac care and transitions from the hospital to home?
All right. Hey, everybody. Thanks again for being here, the last panel before drinks and dinner, so appreciate it. My name is Malik Majmudar. I'm a cardiologist, one of the co-founders and chief medical officer of a company called Bioformus. Bioformus is really focused on shifting care from brick-and-mortar hospitals and outpatient clinics to the home environment across the full spectrum of patient acuities. So we have an acute care at home program called Hospital at Home program that we sell to health systems, all the way down to chronic care management, chronic disease management for things like heart failure, hypertension, or diabetes. As we think about the next 12 to 24 months, one of the biggest sort of advancements in the field has been the CMS's extension of the 5-year waiver for acute care at home, passed in late January, early February of this year. So we do expect uptick in number of health systems participating in these programs to transition care from emergency rooms and hospitals to the home environment, and hopefully drive much larger adoption of these novel care models that to date has still been really subscale.
And I'm David Albert. I'm the founder and chief medical officer of AliveCore, and I've been in cardiovascular engineering and product development for about almost 40 years, actually 40 years. And along with my friend to the right here, I agree that hospital at home will be expanded. We have not really used hospital at home, that is acute care, for some of the larger cardiovascular issues. Heart failure, yes, but acute coronary syndrome. We don't send people home immediately after a stent, but I think that's coming, and I think we're going to see people try. And it's all about one thing, people, money. Because there's no more expensive venue than a hospital. And so CMS, I've heard Dr. Oz say it, is going to do a lot of experimentation as they try to decrease the per patient spend.
Excellent. My name's Homer Quintana. I'm the director of the Center for Rapid Device Translation at Houston Methodist. And as an academic hospital system, my job is really to facilitate the engagement between novel technology and clinical application. You have to have a space where you can pilot, where you can adopt, and where you can scale. And the thing that excites me about seeing the technologies that are coming in the cardiovascular and in the heart space in general is the amount of technologies that are making it into the hands of the patients in terms of a wellness and in terms of just general data collection. We sit on a massive data lake at Houston Methodist. We've been capturing data for quite some time since the pandemic, and the interpretation of this data and some things that are happening in the market with regulators and with payers are really exciting to me because, again, it's all about access. It's all about getting the technologies to the patients, transitioning from that continuum in the healthcare system or the hospital to the patient bedside. So we have that capability. I think you're going to see an acceleration and an abundance to validate those technologies.
Thanks, Homer. Ken Nelson, investor, board member, been involved with a handful of different cardiac and EP companies. More recently commercialized a couple startups in the cardiac remote patient monitoring space. And really excited for this panel and appreciate Josh, Dr. Lampert stepping in and being moderator. Christina, who's the new CEO of Heart Rhythm Society, had some travel issues and had to leave early. But this group was really handpicked, and Josh was handpicked as a stand-in because of their love for innovation in the cardiac space and because of what they're doing. So you've got Homer, who's really driving innovation in the Med Center in Houston. You've got Dr. Lampert, who is the director of machine learning at Mount Sinai in New York City, but also very involved with lots of evolving cardiac innovation, somebody I've partnered with a number of different companies and excited to get his perspective. You got Dr. Majmudar, who apologize if I'm mispronouncing your last name, Malik, but he's a very humble guy. He was former CMO of Amazon as well. And then less humble person, Dr. Dave Albert, who's really an early innovator in the space and done so much for us to kind of follow in his pathway from the remote cardiac space. For me,
I'm really humble, really.
But things that I'm most excited about, you're starting to see the smartphone evolve into a physician in your pocket. So you start to think about smartphone as almost a physician or hospital in your pocket. That's really interesting. Technologies like Noah Labs and Happy Tech, where all you need is the smartphone and either the microphone or the camera and no additional hardware. That's really interesting. You're seeing things evolve like HeartBeam's card, which has a synthesized 12-lead that can do both arrhythmia detection and heart attack detection. And now there's even wearables that can treat arrhythmias. So you've got Stim Cardio, which is a watch doing neuromodulation stimulation to treat AFib and the precursors to AFib. So thinking about a non-invasive wearable that can treat arrhythmias, I just think is really, really exciting. And so I'd love to start diving into some of these cool discussions around this topic.
Awesome. So, Homer, maybe we'll start with you. We often see a gap between technology's clinical potential and its adoption into official medical guidelines, like those from the Heart Rhythm Society or the AHA or ACC. What high-quality clinical evidence is most critical, in your opinion, for innovations to become the standard of care, and how is your approach helping to bridge this gap?
That's a great question. It's a conversation that I have quite often with companies because the first gate that they're trying to cross in terms of that milestone-driven approach is a regulatory gate. The FDA gives you access, and that's fantastic. It means that you are safe. It means there's some efficacy there. It means that you are, if you're a 510K predicate, you're equal to, if not greater than, something that's already out there, a predicate. But at the end of the day, hospital systems, governing bodies want to see evidence that says the quality of whatever it is that I'm deploying is something that I would recommend in standard practice. And in that scenario, you have to build around clinical trials. You have to generate evidence. It's a blessing and a curse to have a 510K predicate regulatory pathway. Yes, you're going to get the clearance that you need because something exists, but theoretically or actually in practice, you're not going to have the clinical data to be attractive to healthcare providers in designating that technology. So when we're talking about level of evidence or gold standards, you're really going up against things that are in practice, head-to-head across randomized controlled clinical trials. You're looking at equivalence across multi-diversity populations. And I benefit from living in Houston. As many of you know that have met me and are in Houston, Houston's the most diverse city in the United States right now. And in fact, that city is what the rest of the United States is supposed to look like in 25 years. So diversity is an easy thing to be able to include in clinical trials in places like the Texas Medical Center. But you have to have that inclusion, and you have to generate evidence that goes beyond changes in biomarkers. I need primary endpoints that are looking at mortality, morbidity. I need endpoints that are talking about hospitalization and getting these patients home. And so it is a very interesting position to be in, and I've heard it from several companies that I've met with today about, I'm looking at regulatory clearance, but I need to get to the next phase because it's adoption. And adoption only happens if you have the currency of the realm, and that currency is hard evidence. And then some things around training and education and having a proper curriculum that are going to dictate just how well that is adopted. But you have to have the language to speak in terms of evidence.
That's some really great points. Actually, to springboard off of that comment, you mentioned the 510K pathway. One very discrete example that I think many of us appreciated was Apple's hypertension algorithm that was approved through the 510K pathway with a predicate device being a convolutional neural network on a 12-lead ECG, whereas their algorithm, right, for a hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, rather than the PPG-based hypertension algorithm. Now, clearly, we need to balance innovation with responsible deployment, and so I'm curious. This is for the whole panel. What is your thought on the balance of the 510K pathway to help drive innovation and allow deployment of new tools that have statistical underpinnings that are relevant and safe, but may be different from other softwares that are being used as medical devices?
First of all, I don't think anybody else could do that than Apple. Tim Apple has a very special relationship with the President of the United States. So how you take a 12-lead ECG for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy and have it be the predicate for a PPG-based hypertension risk, I don't know anybody who understands that. So, we could talk about zebras and unicorns. But talking about the regular things, I think all an FDA 510K is opening the door. That doesn't mean you're going to be a success. And there's so many startups, I've talked to them all the time, who think, well, then I'm done. No, you're not. That's the beginning. That's not the end. And so I think we're all going to find out, as he said, you've got to have hard evidence of improved outcomes. Now, improved outcomes can be patients do as well, but we do it cheaper. Or it can be, well, maybe it is a little bit more expensive, but the patient outcomes are better. So that's the balance that a health system or a physician looks to decide whether they're going to use something new or not. And I think that that's after the 510K. And so, that's the beginning. And when you go to home, we're going to have some new notions. If you take care of an acute patient at home, do you get the same outcome that you get if they're in the hospital? We're going to have to find out. The evidence looks like, yes, you do. And oh, by the way, the patient likes it better. They eat their own food. They're in their own bed. And that's never been a metric before.
There's a question there as well, but just to add to what Dave just said, I think the regulatory policies are evolving pretty rapidly in this administration's environment as well. So traditionally, as Ken knows very well, traditionally you would say, well, what has to go through the 510K pathway? It was always based on intended use of the tool you're building. And if it's a medical device, a diagnostic, a therapeutic, you had a very standard approach, which is you had to prove safety and efficacy. I think under the new administration, there's models like Tempo, which have carved out the ability to deploy novel tools, innovative technologies without FDA clearance under the umbrella of a value-based care model. So I think some of the things are shifting. And for care models like hospital at home, they're not a medical device per se. You can now demonstrate outcomes that have either financial efficacy and/or clinical efficacy as a care model as opposed to a medical device. I think there's multiple different ways in this environment you can demonstrate the value, but to Homer's point, you still have to demonstrate value.
Great. Yeah, we have a question.
So I have a question for Homer. So I come out of the pharma industry originally, and I know all about outcome trials. They're huge and very expensive.
That's a great question, and that keeps me up at night with companies from all over the world that visit the Texas Medical Center in hopes that they can garner that type of support. And it's a real thing that happens, right? And the answer is you have to have a collaborative team that's going to build the plane as it's flying. I hate to think of it as messy, but it is a bit messy. At the end of the day, everything that we're building towards within Houston Methodist in particular is for patient care, but we understand the value proposition that needs to be built along the way. So when we're putting together teams, there are teams that are based around the clinical component, there are teams that are based around quality and outcomes, and then there are teams that are looking at the billing and a few other things that are going to be pertinent for you to be able to build a case. All of these studies you can conduct depending on the class of the technology, either as a pilot, which is going to turn into a marketing study. Let's face it. The reason that I'm conducting a clinical trial after a 510K clearance is so that I can market that technology to similar institutions, and I can use that as promotion that my technology is going to help me do X, Y, Z in terms of a value proposition. The other types of trials that I like to see are when you're going head-to-head versus whatever it is that's top of the line. Now, those may cost a little bit more, but at that point, you are proving, without a shadow of a doubt, superiority over that standard of care, and you have now positioned yourself to become that gold standard of care. So there's different ways to kind of frame it, but it's just dependent on the appetite and obviously on the financial component of what's at stake. We're very flexible. You can talk to some of the companies that I'm working with that are sitting at this table and a few other places. They'll tell you how we function, but at the end of the day, you have to look at what are we doing for our patients, and what are we doing for our healthcare system? One of the things that I always talk about is that healthcare as a financial model is contracting. The payments that you're receiving today will not be greater in the future, and if you're lucky, they'll stay the same in terms of what you're making as a hospital system. You have to figure out a way to be efficient, and I think the technologies that we're talking about, hospital at home, some of the digital health applications that are being developed are going to be so beneficial to changing the paradigm of what healthcare looks like. It's an exciting time, to be honest with you, and I'm very fortunate to be at the forefront of engaging with those types of discussions. They're not easy. They are not easy discussions because you're looking at changing an entire paradigm or a methodology that's been developed. But at the end of the day, there's an opportunity there to make tremendous change.
That's great. So one of the, I think, overarching concepts here is on some of the limitations to actually move things forward. And so to kind of go into that a little bit further, Ken, if I could ask you, in your opinion, what are the biggest barriers to entry in bringing new innovations into the cardiac hospital-to-home market segment?
Yeah, I think for one, commercializing a product can be expensive. And so trying to find the right commercial partner, number one. Number two, at least what I've found personally from the companies I've been involved with and commercialized, is that to really move faster, you need a direct sales force in many cases, especially if it's a physician preference item. And so you've got to get the right investors who will partner with you or strategics who will fund that commercialization. The other thing is finding physicians who you can have on your either strategic advisory board or medical advisory board who can help guide you as to, are you developing the right sort of product? Does it fit into the physician's workflow? Is it something that's already reimbursable, or do you have to go down and get a new code, which can create a whole other timeline for you and another set of costs and really complicate things?
So to follow up on that, you raise a really great point. So C-suite executives will seek to de-risk implementation of any new system. How do you feel CMS reimbursement, such as add-on CPT codes and other incentives, can facilitate sustainable adoption? And then maybe, Ken, just to start with you,
Sure.
and we can go down the panel.
Yeah, I think when you look at, let's take, for example, the remote patient monitoring codes, the RPM codes. I feel like there's only one set of codes for, you could have 10 different sensors that are monitoring for sleep apnea diagnostics and heart failure diagnostics, yet you're not getting reimbursed appropriately. So I think they really need to change that quickly so that some of these evolving companies and emerging companies can actually get the reimbursement to the physicians to drive adoption. If they don't figure that out, it just really stumps adoption of these newer technologies. But would love to hear from the rest of the group on that topic.
I mean, one of the things that's been interesting, if you look at the arc of the CMS policies, starting way back when with meaningful use with EMR adoption, so always this influx of capital to drive adoption early on. So EMRs, it was meaningful use, then RPM codes, which were remote patient monitoring. Now they have acute care at home waiver for hospital at home. So they have these models. But I do think the world's shifting where there's a lot more focus on the total cost of care. And, you know, if you look at Chris Klomp and Oz, they've been very clear that whatever they do in CMS, they want it to be deflationary. So they want to remove costs from the system, not add costs to the system. So I do think what we're seeing with the access model and other models like that, like the ambulatory specialty care models, is they're going to try to bucket this into a value-based care model. So they don't have to worry about CPT codes. And if I were to forecast the future, in probably the next few years, you're going to see them take away some of these CPT fee-for-service revenue codes and say, how can we tie them to an outcomes-based model where the providers are free to use whatever technology they think is appropriate to drive the outcomes, and they can pay for that in that bundled payment as opposed to paying fee-for-service codes. I think that's just the way things are shifting. So as new technologies come about, they'll have to think about how do they tie into overall outcomes and the relative cost of new technology as opposed to having a fee-for-service code.
Great. And, you know, one of the... Sorry, David, do you want to add?
Well, I'm just going to follow up the access program. For instance, you'll get some money from Medicare if you're accepted for taking care of a hypertensive patient. But you don't get the rest of it unless you decrease their systolic blood pressure by 10 millimeters of mercury, a very hard threshold in order to get money. That's a new thing. That's really paying for an outcome. And, you know, your AFib ablation with your new PFA system, well, you better be AFib free at 9 months. Or else, oh, by the way, we're only going to use 70% of the money. These are the kinds of things I think are coming. And you know, we cannot spend unlimited money. And in the United States, we've been doing it. The rest of the world looks at us and shakes their head anyway.
I can see the challenge that you're raising. One of the caveats there, of course, is oftentimes, especially with these new technologies as they come about, it requires infrastructure to be able to handle those outputs, whether you're deploying models in your health system or whether you're just identifying disease in your EHR to surface those new patients. Somebody supervising an agentic system is going to be responsible for acting on those. And so the reimbursement or payment is going to have to cover those resources. Do any of you have concerns over hospitals not being incentivized to maybe use better tools because they're concerned about the upfront cost of having to actually implement them?
When they tell you it's not about the money, it's all about the money. Yes.
I mean, I think it's a great question. Like, I think strategically, if you're a health system in a home or you work with one has to really think about the ultimate ROI of the ultimate outcome they desire. Because there is going to be an upfront investment to then realize the outcome long term. And in the example you gave, it's possible the hospital has to invest in either resources, training, or tools and technologies to then build the capabilities to then deploy the new technology. So I do think that's going to happen more frequently. I think one thing CMS has said very clearly is I don't think they're going to pay for AI agent codes, right? They've been very clear on that. So you can deploy AI agents or AI tools as part of a solution, but I don't think they intend to create code specifically for these AI tools.
So transitioning a little bit away from the data collection and operationalizing them on the hospital end, David, maybe if I can ask you, so for a successful hospital-to-home program, technology must not just create an unnecessary burden on the actual end user, which is often the patient. So how do you balance data collection with a simplified user-centric design for patients often who may potentially have low technical and healthcare literacy?
Well, there comes good user design. I've sold 6 million personal ECG devices. The majority of our devices at any given month, year, 65% are people over the age of 63. We have lots of people in their 70s and their 80s who can use a simple device. So that's just good design, and those are good design ethics. And so I think we're going to have, changing out an IV bag at home. You're going to have to figure that out. It cannot be as complex as what you do in a hospital with a, BSNRN. And I think, but you want to have the same outcomes, at least the same outcomes. So I think it's going to be a challenge to those manufacturers and those providers, the service providers, to make it patient, home, user-friendly.
Awesome. And then, so maybe if I can turn to Malik for a moment. As we migrate to more personalized care, how can innovations in this space tailor medical and rehabilitation to specific patient needs, particularly for older patients who may feel they are fending for themselves after they're discharged from the hospital?
Yeah, I think the post-acute period of post-hospitalization is a really critical window of time. As we think about opportunities, I think that's sort of three things one thinks about, right? First and foremost is how does the patient recover post-hospitalization back to their functional quality of life. I think for the most part, for clinicians in the audience here, it's a black box to us. Once a person leaves the hospital, you sort of don't see them, and some other provider sees them like 3, 6, 9 months later. So I do think there's this opportunity to think about, is there sort of continual monitoring of the individual in the first 30, 60, 90 days to ensure they recover fully back to their baseline and, or at least at the very least, don't bounce back to the hospital with the readmissions. But I think another lens we've applied to that window is like, well, what if you could discharge them earlier? If you had a set of tools or technologies, could you reduce length of stay? And can you, quote unquote, complete the course of care in the home? So a classic example is somebody with heart failure or AFib with RVR, right? You can do the IV Lasix or sub-Q Lasix now in the home. And if you had the ability to draw the blood, have a nurse visit the home once, and have technologies to do remote monitoring, you can imagine a world where your length of stay is not 4 or 5 days, it's 2 days, and the rest of it's in the home. So we call this like transitional care at home. To me, there's lots of clinical conditions I can think of, cardiovascular and beyond cardiology, where it could substantially reduce length of stay, which translates to lower cost of care. And having technologies like the ones to just do more physiological monitoring, but so beyond that, technologies to do wound care, nursing, phlebotomy in the home in an easy, accessible way can really sort of reduce the overall cost of care to the system. And patients love it because they can be home sooner and they can be in their own beds.
So before I ask a maybe challenging question, first I want to check out at the audience if anyone has any questions or follow-ups that they want to start off with before we continue.
Mayank, do you have a question?
Go ahead.
Malik, mostly for you. You started mentioning some of these CMS models like Access, and I think, so I'm in the digital MSK space.
Sure.
So companies use our technology like Corey Health and these digital providers. A lot of them haven't seen that these reimbursement models, that there's enough money in them, for them to even go after them. And so these organizations that have designed their entire platforms to support programs like that and reduce cost of care by, say, 30, 40%, feel as though there's not enough money in these reimbursement structures to actually be worth going into. So I'm curious, maybe it's just the reimbursement structures, but what are the flaws that you see in some of these reimbursement models that you'd like to see change?
Great question. Topic of heavy discussions here and everywhere else. And I think you got two people on the stage, both of whom pledged for the Access program. We did not participate. David's company did. So we have different perspectives as well to share. I do think the predominant sort of perspective the CMS had was to start extremely aggressively and based on the outcomes then peel back. So I've talked to Abe and Jacob about these Access models, and I think what their thought was they wanted to challenge the industry to fundamentally rethink care delivery and not rely on the traditional models of one patient to one nurse or one patient to one doc interactions, to say, how could we rethink, especially with AI and tools, how much could you automate both the outreach, the enrollment, the coaching, and maybe the very last step of prescription still happens to be human, but could you automate your way out of those things? And I think that's where they started, which is why the codes are the way they are and the outcomes-based payments are so low. Because in a traditional model, if you just compare the two things, if you compare RPM codes, which are also CMS-driven, it's on average $105 to $125 per month. The entire outcomes-based payment for CKD for Access is, I think, $400 per year. So there's a substantial delta in those two numbers. And I think the reason is they really want to push the industry towards more AI-led approaches. It may not work. I have my doubts about it. It's not going to be effective. But if it's not, I think they'll come back towards the traditional model. But I think that's the rationale. But I'm curious, Dave.
I agree because, Ken already said it. The RPM codes and the payment mechanisms have been underutilized because they just weren't worth it for providers to have to spin up everything. There weren't a lot of successful RPM companies. A lot of people tried. A lot of companies died. So I think they're going to do a lot of experimentation. The ARPA-H program to build agentic specialty care. Well, what does that look like? Well, we don't know yet. And we don't know how successful it's going to be. But one thing we know, if we put oral GLP-1s in the water supply, we'd all be better off. Okay, I'm just telling you that right now. We'd be skinnier, we'd be happier, and we might actually live longer. But they're going to do a lot of experimentation. This administration seems open to that. I've heard Dr. Oz say it. I heard the late Dr. McCary. Oh, that's right. He's still alive, but no longer in his job. And so we're going to have a lot of experiments, and we're going to see what sticks. Not every experiment is a success, but you learn from your failures too.
Any other questions before we move on? Okay, so then my next question is, you're mentioning success. How should we be defining success in a couple of different ways? Are we defining success by the net spend per patient? Are we defining success by longevity? And if so, the health span, the meaningful active lifespan that we're providing patients? And also, even statistically, what is success? We are currently using models with marginal guarantees, estimates of uncertainty, which is your 95% confidence, which is on average over a population. And we are still using tools that are using population-level statistics that are forcing clinicians to apply them to individual people in front of them. And so, generally speaking, for everyone, what is success?
I'm happy to start. I'm sure people have thoughts. I still go back to, if I think of a single equation that defines sort of success, to me, it's still value, and value is defined as quality over cost. So if you look at the standard sort of curve, that if you compare all the countries globally on your healthcare value, it would be like health span over cost spent per person, right? So I do think you can spend your way into better outcomes, but then it's not effective, it's not valuable. So I do think it's per capita spend for the amount of gain you get on quality of life and function. It's probably the best metric that accounts for both sides of the equation. But we have to, at the end of the day, I think in the U.S., find a way to bend the cost curve, even though it's challenging because every stakeholder wants to increase their market share. But at some point, we have to bend the cost curve. And I think we still, despite a decade of ACA and value-based care, we're not there yet.
Making more money under the future. If somebody makes more money, somebody else is going to lose money. Because basically they're saying there's not going to be more money. And so I think that's the challenge. And someone who innovates and figures out how to address that challenge will be a winner. And people who don't figure out how to address that challenge will be the loser. And there will be losers in addition to winners. And how we value it, I think as physicians, we value it as a good outcome for my patient. As an institution, we value it as I do my mission and I'm in the black. So they're not always aligned. And I think we're going to have to figure out that conflict somehow as we move forward.
Yeah, talk about a loaded question, right? What is value? And everyone here has a different perception of value. And depending on which stakeholder you're speaking to, if I'm speaking to a patient, of course it's going to be a combination of cost, it's going to be a combination of quality of life. If I'm talking to a healthcare institution, I'm looking at the cost per patient, I'm looking at getting those patients in, as many as I can, rinse and repeat sort of scenario. If I'm talking to insurers, they're looking at the entire trajectory of those people that they insure and the cost borne by those patients. So whenever I'm working with companies, I want them to take into consideration that you're not going to be able to check all of the boxes. And if you try to do that, you're going to spend way more money, way more time, and way more energy than you anticipate. But what I want to see is at least a couple of those boxes checked off to become attractive. And yes, it all comes down to financial constraints. But at the end of the day, I also want to talk to the regulators and give them an applause because they're moving. It used to be they moved very slowly. They followed and followed as slowly as they could. They're actually keeping up with a lot of the innovation that's happening in the space. It's exciting to see the FDA, CMS, and a few other government organizations make announcements almost daily. It's almost hard to keep up with what's actually happening because they want to see this change implemented, given the constraints that this economy, given the constraints that healthcare exists in today.
So I'm going to change the question and throw it to Josh, since Josh was a stand-in moderator and would love for him to also have been a panelist. So really amazing innovators on the artificial intelligence front on stage here. If you think 5 years ahead, and Josh, maybe we'll start with you, or Dr. Lampert, and you think about the AI of ECGs and the capabilities of what you can detect from subtle changes in the ECG or patterns of changes over time with the ECG, where do you see us going in the next, with the rapid acceleration of AI and everything that you're working on and the group on stage is working on, where do you see this going, and what are you going to be able to detect from the ECG?
So I think the next 5 years is going to be very interesting in a couple of different ways. One, we have already demonstrated, not just our group, but many others, that using deep learning on an ECG can identify disease. It can identify disease earlier, before it's even phenotypically present. Patients who are identified and flagged as having a disease process, all of them have a higher cumulative incidence of actually developing that disease over time, suggesting that we're identifying more subphysiologic signals that we can't appreciate, that the echocardiogram isn't going to show. And there have been randomized controlled trials that have demonstrated value in terms of preventing 90-day mortality, even without quite understanding what the model was detecting, other than that the patient was flagged as having a higher 90-day mortality. And this was done in a randomized controlled trial. So I think that over time, we're going to see increased implementation of these models, but I think you're also going to start seeing a lot of mistakes. And I think the mistakes are going to come from the limitations in how the math is applied. And the thing that is very important for all of us to understand is that artificial intelligence is a great new tool. It will do a lot of things better than we can do now because, frankly, the way that medicine has been practiced for centuries has been, by design, flawed because of the computational ability and, frankly, the cognitive bandwidth of humans, right? So we're going to learn some lessons over the next 5 years in terms of unsuccessful deployments. The other thing that we will also learn is how we make clinical decisions and how we leverage these tools for clinical decision support, how we quantify uncertainty and weigh the risks and benefits of everything we're doing. And I think there might even start to become an appreciation to go back to basics and what it means to be a physician. When we graduate, we take an oath and we pledge to first do no harm. And I think a lot of this is going to be us going back to that, is relinquishing some of our egos to the better abilities of this math. That's all AI is. It's just math. It can be wrapped in different packages. It can be made to look very shiny. It's just math. And whoever applies it well and responsibly will do well, and so will the patients.
So do you see AI as like a trusted clinical advisor that you can go to and kind of verify if what you're thinking is accurate, or how do you see that evolution happening?
Trust means different things to different people. I mean, we're talking about what we need for guidelines. We're talking about what we need in trials. I mean, people are getting behind Teslas and letting this car drive them and relinquishing their life to this vehicle without a randomized trial showing that it was going to be okay. And then when we talk about detecting hypertension or anything else, all of a sudden we need a randomized trial, but it's okay, for this. So I think that there are different standards, and I think that as long as the governance structures are reasonable and that we make sure that we're implementing these tools safely, then that will be still better than what we're doing now. Remember, when everyone goes to see a doctor now, their expert judgment is trying to weigh benefits and risks that they cannot mathematically quantify, right? And they're doing their best to know what that means for you. even guideline recommendations for atrial fibrillation and stroke. The area under the receiver operating characteristic curve for the CHA2DS2-VASc score to predict who's going to have a stroke is 0.6. It's marginally better than a coin flip at discerning who's actually going to have that outcome, and we give anticoagulant blood thinners to all of those people, right? We're causing a lot of harm just from bleeding. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for improvement, even though statistically we'll never be perfect.
Well, we've just seen that health system says they're going to get rid of their diagnostic radiologists and rely on AI. And Eric Topol says every mammogram should be read by 3 AIs. It's the notion of voting logic of 3 AIs. It's coming. Buckle up.
With that, we're at time. Thank you very much to the panel for a really great discussion, and to everyone who offered up questions. Those were excellent. Thank you very much. We'll all be around to continue the conversation offline.
Gentlemen, I'm so sorry. Do you mind continue over there? I'm so sorry. So sorry. Well, I can tell everyone it's not an easy job to give a closing remark after such an exceptional panel. So I'm going to give you all opening evening remarks, if that's okay. Conferences like this are very easy to put on paper. You rent a venue, you draft agenda, you build the exhibition floor, and you print badges. Something that you really cannot manufacture is the energy in the room, is the energy that you saw right now on the stage. It can be bought, it can be forced, and for the past few days, you have done a phenomenal job. This has been real, and we see founders, we see investors, we see strategic flew from different parts of the country, from different parts of the world, and we saw those entrepreneurs being radically honest and having those conversations, what it takes to build those solutions and technologies. We saw investors having sharp and direct questions, and not because they want the companies to fail, but because they want the industry to be better. We saw strategics, engineers, operators, service providers all coming together on one table in the best way, challenging each other just to make sure we do it right. And I can tell you, MedTech is not the easiest industries to be in. Behind every company, behind every clinical trial, behind every reimbursement battle, there is a real human being who has enormous pressure but still keeps showing up with lots of passion, with lots of love, with lots of energy. And I want to thank you all for doing that. I think it takes a lot of specialty, and I'm proud to be a part of this ecosystem, and I want to thank you all for that. The future of healthcare is not built by one company. It's built by ecosystems, it's built by partnerships, it's built by the conversation that started in the room today. So I want to encourage you, please keep making those introductions, keep asking questions, keep helping one another, because what starts today in the room here matters far beyond this conference. So I want to thank you all for the energy that you brought for the last few days, and looking forward to having you tonight for some fun, for some nice Italian food and drinks at 7:30 p.m. at Il Villaggio. And thank you all for being with us, and we'll see you later in the evening. Thank you all.
What's up, everybody? Kwame from Beard & Bowler. We make story-driven films for healthcare companies. Everything that you're about to see was shot from yesterday, so if you see yourself or somebody that you know, please make some noise. For the first 20 people to come up and find me personally, I got something super cool to give to you. So be on the lookout, and without any further ado, roll it!
C'est la vibe. C'est la vie. C'est la vibe.
Wow.